We are live at CRoM Con. What's up, man? How y'all doing?
Hey, everybody. What's going on?
So, Pete.
How's
All right,
everybody doing?
if I can get somebody, Pete, can you share that to the madness for me, bro?
That's what I'm working on right now. I'm getting all the links done.
Yeah, I just, Mark McCann, bro, I can't really do a test with you. We're just going to have to come out here and wing it when it's your time because we're live, bro.
As long as you're not on a phone, you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be cool, dude. If you understand how StreamYard works or Zoom or anything.
As long as you're not on a phone, you should be fine.
So I wanted to start the day. I want to talk a little bit about a friend of ours, Corey Dwayne Ellis.
Yes.
Corey Dwayne Ellis has a GoFundMe up. I'm trying to get that link in the chat so that people can go check it out. Corey is the creator of Little Ugly. And I don't know if y'all know about Little Ugly, but Little Ugly was, a character, and Corey was going to do he had an animation movie thing, and he actually sent me this shirt. So some of you might recognize that logo right there. Corey right there, right? So anyway, Corey's home and his business, everything burned. Everything. He lost his printing company, all of his inventory, all of his files, probably, his computers, everything. He just lost it all, man. And he's one of us, y'all. We need to go represent. We need to go drop a little bit of something on that. And if you can't, share it out. Let people know one of ours is hurting, man. Him and his mom are homeless right now. Okay. So we shared it in the chat. Y'all go check it out. Help dude out, man. He's one of us. And, that's what we're supposed to do. Mike Barron, I cannot talk to you right now, dude. Jeez. That's the second time he's called. I cannot talk to you right now. I can't even turn this thing off, man. If I go mess with it, it's gonna.
No, that's it. Yeah, no, the push will get. Yeah, no, I hear you.
If I go mess with it, it'll screw me up. But I can't answer you right now, dude. Please.
Well, while the phone is ringing, I will also say hi to everybody all day that's on the Indie Comics Cast YouTube. We love you guys. We got you guys over 100 yesterday with the pre-show. Really excited about that. Now let's see if we can add some more. So if you're watching CRoM Con today or tomorrow, all weekend, because I know you are, if you're doing it here on Facebook or if you're watching it anywhere else, jump over to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube and hit that subscribe button so you'll never ever miss a minute. Plus, there's so much other stuff on the Indie Comics Cast YouTube that it's definitely worth that second for you to subscribe.
And now we're going to get on with what's happening. We have a great guest. Most of you probably know her from Geek Insider, from Indie Event. I love her. She's always entertaining, and she always has a lot going on. So it's always informative. So I'm going to bring her out right now. Meredith, what's happening?
Hey, you guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
I'm going to take a shot at your last name because I always hack it. So you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay. It is Meredith Loughran. If you think about it, it's an Irish name. So if you think of it like running lake, Loch, like Loch Ness.
Loch Ness, yeah.
Kind of like that, so yeah, running lake. It's kind of like the joke in the family. Like, what does that mean? I don't know. We're all crazy. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm Meredith Loughran. I am representing Geek Insider today, as well as Indie Event. Now, I don't know if you guys were here last week. Pops was there last week for Indie Event, and we had a great time. I mean, I think we had probably about 20 something hours of content, which is really cool. Pops, you were there talking about CRoM Con. I want to know how the pre-show went because I missed most of it. I was working. I had laser focus trying to get ready for our calendar.
I went and looked a little while ago, and we had like 800 views
Nice.
just in the Comic Cast, the Comics Cast Facebook group. And you know me, we're sharing it out everywhere. So
Yeah, I want to hear a little bit more about the ugly. What happened there? It was a fire.
yeah, and it's like he was standing outside the video on the GoFundMe. He was standing outside watching it burn, and you could tell the emotion was heavy.
Oh yeah.
It's like, and then there's another video he posted since then with him and his mom, talking about it, and it's like, we just need to help dude out, man. Come on, if that was me,
Mhm.
if I lost all this,
Yeah.
I'd be devastated, yo.
I mean, you're lucky to come out of something like that with your life, and
Yes,
hopefully you don't lose anybody else. Stuff can
yes,
be replaced. I mean, that hurts, but definitely, if you can send me the link, we'll try and do a
yeah,
write up over on Geek Insider
that's
and
the
share
link
that
right
out.
there. He's such a good dude, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I know him and I are on total opposite political spectrum. We're
Yeah,
close, you know.
at
I
times
mean,
like that, yeah,
it's
times
like,
like that, that's when we come together and we lift somebody up. I mean, literally out of the ashes. That's just horrible. I mean, I've lost stuff to with moves. I've lost stuff because I had, a storage unit that I couldn't pay for. And all my stuff was
this
gone.
is my fourth collection.
Yeah.
This is my fourth collection in my life, and the
Mhm.
last one was way bigger than this one was. I think I gave away the last pieces of it. I sent Raj Mahan my uh, autographed Anaheim Ducks jersey from the first season. He's
Mhm.
a Ducks fan. I didn't know that, and I was like, "I'm gonna send you something." I told him what it is, and he's like, "Oh, dude, that's my team." Perfect, then.
Yeah, yeah.
Send
But
it to
yeah,
him.
if you can, if you're out there and listening and can send me some information, or Pops, you do it and send me some information.
Yeah.
We'll do a write up in Geek
It's
Insider and share
actually,
that out for you.
Meredith, it is the top announcement in the group
Mhm.
in the Madness. If you go to Madness and you look at the announcements, it is the top announcement pinned to the top.
Awesome,
So,
awesome.
you yeah, and Joe
That's
just pinned it to the Facebook chat.
yeah,
So
that's
there you go.
tough. That's
I mean, like
tough.
I say, he's a good dude, man. I hate that for anybody, man. I hate that for anybody. That's his livelihood. That was his whole game.
Mhm.
So give him some help, y'all. I'm
Yeah,
probably gonna bring it up a few more times through the weekend because you look, you gotta love yourself, right? And dude is cool,
I
and
love how you turn that word around. I love it.
you
I need
gotta
one of
love
those
yourself.
shirts.
There you go. And that's what I hashtag it too. I hashtag it that way. You gotta love yourself,
Mhm.
when I'm talking about him. So everybody out there, give Corey a little love, man. And Corey, if you're watching, bro, we got you, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Meredith.
Yeah. So, Geek Insider, I mean, we have been really hammering down on trying to get our schedule of guests and things like that happening for Geek Speak. And Matthew is running a little bit late. He's my co-host with Geek Speak, but he also has his own little show called Geeky, Cheeky, and Downright Freaky. And I say little, but that is the one that is taking off on YouTube. So, I mean, if you're looking at if you're watching on YouTube, you can see geekinsider.com. But we also have a YouTube channel that we're trying to build up. And let me tell you, I'm just going to throw this out there for anybody who's watching. And this is for Pops. This is for Pete. This is for anybody who's got a YouTube channel. We have to help each other out and grow these channels. Go to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. It only takes a second. Really, it's just a click. But here's the thing, and I don't know if a lot of you know it. Um, you can subscribe to as many channels as you want to, and please do. It's not, it doesn't hurt you in any way, but it can help the creators who are out here putting out content. And I say that because you need a minimum of 1,000 subscribers and you need 4,000 watch hours in a 12-month period in order to monetize the channel. Now, a lot of people like Pops, myself, Geek Insider, we rely on different streams of income. All right. I am a freelancer. Pops, you're a freelancer. I mean, we are all like really hustling to get the work done and bring stories to you, bring content, and by hitting that and hitting those markers, it's really helping because then it offsets the cost of a server or updating your mic or your camera, anything like that. So all of that stuff helps. If you're watching, tune in, hit the subscribe button, go to Geek Insider, go to Pop's channel. I know you've got one. Comics Cast has got one. Pete, I'm sure you've got one.
I have one, but it's kind of on hiatus right now.
Yeah.
I couldn't put. I like. It's actually my ears are ringing because exactly what you said. I couldn't because you have to hustle and you have to put the time into it. And I was building other social media platforms for my studio, and I had to decide which one I had to focus on.
Yeah.
So, but because I couldn't get, so you're absolutely right. Just clicking subscribe immensely helps.
It doesn't hurt you.
Pete's audience last night brought us a dozen subscribers.
Yeah.
To our YouTube channel just during his Pete's Fit show. So
I think I give all that credit to the guests we had.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was awesome. That's the whole thing. Everybody bouncing, everybody's fan bases off each other. You pick up a few extra fans, it increases your exposure. That's what CRoM Con was all about, and that's how it started, and that's what we're trying to still do. I'm not, I'm not trying to do anything other than make sure you guys get.
Yeah, and you know what, Pops? I have never been one to say follow for follow. I do not follow that mantra. I really don't, because the thing is, we all have different interests and things, but the idea of networking and doing something like CRoM Con, like IndieVent, is to bring our audiences together to see what they like, and then maybe we'll siphon off a few guests. And siphon off is a bad word. That's not what I meant. But we'll grow together, because then maybe somebody from Geek Insider will be like, "Oh, I like this content," and then they're gonna go and follow you. So we're actually sharing this network and growing. But then there are some people who are like, it's not for me," and that's okay. I don't want anybody to feel obligated that they have to share and like and all that stuff. Subscribe if you want to. Know that it does help. And you don't have to do the follow for follow. Because honestly, for me, I've always gone for more organic engagement. I want to know the people that I'm connecting with. I want to like their stuff, and people connect with people. I will sit here. I could talk for hours with you guys because I like you as people, it's that easy. And then when you have something that's out there and you're like, hey, can you help me promote it? It's like, if I like you, absolutely. I'm gonna bust my butt trying to get you out there and share it out with the network. That's what that's all about. And that's why I love Geek Insider. And that's what I like about what you're doing with CRoM Con. It's this networking opportunity that I think a lot of people, when they turn it around on themselves, and it's such, me, it
deteriorates a little bit.
It gets tiring after a while, And
see, that's what I was saying to you earlier about every time because I'm kind of new, and every time I'm interviewing somebody that's been around for a long time, they kind of turn it around on me and they want to know where I come from. And it's like,
well, I mean, we do, because you're new, but at the same time, you know what? But you're learning.
Right. I'm getting tired of talking about myself. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting tired of telling that story over and over again. It's like, come on, go check one of the previous videos. You'll find out where I came from.
Nobody comes out of the gate doing it perfect.
And I have so much fun, and every time I think we're doing it a little bit better. And I'm trying to work it out so where we get to the point where we can bring trusted people, fans that we know, into the chat to ask direct questions, as opposed to hoping somebody sees their comment. You know what I mean? But it's got to be people we trust. We're not just going to bring anybody we don't know out here to mess up the show. You know what I mean? But it'd be nice to get to the point where we're that much more interactive. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. And I'm really hoping if anybody who's listening has any questions about Geek Insider or Indie Vent, let me know.
I do have another. I have a question about your other thing. Okay.
What's my other thing?
Wild one?
Wild One Forever?
Now, no, there's a reason I ask. Okay, my daughter-in-law is doing, just starting out, like doing the CBD oil and stuff, and
Yeah.
she needs something like that, somewhere to go talk about it.
Pops, I'm like actually kind of surprised that you even know about Wild One Forever.
Now, man, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, is knowing what you got going on, right?
Yeah, well, guys, I wear a lot of hats. On top of my own things, and Geek Insider and Wild One Forever, which I'll talk about in a second. I wasn't expecting that. Terraform Comics, Indie Vent is another one. But okay, so Wild One Forever is a women-centric site that is not women exclusive. So there are a lot of articles in there that kind of come from a woman's point of view. So I always tell the guys, I'm like, if you want a little insight into the women's psyche, you might want to go and visit and read some of those articles. Especially the more racy ones with dating and sex and stuff like that. I mean, I don't
go read nothing.
But there are things like
a lot of women. We have a lot of women in the group, and a lot of women in the industry, and a lot of women that are fans. And it's like they need to know about what you got going on too. I mean,
we talk about health and beauty. We talk about relationships. We talk about business. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we're expanding on, and we're actually looking for guest writers. So if you're interested in blogging there, you get a profile picture, you get links to your profiles and things like that. So yeah, Pop, send her over to me. If she wants to write an article, like once a week or something like that, or if she wants to have a regular series, she is more than welcome.
I don't know how she's just like dipping her feet in, but I want her to become part of your group and get to see, understand what's going on. Maybe she will dive all the way in, I mean, it's new for her just as much as, I mean,
that's one of the beautiful things about networking also, is that you get all of these different flavors and stuff like that. And eventually you figure out what you're good at and what you want to do and what you want to commit to. Pops, did you think maybe a year ago that you were going to be doing this? Hell no.
Come on. Last year at this time, I was just about to get booted out of the group that inspired the comic-related madness. No, I had no idea what the madness was going to turn into. I thought it was just going to be a little, one of these. Show off what we got. Show off what we got. Okay, look what I got in the mail today. Woo! Actually, it was yesterday, but Karen Nicole, cosplay.
I'm gonna show off some love too. This is what I got yesterday.
Awesome.
Henri Compton.
That was how the madness began.
I got these.
Oh, please no.
Pete, don't do that.
I feel like Charlie Brown. I got a rock.
Pretty much. I get that.
Oh,
but yeah, man, it's like that's what it's always been about. Was that's what it was going to be about. Was just a little show off group.
Mm-hmm.
But some great creatives joined the group right away, like Brian Polito and Monty Michael Moore, and there was quite a few like the creatives that joined the group. And I was like, okay, this is going to be fun. And it grew and grew and grew. Here we are.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, a year ago, comic books was not in my world.
Well, I mean, I collected them, but I sure didn't know I was going to be doing this.
Yeah, I mean, here I am. I'm trying to, I'm going to shout out Luke Stone because he's got Hybrids, The Sons of Gods. That is out on Indiegogo.
We need to get to that first stretch goal, guys.
You know what? That stretch goal, man. Do you have a story in it?
Raj has a story in it that could include pops. You never know,
And that's why, like that first stretch goal, it's a $8,000 goal, which is lofty. That's a lot of money. But if he reaches it, I sent in a 2-page story too.
Yes,
So that would actually be my first comic book credit, and I'm like, oh man, we got to make this happen.
Yes,
So I am like totally spamming my channels, going, yeah, support this.
Yeah. And I talk about it too because Luke was totally cool to us. Help let us do the cross connecting covers and stuff.
Yeah.
I say us, it's not us.
No, but you know what? That was
I'm just a character.
cross covers and the 2 covers together with Voodoo Nations and Mojo Rise. Oh my gosh, that was so cool.
Those are the ones I got.
Mm-hmm.
Those will be up there on the wall in a frame together, side by side. That was
really cool, and to see that kind of collaboration is really sweet. I love seeing that.
That's what we need everywhere, man. No barriers, just everybody trying to network and work together and give the fans something different.
Yeah.
When have the fans ever been able to just like get that guy's work and he's actually working with that guy? No way.
Yeah. I know that Comics Cast, that you kind of focus on comics, obviously. But what's nice about Geek Insider is that it goes beyond that. It is entertainment and tech. So, but we deal with a whole bunch of things. We deal with comic books. We deal with movies, technology. We love promoting things like Kickstarters and Indiegogos. We want to see people succeed in whatever it is they do. We've had some really cool guests. As far as movies and stuff, I never thought that I would be sitting down with Jordana Brewster from The Fast and Furious and Jay Baruchel, who happens to be a great director and actor, and he was the voice of Hiccup in How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, wow.
So I never thought that I would be sitting and having a casual conversation like I'm having with you, Pops, with them. We're getting some really cool guests. If you, over on Geek Insider, if you check out the YouTube channel, we had a sit down with Sam Tenez, who does amazing music. And I'm like, why doesn't this have 1,000 views? I'm mystified. So, so we have some really good interviews with people across multiple genres and music, filmmaking. We had an interview with Kat Solons, who does the Shivering Truth on Adult Swim. I could go down the list, but I definitely want you guys to take a look at our YouTube channel and see who we've had on. We've got some great guests coming up too. I know that if Matthew was here, he's going to tell you one of his ultimate gets for comics is Billy Tucci.
Local Long Island guy.
Yeah, we are.
I'm a Long Island guy.
Yeah.
Billy and I are going to be sweating it later because it's Game 7 for the Islanders. So we're both pretty rabid Islander fans. So,
I love hockey. Oh my God.
Billy, I adore Billy as a professional and as an artist, but the last time I had a conversation with him, we were at a con and we both stepped away from our tables. We were in front of his table for like 20 minutes talking about hockey. And people are like, oh, can I buy it? And we're like, yeah, just give us a second. He's a great guy.
The first time I went to a hockey game, oh my gosh, a live hockey game is not like what you see on TV. Definitely not.
One of the few ones they did was a Tucci.
Well, I'm really surprised that he loves hockey. I mean, that's like good to know. Thanks.
He's a tremendous hockey fan, big Islander fan.
Yeah, and I think
like me.
I'm trying to remember what game it was. It might have been Islanders versus the Devils.
Okay, there you go.
So that was really cool. But I nearly lost my voice because I was screaming. I mean, just that audience participation, and hockey fans are the best.
It's mandatory.
Yeah, They are the best, and it's nothing like going to see a live hockey game. I mean, so we went from like, there you go. It's like 7 degrees of separation. It's like you just never know who you're going to connect with and what they like. I mean, that might just blow your mind. I never would have thought. I'm like, comics and hockey. Who knew?
Comics brings everything together, and so does hockey.
Yeah.
Okay, I have an announcement to make. There was a scheduling fudge with the Artist Alley. It's not on me. I'm not saying who it was on, but there was a scheduling fudge with
me either. Not this guy.
So, it was all our times are Eastern time, and the person that was setting up the Artist Alley thought it was Pacific time. So everything's 3 hours off for Artist Alley. Mindy, Sean, and Jimmy Reyes. If you can come out at 2 p.m. Eastern instead of Pacific, that would be freaking awesome.
Oh man. You know what, Pops? I did that for Indie Vent.
Well, I mean, it happens. It happens. It's when you first start, when I first started this, jeez, I made so many mistakes. It was
I say Eastern time on everything. I make sure that it's bold because
no, it's no big deal. I mean, we got hash on the floor at the con if we need to bring somebody in and fill some time. But Mindy, Jimmy, Mindy, I think Sean, or was it Joe Willis? I'm not sure who the first three were, but hey, if you can push yourself down to 2 o'clock Eastern, come out a few hours earlier than you had planned, that would be sweet. If not, we'll pick you up. We'll figure out a way to bring you out later, or, we'll figure something out. We don't want anybody to be excluded because of a time flub. So, we right now we kind of have probably have definitely be able to do something tomorrow evening late for everybody. So, because
I'm always here to fill.
Bash, the big blowout bash at the end is wide open. So we're not leaving anybody. We're not going to leave anybody out. Okay, back to Meredith.
Well, I wanted to do a quick rundown of some of the guests that we're going to have at Geek Insider for Geek Speak, and really cool and really across the board. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mark Darden, but he's the creator of the Guano Guy. And actually, if you go to terraformcomics.com and go to the store, you can download his issue 1. Dude, where's my getaway car? And it's funny, but understand that it is issue 1, and that was like his first entry into comic books and stuff like that. I mean, he's got several books out there, and he's got a Kickstarter that's going to be launching on September 15th. So we want to give him love. And this is an introduction to the Guano Guy. So if you're interested, definitely head over to terraformcomics.com and download the PDF. September 14th, we've got Leonardo Corbucci. And you're like, who?
No,
he's
the name is super familiar.
He does Cyborg's Universe. He's a director. He's done a bunch of commercials and things like that. I mean, he's a great guy, super funny, very creative, and he's going to be a blast. And then
don't worry about it, Joe.
Yeah, Joe, it's okay. You know what? I did that. Let me tell you. Indie Vent, I was sending out messages and things like that, and my brain might have said Saturday, but I typed in Sunday, and then I was like, okay, time differences and things like that. So there were people who probably tried to sign into StreamYard 3 hours later, and nobody was there. So it happens.
It really does.
Yeah. And really, you know what? That's the life of live streaming. And what we can do is we roll with it. We apologize. We reschedule and hope that nobody's burned any bridges.
My favorite was I had a friend who was late to a stream, and I'm like, what? He's like, oh, I'm running late. I'm like, you're home. We're all home.
See, now my co-host was supposed to be here. I don't know where he is. He said that he was out and he forgot.
You're home. Although I will always, I know the time zone snafus, it happens. It's a weird thing. And
Yeah.
also, I know yesterday I had a quick Wi-Fi glitch during the broadcast. Luckily, Pops was there as the backup, but that you can't do anything about that. It's
No.
just the Wi-Fi glitches. The Wi-Fi is going to glitch.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I mean that even happened last week. I live in Florida. We had thunderstorms.
yeah,
My power popped off for about an hour before I was supposed to go live streaming for the next couple hours, and I was like, "Oh shoot!"
no pressure
No
whatsoever
pressure.
there. Yeah, no
Oh my
pressure.
god, I was sick. I was just like, okay. I was like, oh my god, I didn't even charge my phone. So these are things that we think about. It's like, okay, phones charged. The tablet's charged because
Batteries everywhere.
if I have to use my minutes, I will.
Yeah, the
We'll
weird
make
things you
it
start.
right.
The weird things you start thinking about.
Yeah.
It's
And then if you have guests, like England is 5 hours ahead of me, California is 3 hours behind, and then Australia is like what 12 hours?
2 days ago or 3 days or 3 days in the future. I don't.
Yeah. Just
But
try to
see,
coordinate all of that.
the streaming thing makes it easier because you can actually do the math and no one's moving anywhere. It's when people are flying. That's when it gets weird. It's like, okay, if you left yesterday from Japan, you're getting here tomorrow here. What? I don't get that, but it's.
I don't even do well with daylight savings.
Yeah, no, I don't do well. I'm just happy that it's fall now and we're gonna fall back and gain an hour. Everything's gonna be dark and cold again, so I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
Now, okay, Geek Insider. It's everything.
It's a little bit of everything. Yep.
A little bit of everything, which is fantastic. And right there, we got geekinsider.com, and the YouTube is basically expanding on that.
Yeah, I mean, with what we're trying to do is we're reaching out to the creators, and we really love the indie creators. So we're talking to authors, we're talking to comic book creators. In the list of events, September 17th, we've got Scott Donnelly and Evan Bond, who are authors of horror and thrillers. And then we've got the Dead Enders, who's a web series show. Which is really funny. And, they basically put together a web show using Zoom.
That's pretty interesting.
Because you know what? We're home. Like you said. Like,
we're home.
What are you doing? Let's make a show. And hey, why not? So we've got a lot of stuff. I mean, September is packed with guests. We're actually filling in extra time slots for other guests and things because that's what we do. We want to promote other people. If you're out there and you've got a press release, send it to us. Press releases go to Matthew@geekinsider.com. That's his email address. They can also go to me, Meredith, at geekinsider.com. And we'll post them up as soon as possible. A lot of times, if it's really cool and the schedule allows for it, we try to schedule an interview to share it out even more. Because sometimes I mean, you might know your Facebook fans are not going to be your Twitter fans.
That's
not going to be your website fans.
It's very weird the way you build your social media depending on it gets into the marketing and the demographics. So I know my Instagram is different than my Facebook.
Oh yeah, and Pete, I'm kind of curious to know where you think your audience is on your social media. Where do you find the bulk of your followers?
Honestly, for me personally, from me and my studio, it's Instagram and Facebook are where everybody pretty much is. Because as an artist, I'm very visual, and I can connect to them very easily. On Instagram and Facebook, I can message with them very easily. So I find those two really good for me. Twitter's where I get my information, and I connect with other creators and stuff like that, or sports and celebrities. Twitter is really just entertaining for me. I think we all have to realize that if it happens, you're going to hear about it on Twitter first. Mm-hmm. That's just if something happens anywhere about anything, be it comics or world events or anything, Twitter is going to hear it first, and that's just what Twitter has become. Again, YouTube, I touched it barely, and we were doing okay, but it definitely became something that I had to And I don't know if I didn't get discouraged. I was just because I was building my personal Instagram and our studio's Instagram. So YouTube was just the one that had to go.
Yeah.
The one that it's the one that had to go. And now currently I'm building my Twitch because I really hadn't. I used Twitch for entertainment previously, but now that was pre-pandemic. But now Twitch has become a streaming situation for. I draw live a lot, and it's great on Facebook. It's great on Instagram, but there's definitely a solid community on Twitch as well. So we're trying to build that up, and that's going to be very similar to building up the YouTube, like what you did with the YouTube, or what Indie Comics Cast has done with their YouTube. It's a job. Like you have to treat it with the responsibility of a job, and you have to really put a lot of good energy.
I'm curious. Have you ever heard of DLive, DTube, or Library?
I have heard of them, and I look at them. I'm not, because of the way I set myself up. I'm gonna really out myself a little bit here. You've heard the name Gary Vaynerchuk. Okay. I listened to a couple of things he says about, it's a little inspirational for the work ethic and stuff, because sometimes it gets a little rough. But his social media stuff I adore, because the time, and he's not worried about it. Like, he lets you know, because everybody's focused, the algorithm, this, that, the other thing. He throws all of that out the window.
Yeah.
Engage.
Yeah.
Engage with your fans and post. It doesn't matter what you post. Get yourself out there, get people to look. And be active on the platform. And that's something that really resonates with me. But then I realized I can't be like, everyone's like, so you're gonna get on TikTok? I'm like, no. I'll watch some videos because I like dog. I talked about it yesterday on the pre-show. I like dog videos. I like cat videos. I like people like falling down videos. I'm not gonna put that much content on TikTok. No, I'm gonna stick to the two that I'm strong with, and everything else I'll use to share, and this and that, the other thing, like we're doing here, because that's where my focus needs to be, and I think that's a good plan for me. Oh, yeah. Now that might be a different plan, and someone else might have a different plan for themselves or whatnot, and things like that. And I think that's what everyone, and that's what I like what you're doing with Geek Insider. You guys are focusing on what works for you guys and for your platform and for the messages and the things that you're trying to do. And that's what makes it work, and that's very cool. That's a recipe for success.
Well, Geek Insider's been around for, I want to say, about 10 years. So what's really nice about that is because it's an aged site that a lot of times when the articles go up, the Google algorithms will pick it up. So if you do a search for a particular thing, if Geek Insider did an interview or if we did an article, it's going to pop up within the first 2 pages of Google.
That's pretty cool.
Which is really sweet. And that's what's really nice about having a website that's older. It's more established. So that makes it really nice. And then when I came on, when Matthew brought me on as a teammate, they had me looking at the social media, and I went, oh my God. Holy crap. Like nothing was done for like 4 years. And I said, you guys, this is terrible. I said, okay, we need to build up YouTube because if we want to do interviews, then that's where we need to go. Build up that audience. Twitter is okay because a lot of people, I think they automate stuff.
Yep.
And that doesn't really lead to a lot of engagement, unfortunately. So I'm like, that Twitter right now is kind of like a numbers thing more than an engagement thing.
I agree 100%.
Again, like what you were saying is know where your live audience is. Even the Geek Insider Facebook page is a lot of times we're posting our articles and things and not doing a lot of engagement. So where's the engagement? It's right here. By doing these live streams and having the comments on the side and getting people in and asking questions and things like that whole back and forth. And then it kind of filters out into the other places. I'm gonna
do a quick booking right here. Timothy Olsen, 2:30. If you want to come out at 2:30 till 3 o'clock, got you. That's how we do that. We fix it. Man. That's how we do it.
Pops, do you have any more announcements? Who's coming on after Geek Insider?
Oh, we got Danny Morales.
Danny Morales.
Danny Morales, the collective.
Danny works at a comic book shop in Florida, in Orlando. He is an amazing human being. He's a huge fan of The Flash, but he's also really big, and I would call him the heart and soul of the grassroots movement of getting indie comics into your local comic book shop.
His mission is to put indie books on the shelves in his store and in turn other stores. You know. Oh, you can do it after 4:30. Well, I don't have a spot at 4:30, bro. We have a spot between 2 and 3. Okay.
On Monday.
Eastern.
On Monday.
we have opening between 2 and 3 Eastern. That's where we're at. I'm not starting to change everybody else's schedule.
No, Pops and I, we were just talking about like the white hairs.
Yeah.
You know, like some of them. So I've earned some of these thanks to IndieVent and Geek Insider.
Oh, I can only imagine just building a YouTube is. I know exactly how daunting that is, but like you said, you knew where your target needed to be. It's like I joke about it with Pops all the time because he is not an Instagram person, and that's totally cool. He knows where his strength is, and he focused to it. And look what he's done. You saw what you needed to do with Geek Insider, and sometimes. The Facebook could just be there for somebody to go, well, let me look for them on Facebook. Okay, there's a link to YouTube. And then they'll go find you. And that's great. That's one of the other bonuses of having all the social media connected. Like it's all there. So you can find everything. And you have to post the links to everything else everywhere else. You just have to. And then you find your engagement.
And I tell you, for me personally, my Facebook page, I spent a couple of years trying to get out. I was this close, guys. I was this close to closing down my Facebook account. And then Geek Insider happened. And I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, can't do it.
So I was like, I have to maintain it. I mean, honestly, what is it? 2 billion people use Facebook.
Yeah.
That's where the people are.
Yep.
But I was just... I spent so much time on Facebook, not for business, but because I was doing those stupid games, and then it was, all of these memes and things like that. And I realized that I was wasting about, 4 hours a day, just scrolling stuff like that. And I said, okay, this is too much. I've got other things to do. That Facebook is taking too much time. But then it became part of my job, and it was like, oh crap! All right, so now. Like trying to limit and really be focused with where my attention needs to be as far as Facebook. So like things like this, I'm actually like pretty bad because I didn't do a watch party for this, and I'm going to be doing that now. But just kill a little time. So
that's what it was. It was because it's funny and I know exactly what you're talking about. The 4 hours, you feel like you're wasting it when you're just playing games or something like that. But some people don't realize. Like I know my sister who's a cosplayer, and I'll be on my phone on Instagram, engaging, and then going through, and because you also have to go through the hashtags, and you also have to like the hashtags, and you also have to like the people who are doing the same things you're doing. Like if I wanted to. We'll use this example. If I want to talk about indie comics on Instagram and be part of that conversation, I have to follow those hashtags. And this is a little quick social marketing vent so I can give Meredith her time to launch the launch party. You have to get in touch with those hashtags. You have to hit those posts and you have to engage with them, not just like and say hi. You have to like and be like, oh my God, I love the colors on this. On the next one, oh wow, that seems like a really cool character and things like that. And get and become part of the conversation. And once you become part of the conversation, that's when you're going to start to see growth on your Instagram and things like that. And people don't realize that that's not. Some people don't realize that that's not a I could do this in 2 minutes while I'm in the bathroom or on the train. No, that's going to be someplace where you're going to be there for a couple hours every day, throughout the day even, and. It's networking to get and engaging to get the people looking at your stuff, and that's kind of the whole onus. That's kind of the whole point of the social media, especially Instagram and Facebook. I mean, the games are fun too. Don't get me wrong. I don't do Facebook games, but I know the games can be fun. And who hasn't seen a good cat meme? I mean, come on. Come on. Let's be honest
But
about
you
that.
know, I mean, it is. I love to relax and do those fun things too. But then in the back of my head, I'm like, I could be writing, I could
Yep.
be creating something, you know. So again, it was that struggle of it's a time suck, and I had to get rid of it. That's what I do. I mean, it's like my personality. It's like binge and purge. You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's all or nothing. And so when I was like this close to getting rid of Facebook, and then again Geek Insider came into my life, and I was like, I kind of need it now. But I had spent like so many years culling the list where, you know, like how many followers do I have? It's like, okay, not that many. Could have been a hell of a lot more
Right.
if I had kind of stuck with it and really networked as hard as I'm doing now. And so there's a part of me that kind of kicks myself in the butt because there is a lot of engagement. There's business opportunity, and the business tools that are available on Facebook
Yep.
is really hard to compete with.
Yep, absolutely. I'll take it a step further. I joke about it all the time, but I think we all owe Tom from MySpace an apology.
I ain't gonna lie there.
I'm like,
I want my
Like
MySpace.
MySpace, wow.
yeah. The gray hairs are real, kids. The gray hairs are real.
You can put whatever music you wanted up there. You can put your own background up there. I think I had a Tony Stewart background, the old Home Depot car and stuff. Get to make it however you want, man.
Wow,
That was-
MySpace, didn't that come out in like the late 90s?
Yeah.
I think I had a MySpace page too. I don't know. Did they do a purge since then?
No,
I
it's still
wonder
there. No, it's still there. I bet
I
you.
wonder if my account is still there.
I bet you it's still there.
We will talk, Russell. We will talk. There's a couple of changes maybe for next month, but we'll talk. Pete's gonna be hosting next month. I ain't even gonna be here. So.
I have a form. I'm creating a form for everybody for next month. So
Yeah, we went high tech now. Where there's
we're
gonna be a sign up.
you're all gonna have to go to the Google.
Uh-oh, did we lose Pops?
There ain't gonna be no more of the paper plate schedule. Okay, that's in the past.
Yeah, you've got to frame that thing so you don't lose it.
That was how I did the first one. That was how my organizational skills were at the time. Back in April when I did the first con, it was like whatever was handy to write down on, and that was what I wrote on, and it happened to be the paper plate.
Let me show you what I did for, and I highly recommend this to everybody. This indie vet, this last one that we had, I basically had my spiral notebook. Every name or show had a sticky, and they got assigned a page, you know. So that was because there were people who were like, "Oh man, I forgot about the thing," and they had to change it. So instead of ripping out notes, you know, pages in my notebook, they basically got a sticky. They got moved. You know, some of them got frowny faces if they were like, "Yeah, I'll be there," and they kept moving the time. I was just like, I'm like this close to done.
As a heads up to everybody, I'm going to try to finish today a Google form that will, but there'll still be a notebook, but we're going to create a Google form that's going to make it a little easier for everybody. Going to make it a little easier for us.
It's like you sign up, you put your name, you put your links, you put the time that you request, and you know, it's like if you don't fill out the whole thing, you're probably not going to get
right. And we will do our very best to accommodate. Yep. And then we'll do everything we can to accommodate everyone.
Right.
So.
That way we'll have your links. We want to chase you down to get them. Meredith knows what I'm talking about. We'll have everything we need day one.
Yep.
Okay. We'll have your logo, JPEG, whatever. We'll have your link. We'll have everything we need, and we can just schedule you. You know.
Get you out there.
Yeah. So I just wanted to let Joe Tolliver know, dude, we can fix this. Everybody that you had scheduled tomorrow at 10 p.m. Pacific can still come out. Right? At 10 p.m. Pacific.
10 p.m. Pacific is 1 a.m. Eastern, right?
Well, I mean, whatever, you know, he had them scheduled for 7 o'clock Pacific time. So they'd be coming out at 10 o'clock Eastern.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We could still do that. Those 3 people that were scheduled for 7 o'clock Pacific time can still come out we don't have nothing going on at 10 o'clock. So that would work. You can leave them alone. And if you could move the 2 p.m. today people to 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, we'd have two artist alleys tomorrow, one at 7, one at 10 Eastern.
That works.
You know,
that's what you do. You roll with it. That's live streaming.
We'll fill in 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock today, no problem.
Study your bodies.
You don't have to destroy tomorrow's because it's okay. Its time slot is good. 10 p.m. works. You know,
Pops doesn't sleep anyway.
Huh?
You don't sleep anyway.
Yeah. Not as much as I should. I tell you that. But see, that goes way back to boot camp. You know, when they'd let you go to bed at 10 and they'd wake up at 2, or they'd let you go to bed at 11 and they'd wake you up at 3 or 4 with the trash can come flying down the barracks. 3-4 hours sleep, I can operate. I'm not at my best, but I can operate. You know, and usually I get 5. That's, you know, I think
the older we get, the less sleep we need anyway.
I go to bed at 3 and get up at 8 when the kids get up. You know, I mean, that's pretty much daily. So,
yeah.
Oh, but you know what? It changes next week because they got to get up earlier. Oh no!
What? I thought they were getting rid of the daylight savings.
Oh, well, I think they were just all the time. They never do it.
Yeah, they talk about it all the time.
You know what? I mean, that went out the window when, I don't know, the light bulb was created.
Yeah, well, I mean, I lived in Arizona where they don't ever change.
Yeah.
And everybody else would change. It would just drive me freaking crazy because the rest of the country couldn't figure it out. Just pick one.
Yeah.
Pick a time and stick to it.
Well, you know, I before my time is up, I wanted to give a shout out to IndieVent, to everybody who participated in IndieVent last week, and I want to let you
shout it out to Indie Bolt either. I got to give them guys a little.
Yeah, I mean they were huge in promoting and getting it out to their network because they've got a global audience, and that's really cool. But IndieVent, we're doing another one in November.
Oh, cool.
And it's really, we were looking at the calendar and we did not want to compete with Halloween, but we love Halloween. So we wanted to stick with the theme of horror, thrillers, suspense, crime, noir, goth, anything that's kind of creepy, spooky, freaky, whatever. That's what we're doing in November. But we're doing it a little different because we want to free up the weekend.
Horror show.
Something like that. Cool. I mean, we originally
the Halloween season into November and giving people to celebrate just a little bit longer.
I know. You know what? And for the cosplayers and people who just love to dress up and things like that, I mean, like, why not? You know, we're inviting the cosplayers too. I'm trying to think of ways to make it fun for them and a reason for them to get dressed. But we're looking for filmmakers. We're looking for musicians. We're looking for comic book writers, creators, and then also pros. So it's not limited to comic books like this other one was. We wanted to do like a selling aspect to kind of get people to sell their comic books. And we did something new with the QR codes, which I thought was really neat. I haven't gotten any feedback as to whether or not people had sales. I would love to know. So if
I never ask, Meredith, I look at it like this. If they come back and want to be in the next show,
yeah, but you know what?
Okay, that's the way I look at it. You know?
It's good to get that feedback, though, because, you know, you want to keep them happy, and it's fun to sit and talk and stuff like that. But it's like, did you sell any books?
Right.
I'd like to, because then maybe we can change something for the next event to make it a little bit easier.
That's what I mean. It's like I figure if they're coming back, then I'm doing something right, and I always accept input from everybody. Everybody knows that. If there's something that I can do to make this a more entertaining experience, because seriously, if it's not entertaining, they're watching CNN, man. You know, I mean, they're not watching us anymore if we're not entertaining. So that's my main aspect of it. I want people to glean good information. I want people to enjoy the guests, smile, laugh, have a good time, because especially now. Come on, we need as much good time as we can get, man.
Yeah.
You know. So
And one of the things that I like about this hour that we did is we didn't talk just about Geek Insider, but the marketing and like where can you find your audience, and that's something that people will go back into the replay and go, there's value there. Okay, I'm learning something. And that is something that I would really like to focus on, especially with the next indie event. And again, it's going to be different because we're freeing up the weekend. We're doing a Monday through Friday because the theme of it, I think, leans more towards a later
audience.
kind of show. The audience is kind of older. We're not really looking for the youngsters or anything like that. And so we're inviting people like Pops, your show, Pete. If you've got a show by then, you know.
I do. Oh, I do.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. It's like by having that horror theme, that's the only thing we're asking for. It's got to be like horror, thrillers, creepy, spooky, whatever it is. Kind of lean it towards that. Use the hashtag for that event. We're going to put you on the playlist. We're going to promote you to our different channels.
Meredith, we're going to have shoot me a message later, and I'll try to remember too, because I can help you out with cosplayers. And my show is definitely the one I premiered yesterday. Definitely has cosplay photography kind of stuff, so we can definitely have a chat about that. And maybe I can help you out a little bit. See, networking, that's what the madness does.
Absolutely. Yeah, because that is something that unfortunately I don't think I think people are trying.
Yes.
But I have yet to see somebody who's really pulled it off well for the cosplayers.
I've actually out here on Long Island, some virtual shows have done a couple virtual cosplay contests. The last couple weekends, a show called Tropicon in Indian. They had some online cosplay contests. A lot of it was the judging aspect of it was pre-done, but then there were videos and things like that. And then there was a live aspect. Yeah.
And I think because it's in November, we've got time to organize something that's like that, you know. And the idea that I had a while ago was to put it up on the website. Yeah, Matthew.
Hold up. I'm going to throw something at Matthew. Matthew, you want to come out at 2:00? If you want to come out at 2:00, we have an opening at 2:00. So, you can still come out and do what you wanted to do. Talk about it. 2:00, bro. Give me an answer.
I didn't get to talk too much about your show, Matthew. I was hoping that you'd pop on here,
but we have an opening at 2:00 Eastern, and you can jump right back out here in a little while. Yeah, 2:00.
All right, there we go.
All right, that's how you do that, people.
But yeah, cosplay wise, a contest would probably be we'll bring the cosplayers to the yard, and you can and I'm sure you can easily get some prizes donated from vendors and stuff like that would love to be advertised on the show and stuff like that. That's very easy. And
that's what's really nice about like Geek Insider is that we do have a couple of corporate sponsors, and we're trying to harness a few more relationships and things. But we've got a really good relationship with Mobile Edge, and we're always getting gear. I mean, that could be a prize.
Yeah, there you go. I'll even start it off for you. If you do decide to do a contest, I would do a drawing of the winner for them. I'd do a nice 11x17 commission of the winner for them as one of the prizes. So I'll throw that out there. If you decide to do a contest and talk to me later, boom.
Yeah.
All right.
And we have quite a few, not just Pete's cosplayers, but we have quite a few other people in the group that roll up a costume. So we'll definitely promote that. We'll get you a good costume.
I'm definitely going to be in touch with Pete because this is something that we've wanted to develop, and the more ideas and the more heads put together to do it right. I mean, I would love to hear your vision, and I'll let you know what my ideas have been, and let's just see if we can put it together. We've got until November, so there's time. Not a lot of time, but there is time to do it really good.
If you jump on it pretty quick,
we're always open to working with you, Meredith. Anything we can do to help you guys. You guys have been great to us. People at Indie Bolt have been great to us. Right from the beginning when I started doing this, Varian and Randy were like, "Hey, everybody, check out what this guy's doing." They never heard of me before. They didn't know me from Adam, but they helped me out, man, and they helped us all out. So we totally appreciate you and our house, your house.
Well, you know what? My hour is just about done. Do you have any like network things that you need to do or introduce to your next guy?
I just want to introduce you to Danny when he sits down in his
All right.
freaking chair.
Yeah, he's got ants in his pants. He can't sit down.
He's in the backstage. He just isn't in the window. I can't see him yet.
He's been up and down the whole thing. Steve and Brendan must be giving him a hard time over there at the shop.
Oh no.
But I did want to be able to introduce you to him because he's the most energetic dude I know, as far as like really even more passionate than I am about getting everybody's stuff out there and seen. Danny has that shelf to put stuff on. I don't have that. So it's where is Danny? Where is Danny?
He's hiding. He's under. Did he fall? Danny, are you okay? Did you fall down?
I'm telling you, Invisible Man, greatest cosplay ever.
No kidding. I can't.
At this point, yeah.
I can't hear him either, though. See, this is what happens if you leave yourself open in the link and walk away. What's wrong you?
Hi guys. I did walk away. I thought I was
for about a minute, bro.
I had 2 minutes. I had 2 minutes when I walked away. Little did I know that those 2 minutes were gonna fly by.
Yeah, never walk away when you have 2 minutes.
Danny,
I know, right?
This is Meredith. This is Meredith
Hey,
from Geek
Meredith, how you
Insider.
doing?
Okay. They have a lot going on over there with Terraform Comics, and this is somebody you might want to talk to later. Okay, just a little network action going on there,
And a friend request. I have not actually had a chance to comment in the feed just yet, but shoot me a friend request. I feel like every time I come on CRoM Con, I get tons of friend requests. It's awesome. I make tons of new friends.
That's what happens. It's the Pops effect.
It is.
Meredith, it was great having you out. When Matthew comes out at 2, if you want to jump back out here and give him a hard time for missing your show,
I recommend that.
Segment, you're more than welcome to do that.
Matthew, you're on my list.
And definitely hit me up later, Meredith.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a friend request if I haven't already.
Okay.
And send Matthew the link, please.
Yes, I will.
To the stream.
Same link, right?
Yeah, this link for the stream.
All right. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Meredith.
CRoM Con 6, awesome job because you had me on. Huh?
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Have a great night. See you guys later.
Thank you.
So, Pops and Pete, you might see me every once in a while. I have to throw on the mask. I'm doing it live in store right here.
Right. I got you. No problem. I'm kind of going to turn this over to Pete because I want to touch base with Joe on the comment on the Artist Alley thing. So Pete, you got Danny. You guys know each other.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on there. We'll do a little something. Danny, what's going on? Long time no see since last night.
What is that? Yeah, right. Can you still hear me with the mask coming in? All right.
It sounds like you're under. It sounds like you're wearing a mask. That's all.
Yeah,
that's okay. But it's the world we live in, so that's okay. What are you up to, Danny?
In like 12 hours.
Yeah, I know, right? What's going on at the collective today on this wonderful Saturday?
All right, brother. Last time I came on, I talked about our indie initiative, and
right,
I can beat that to death. I can beat that to death. I'm going to talk about that a little bit, but I'm going to start and then segue back. Here at the collective, we are doing Free Comic Book Day, literally next Saturday. We are 1 week away. As some people may know, Diamond as a whole and kind of the industry of comic retailers semi-canceled Free Comic Book Day. It went on to be Free Comic Book Summer, and they told us, go ahead, put the books out on Wednesdays, and, that'll be Free Comic Book Day. Well, a lot of people realize that Free Comic Book Day is an event for kids. It's an awesome opportunity to get comic books in the hands of kids. Parents that may not be willing to spend $3.99, $2.99, $4.99 on a comic book can come in here and get somebody a comic book for free. So the thing is, on Wednesdays, you have your normal subscribers come in. People don't come in with their kids on Wednesday. So we decided we were going to hold all of the books that are for Free Comic Book Day and we're going to just put them out on one Saturday with kids in mind. We're going to have tons of things here. We're also going to have giveaways, which was what I wanted to. Actually, I can take this off right now. So we're going to have giveaways, which is what I went to go grab, and which is why I was like a smidge late to getting on stage. We have tons of giveaways we're giving out, and the cool thing about this is it's a ton of CRoM Con people, a ton of comics-related madness people. We're a gaming and RPG store, comics and RPG store. So this is literally William Samuel Quinton, who has been a guest in CRoM Con in the past. He sent us Whispers of Persephone, which is a necromancer's book that he created himself. Super awesome. The spine is literally a spine. This thing is sick.
That's pretty cool.
He signed it, and we're giving this away on Free Comic Book Day. Free. You just make a purchase, you get entered in the drawing. Free. Any type of purchase. It can be a $1.99 comic. Jared LaJuan, who's also a member of Comics Related Madness, sent us an advanced preview reader's copy of his book Dryfoot #1, signed. That's going to be a giveaway. He sent us a postcard. The book takes place in Miami, so we're giving that away. We're here in Altamont Springs, and writer of Last Stop, Trey Walker, he actually lives probably 5 minutes from our store. I can throw a rock and probably hit his apartment. So
that's pretty cool.
He sent us the Kickstarter version. This book is actually published by Scout. It's called Last Stop. Hold on 1 second.
Let's get you. There you go.
So this book, Last Stop, is published by Scout. We have the Scout version in the store, but this is his Kickstarter run that was very limited on the print. We're giving this away for free. We'll be selling the Scout Comics version. Actually, Trey is going to be in-store signing. So one more thing that I'm showing off, just because William Samuel Quinton's been pretty much the OG since the beginning. This is his Steel Roads, which is a weapons book for D&D. So we're giving that away. So we have tons of prizes, as well as like some awesome bounce backs. We're going to have Venom. You come in, you make a purchase, we're going to give you a coupon. You come back the following week, you get Venom 28 for free.
Oh,
so
cool.
like these are tons, yeah. So we're doing that with like tons of different books. This is actually another giveaway. Stephanie Phillips is from Tampa Bay. She's so not super local to us here, but she is a Floridian, and she sent us a copy of Artemis and the Assassin #1 signed. So we're giving that away. So it's like a ton of Florida love and a ton of indie love on Free Comic Book Day, which isn't usually what you see. Usually Free Comic Book Day is a lot of mainstream love.
But so it's fun to promote your local scene, though.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're kind of looking at. I mean, when Trey, who's literally like, so if anybody's familiar with the Central Florida, like Altamont Springs, Seminole County area, we're in Altamont Springs, right by the mall. Crane's Roost is like the park that's like right behind the mall, and that's where Trey lives. Like Trey lives literally less than 5 minutes. He can walk here. So it's really awesome to have these guys, and then that leads me to say that Free Comic Book Day, the morning of Free Comic Book Day, is kind of going to be like the kids friendly portion, you know, bring your niece, bring your nephew, bring your son, bring your daughter, get free comics. Then at about 2 o'clock, we open at 10, 2 o'clock, we're going to segue into creators. We're going to have creators in here. We're going to have Matt Knowles from Tales of Narconia. He's from Ocala, so about an hour and a half from us, maybe a little less. He's going to be in here. Trey's going to be in here. At 6 o'clock, we're going to have Travis Gibb and Luke Stone, who did our store exclusive cover for Voodoo Nation. They did a cross-promotion cover with Mojo Rising, if some of you guys remember that. I know Pops probably remembers them. So they did a store exclusive for us. They're going to be here. That's 2 top creators. We're going to have David Giuliano from Savage Bastards. He's going to be here as well. We also are going to have Jonathan Hedrick from The Recount and Capable. A lot of our fans are already familiar with him. And we're also going to have a 5th surprise guy coming in, and we're going to have CGC here. So like anybody who gets their book signed here can go ahead and get it sent off to CGC and not just get a blue label or whatever. They can get a yellow label, you know? So I know me and Steven are going to send our copies off to CGC because, I mean, our head is on the cover, you know? So
yeah,
we're going to do that.
Yeah. You definitely want to get that.
I'm actually probably going to get a remark done that's going to, because in the cover, it doesn't show the lock. You know, like my cover is not showing the lock. It's kind of got me on like a ponytail. So I'm thinking I'm going to get a commission done. I'm going to get a remark, and I'm going to have them, you know, give me the lock, you know. So
there you go. Attaboy. Let the mane go free.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, man. So that's Free Comic Book Day at the Collective, and we're super proud of it. We really think we're separating ourselves from the pack with this. Steven has done all of our graphics for it, so we're really proud of that. The hive, we've kind of really owned on doing the hive on everything. See our
No, that's
there.
pretty. It fits the collective motif.
Yes. It's kind of like a D20 mixed with like a grid and everything like that. But that leads me to talk about the collective initiative, which in 2 seconds I'm actually going to take my computer over there. The internet should hold up, no problem. And I'm actually, for the first time, going to show you guys the collective initiative wall. I've talked about it. I've talked about it to Pop. Everybody who has a book in our store knows about it, but I don't think anybody's had a chance to see it just yet. So give me 2 seconds and I'll walk you guys over there. And
we're going on a trip. I'm gonna keep myself off the screen so we can see all the cool stuff on the wall, so everybody can get a look at what's going on at the shop. I actually haven't seen this much of the shop either, so it's a big shop.
So first of all, that's our I Am the Collective wall right there. Every book that's up there, the artists or creators have signed it. I Am the Collective. We have Art Germ, Greg Horn.
Wow.
I mean, Jay Lee is up there, Libra Mayo. So that's the top of it. And then you'll see we have our signage. Oh, Brian Azzarello. So that is the collective initiative shelf so far. It's not just those rows. So we literally have 47 Furious Tales by William Samuel Quinton. Blood of Gods by Eric Dominguez. Capable is by Jonathan Hedrick. He'll actually be here in store for Free Comic Book Day. The Couch is by David Byrne, a good friend of mine. He's now co-publisher over at Scout, but he self-published that before he ever worked with Scout. He wrote all of those. Those are MegaCon exclusives, actually, with Mickey. I mean, all Mouse, not Mickey Mouse. We have Jetpack Zach, which is actually a kid's book. We're glad to start putting kids' books in our collective initiative.
Oh, very cool.
Last Stop. That's Trey's book right there. He's right here in Altamont Springs. Then we have Monster Bounty, which is Jono Diner, who also did Jetpack Zach. Jono. We have James Heimer's Noir Bar. The Recount is from Jonathan Hedrick as well. Ray Kana is from some locals right here in Orlando. State is by David Byrne. And then Trouble's Back is from Joey Pineda, who's right here in the group as well. And then we have some Stephanie Phillips trade paperbacks here that she sent us comp and signed for us. So
that's cool.
That's literally...
Now, for everybody who's on, really quick while you're walking back, everybody, I got the link up to Facebook for everybody that's on the Facebook group. If you're not already following and checking out the collective, you want to do that. And for everybody on the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, I got both those links. You can either check out the website or the Facebook, and it goes both ways. When you get a chance, hit subscribe to the collective on Facebook, hit subscribe to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, and subscribe to that so you can be involved and part of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even had a chance to mention it yet because I've been talking about all the cool stuff we are working on. But I mean, you're familiar with our $1 Hump Day Happy Hour auction.
I adore your auction. I will give you. But let me give you a cheap plug first, and then I'll give you a testimonial. Again, I saw the guys from the collective, and they do an auction every Wednesday. So I went to go check it out online.
Pete, bring yourself back on.
I should do that, right? Yeah, I should do that. So I was enamored. First off, Brendan, Steve, and Danny, really cool energy. I was like, oh, these guys are fun. This is cool. Then I realized everything that they were auctioning off started at $1. Cool. Okay. And things moved around. Whatever. It was an auction. But the cool thing was the people who were buying, bidding, and stuff like that. They had cool energy too. It was like a fun vibe in the room. So what happened was I didn't really feel like I was spending money, and I was just having fun. And then what was even cooler, when I got the bill, it still didn't feel like I was spending money. it was just so much fun. It was just a fun experience. And then I put it to you like this. I'm going to pull it out so we can get, the first thing I won was this Goku statue. I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan. I'm a huge anime fan. So I was really happy to win this. But the thing with the guys at the collective is that not just are they fun, not just was it a great a great experience. Not only did we get awesome books, I got some awesome books too from them too. I just have them put away, so I don't want to go run and grab them. But I got everything. Like let's say the suggested price, the price on the label was $50 for this, and I was bidding. If I'd gone up to $50, the guys would have capped it. That's it. You bought it straight. They wouldn't have had me bid up to like $100 for it or something like that. They wouldn't have done that to you. There's integrity there too. So you're getting value for your dollar no matter what. So,
and I have to thank Brendan for that, because granted, it makes all the sense in the world as you say it out loud, but not everybody, because eBay has changed the game. Not everybody thinks that way. So when Brendan was like, "Yeah, we're not going to charge," people can buy this in store for this much. We actually have 2 or 3 of them still, so we're not going to charge you guys more, especially because you're already going to be paying shipping and things like that. And what's really cool is that when there's a bidding war, people are like, oh, 20, 25, 30, 30, and the item is 35. We can make both people happy, because we stop the bid right there. We say, all right, it's retail 35. You guys both get it.
That actually happened with Goku, I think.
Yeah.
I think that happened with Goku. I was going back and forth with someone, and we were both, but it wasn't like, I hate you for bidding against me. No, it was like we were having a blast in the comments.
Yes, and what's awesome, and you mentioned it, that like all the people that are bidding are so awesome, and we here are really lucky to have an awesome fan base of both in-store customers and our online presence, because even though this is an auction and it can get competitive, there's never been any ill will. We've had some intense bidding wars, and at the end of it, the 2 people are like, that was fun, congratulations. We've never had like, damn it, you so-and-so, I can't believe you stole that from me.
Right.
So I think that's what really helps separate us from it being just eBay or anything like that. We still, I have a pop sighting. Damn, it's there.
It's time for Pop's opinion.
Let's hear it.
Well, let's dissect that a little bit. Okay, go ahead. Say again what you just said.
Which part?
Before I came out, what you were talking about.
So everybody on our auction is amazing. It's as much as it's a competitive thing to be auctioning against somebody for a book that you essentially really, really, really want. Nobody's ever harvested any ill will to the winner when they've been the loser. We've had plenty of people. Heck, we've had people trying to buy it for people's birthdays. Yet somebody, you're not you feel bad, but you're not gonna hold it against them. And at the end of the day, everybody's still friends. And I think that's what really separates us.
Now, I used to bid on auctions. I used to in groups, in auction groups where my friends were, and they're bidding on the books too. And I don't want to take a book away from a friend of mine that wants it. So I quit doing that. I mean, I still go out looking for books to buy or whatever, but I'm looking at new projects now. I'm looking at Kickstarter type stuff. But when I used to do that, it's like I never wanted to bid against my friends, so I never ended up getting the freaking books I wanted anyway.
It's funny. I'm glad you mentioned that, Pops. It's funny. I have noticed multiple times in every auction that I've been in, somebody will turn around just after all chatting in the auction while things are bidding are going on. Somebody like, you know what? And I've done it myself. You know what? Bob really wants this. I'm going to concede. I'm going to bow out. Or you know what? You know what?
That was me every time.
Or if people turn around, like I've had people, I would like one of the anime statues I was bidding on. I was going in on with somebody, and then the other guy turned around and was like, you know what? You should have it. I'm going to bow out. I'm going to go for something else. And then I've definitely done the same. And there's a lot of courtesy in with everyone, and even the new people that come in pick up on it right away. It's a vibe. It's an absolute vibe.
Yeah. It's actually kind of cool, and part of me wonders if maybe some of those more aggressive guys come in and they see how chill everything is, and like, this is not the option for me, But we've been very lucky to have everybody be awesome. Another thing that's very unique to our auction, and another reason I have to mention that our audience is amazing, So our auction, while we are shooting it live on Facebook and YouTube, just like this show is live, we blast it on the TVs in the store. We have 2 TVs, one at the entrance and one in the back. So it's going on live in the store. Tons of customers come in and they'll be like, what's that? What's going on? And, you know, we say, oh, there's a live auction show going on backstage. They come backstage and they're like, oh, that's awesome. I want to bid on that. And it would be very easy for our online viewers to say, oh my God, that must be a ringer or something like that. Where did this guy come from? You have no, everybody understands these guys. We've actually had some of the guys, and we don't force anybody to do it, but we have some of the guys come in and they'll be like, oh, I want to bid on a couple things. We're like, well, do you want to come on camera and say hi? And there are normal subscribers like Pete and like Pops and, you know, everybody else. So we don't play that game, you know.
I've heard the customers coming in, like regular customers with pull lists and stuff, go, oh, the auction, cool. $5 on this Amazing Spider-Man. Like, I've seen, it's cool. It's really cool. And they do bring, like, you guys actually brought me in from my hospital bed last week to help. I helped Brendan talk about My Hero Academia.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool. An interactive show, you know. I mean, yes, it is an auction. But our main objective isn't how many items can we put on the table in 3 hours or whatever. Our objective is to have fun and to make everybody feel like they're having a good time.
It's definitely fun. You guys succeed with that. It is a ball. It really is a good time. Even if you don't bid on anything, it's still fun.
So exactly. The long-haired, toothless guy is on the screen during CRoM Con?
What's funny about our auction is we literally have it. So we kind of try to incentivize just watching and commenting, because you don't have to buy something. You know, you really don't. Come on, help us by giving us some views. If you give us a share, that's even better. If you just comment and say hello, I don't think many people realize this, but Facebook algorithms work in that way. So, like, you just comment and say hello, or you give it a like with no intention of buying anything, you still helped us way more than you can imagine, because that gets us in front of more eyeballs, that gets us in front of more people.
Share this feed.
Yeah. Subscribe on YouTube. Give it write a comment saying hi. I tell people this in any live stream they have. Engagement is huge, because not only is it awesome for your fan base to be able to talk back and forth with you, especially in the time that we have no conventions, but I really think people enjoy the fact that they don't feel pressured to buy something. They can just and that's the feel of comic book stores, right? All of us have gone to a comic book store with intention of probably not buying anything, you know, just we wanted to look at the back issues, or we wanted to look at the wall, or we wanted to see what the new stock is, you know. We have people that come in 3 times a week. I'm sure they already got what they needed on Wednesday. Then they come in on Friday, and they probably got even more of what they want on Friday. But they keep coming because it's that experience, and that's what we're trying to kind of do on the Facebook Live.
Especially now, I can't go anywhere else. Right? You know, I'm gonna go to the store.
And that's gonna give me. I'm gonna do one more segue, because it's honestly perfect. So the free comic book day. Even though there's no cons, and Pop, you know just as good as anybody, there's no cons right now in terms of the large scale meeting creators and things like that. We decided we were going to do our best. So like I mentioned earlier, it's for the kids. It is so that the kids can get their free books and get introduced to comics and things like that. But another thing we wanted for that evening portion, the collector portion of Free Comic Book Day, is to have creators here and make it feel like a convention, a safe and small convention, but a convention. We have we have 6 creators that are going to be here. 6. We're going to space them out. We're going to have them safe. They're not all going to be here.
Anybody we know? Go ahead.
Travis Gibb and Luke Stone, who did Voodoo Nation, which also did that crossover cover with Mojo. You guys definitely know them.
Yes.
I believe Jonathan Hedrick from Capable and The Recount. I just recently, I think, saw that he's in the group as well. We have David Galliano from Savage Bastards from Mad Cave. He's going to be here as well. I don't know if Trey is in the group, but Trey Walker, who writes Last Stop for Scouts, this is actually his Kickstarter version. We're going to be giving this away. Trey lives 5 minutes from our store. We did not know this until we started this initiative. but he's right there. I can throw a rock and hit Trey.
Okay, do me a favor, Danny. Give us a little comic related madness placard over there on the end of the counter or something, so that people know to join the group, especially your creative people.
Yeah.
Bring them, I mean, Go ahead, give us a little something in the store when people are like, hey,
Sure.
man, we need to know, that's what we are, bro. That's what we are.
I've been telling you guys, we'll find a way to get affiliated with you guys with the collective initiative section. Like, this is another thing that we're giving away on Free Comic Book Day, but this is the advanced actual reader copy. This book doesn't come out till next Wednesday. So
Right.
This is the reader copy. But this is where is it? Jared LeJuan right there, the creator of this book. He is in the group now. I actually sent him an invite. He said hello. He's in the group officially. And then these two books are William Samuel Quinton, who I'm sure needs no introduction in this group at this point.
We definitely know Q.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's only fitting that you're here for the last 5 minutes of the thing. But we have really Pops and CRoM Con and Comics Related Madness to thank for our initiative, because almost every artist or creator that we have on that shelf, we met in some way, shape, or form through this group, whether it was directly or indirectly from somebody that maybe I worked with, and then they said, hey, reach out to this person. It's all been networked. It's all been networked.
That's what it's all about, bro. That is the epitome of the madness right there. Networking. Everybody get to know each other, work together. Find that guy that makes your product the best it can be. Drop it on us. That's what the fans want. We want the best you got. Uh-oh. Yep. I'm having I have a grandkid appearance.
See, the thing is,
Isaac will be published next year as a character creator, won't you?
That's awesome. I'm gonna give a quick little plug to Timmy and Bradley. I believe it's Potter. Could be Porter. Pot. Timmy and Bradley Pot. They just successfully launched a Kickstarter for a book called Super Cat versus Alien.
Yep, I've seen it.
Timmy is 11 years old, and he now has a publication, a run of 75 comics. We're going to be carrying 10 here in store. So I just think that's awesome. I think that's the future of the industry. That's why we do Free Comic Book Day. That's why we do all ages books. That's why we do that stuff, because he has to become a collector at some point.
Kids, man, we need the next generation of fans.
Yep.
We need the next generation of comic fans. You got to keep these guys happy, but also encourage them to draw, encourage them to use their imagination and create. He made a little drawing of a character of a person. He made it up. He made up the powers and everything, and we forwarded that off to Raj and Manny over there at Mojo, and they turned it into a character. Going to be in book 2. So
awesome.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Cater to the youngsters, get them interested.
No, and that's tough. Like, I think it's hard to say. Like, I'm gonna blast this, one last time. But Free Comic Book Day, it's hard to say which part it is more, because honestly, the project being being the mind behind it right now, it's a 50-50 split on it being a kids event for getting books in kids' hands, and then the other 50 being a collector type of event for having creators here, CGC, get yourself blue label, get yourself yellow label. But really, it's a 50-50 split. It is meant to get books in kids' hands. I mean, that's the goal, We have, let me see, since we're finishing up here, I'm going to take you, this one's about super behind the scenes, so it's going to be a little messy. All right.
We are tripping through the store now here.
So we have a whole box right here that you can kind of see. It's a little messy.
Yep.
This box is full of kids' books.
Yeah, I got one of those right over there.
And when our rule here at the store is, if a kid comes in here with their parents or grandparents, niece, nephew, whatever, they don't walk out of the store without a book. That's what that box is for. We have like scary books, the R.L. Stein. We have superhero girls for the young girls. We have Spider-Man for the boys, but we try to have something for everybody so that they can walk out of here and at least have a comic book in their hand and know what a panel looks like and things like that.
Do you know Hash? Do you know Hash Landay?
What was that?
Do you know Hash Landay?
No.
Okay, he's one of our admins in the group, and he's sitting at a con right now.
What's up, guys?
Sitting at a con.
Oh!
What's up? Yes, I'm here. I'm here live at the Horror Sideshow Market here in Allentown, Pennsylvania. So I am live at a convention.
See, now, I was supposed to be the first one to do CRoM Con live at a convention. I just want you to know that.
He made it happen. He's defying the odds.
Yes, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're out. How you doing, Hash? How you doing, bro?
I'm working my butt off. I mean, I have a lovely customer right in front of me right here. She's looking at all my Star Wars art, and she loves my Baby Yoda. So she's probably gonna grab my Baby Yoda right before, right during the stream. We are live. We are live
That's
at
awesome.
Pennsylvania. So don't be afraid to go out and do something. I mean, look, I have to pitch a tent to go out.
Adapt and overcome, y'all. Adapt and overcome.
I'm doing an online comic book convention right now, so we're not only live.
He's double. It's like Inception for convention right there. He's at a con while at a con, you know?
Awesome. And it's live in his store too, Hash. It's live in his store right now too.
We're
This
live.
is Conception.
Where are you located right now? Because I see you're in a comic book store.
Yeah.
We're Altamont Springs. We're the Collective Comics and Games. We're in Altamont Springs, Florida. Yeah.
So drop me your info because I do an online toy culture convention, an online toy show. So I always like to know where people can get certain toys and action figures because there's a lot these days. I mean, the toy
Networking, y'all. That's what this is about. Networking. Danny, that's Hash. Hash, that's Danny. That's what we're
Awesome,
doing.
dude. Once I get off on here, I'll put a comment in the comments. That way you can find my Facebook page. Just shoot me a friend request. We'll make things happen, man.
Well, you see,
You're both in the group, man. You're both,
just follow it and then follow right back, and
you're both in the madness. You can find each other, right? Right.
Yeah,
because
it'll be easy.
Look, like the fact that not just the artists, but like a lot of comic book stores, they're going out of business, and I also live in the entertainment business. So tomorrow I'm gonna put my Facebook page as red, just to help the entertainers of the world, because we were having comic book stores, but also help the entertainment business.
Yep.
So it's crazy.
It all ties in together.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well,
great seeing you,
I
bro.
appreciate it, guys. We're gonna do Free Comic Book Day here. It'll be like a mini convention, so hopefully everybody comes out, be safe, and enjoy the rest of CRoM Con. This has been my favorite show all year. So take it easy, guys. Thanks for having me on, Pop.
You have a good day, man. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Come back, Hash.
Got pins. Got chicken nugget pins. Chicken nugget pins.
Chicken nugget pins. Look, he's got people at his table. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is what I'm talking about. He's at a table right now doing CRoM Con.
I mean, look. We get better. If I do this, I gotta wear a mask and everything. So, we're gonna show you guys. I'm just gonna turn my booth around.
Yeah.
So you'll see that there are people. This has been busy since 11 o'clock this morning. Now it's like the good lunchtime hour. We're here till 7. So come out and have a little fun.
That's awesome. That is awesome. He's live at a con. It's good to see that, y'all. We don't see enough of that, man.
Patriots tent is. That's my tent. That's my good friend Adam. So if everyone knows him as Zombie Amiibos is right there, guys. So if you see my Goku, my Vegeta, the Five Nights of Freddy that I carry for this guy, my Jack and Sally's, my Legend of Zelda's, he's right there. Well, technically he's somewhere there, but he's at that booth right there. And I got my good friends right behind me of Poisonous Pinups. They're right there too. Another convention.
Well, do you got somebody sitting there at your table so you can maybe walk around a little bit and say hi?
Everyone's been coming to my spot right before this started, or while I'm sitting here in the backstage area. Security just happened to be sitting right next to me. We're just chatting away.
See, that's what you need, security.
All times. So security here. We had some ambulance here before too. Someone had a little heat stroke. I believe because we had a celebrity guest by the name of Felicia Rose, from one of the horror movies. I forget, but from seeing her. I smell cotton candy now. Oh my God! See, oh the smell, the smell of Labor Day, guys.
It's like being at the fair, huh?
Yes. Hi guys, how are you? How you doing? We're doing a live online comic book convention at the same time too. Posters are $10 each, 3 for $20. The books are in alphabetical order, starting in anime, ending in wrestling. So if you're just looking for horror, anime ends in horror, pretty much, right here. Besides that, what else do you like? So you get to see the sales pitch too.
Sweet. That's what it's about.
So we got Alice in Wonderland. Besides, actually, yeah. So what else do you like? Horror. That's it. And there's some loose horror posters running around the bins as well too. If you have any questions, let me know. Anything wrestling wise, I'll sign for you. But any other artwork, the artist that does Pennywise, he's right behind you, and he'll sign them for you too. Yes. Not her. The bald headed guy with the green shirt. I think he went to go get food because. Did you smell cotton candy or popcorn before?
I can't smell it.
Darn it. Fair. So yeah. How are you holding up, Pops?
I'm having a good time, bro. I'm having a good time.
The hype up.
Get the hype up.
Get the hype up.
Look, y'all. This over here. This over here. Hash does it all. He's got a show that he does every week with Sammy Castillo, where he hosts for her while she's drawing. He also has a show where he talks about pop culture with I forget dude's name.
What, Michael?
Yeah, Mike. He does that with Michael and Sammy, of course, too, and a guest usually.
I have Michael Mayhem, Lindsay from Bit and Apple TV, Sammy Castillo. We all do a show called This Week in Pop Culture, which is live every Sunday at 8 o'clock. And then Michael Burgi and I do a Tuesday show called This Week in Toy Culture. So if you guys are big, see train coming. If you guys are big Funko collectors, action figures, stuff like that.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that Funko thing?
What's up?
What do you think about that Funko thing? I heard they're going out of business or something.
That was a clickbait. That Funko.
Was it? I kind of thought that it was a clickbait because it didn't look like a very legit. It didn't look like a legit web page.
Right.
You know.
When you can sell endless amounts of Baby Yodas in this cute little.
I was like, why would you be going out of business? Everybody buys your stuff.
So. Don't buy them out, but you know. You got old Yoda in your booth? Yo, old Yoda. See, we got little neighbors going on. Hi guys, how are you? Answer. No, nothing on Sleepaway Camp. I'm sorry. I know she's here, but you know.
Because I just wanted a picture, but I don't think she's doing them now. So now I'm like, fuck, I need to find something.
She has no more. She has no other 8x10s on her table.
Oh, she does have that.
Yeah, she has 8x10s. She has a stack of 8x10s on her table, and I do have a stack of killer clowns in that bin right there. Yeah, see how this goes. Yeah, I know. I just made a fan's day right now with my Attack of the Killer Clowns. That's the reason why you're here, to enjoy an outdoor convention such as this. And your boyfriend was the one that dragged you out here first anyway, so it's not my fault. Yeah, see? Hi guys, how are you? So, we're live, babe. We're live.
That's excellent. We actually get to see. See, I was supposed to be first, dude.
Look, I did weeks ago. I did the Brooklyn flea market in Brooklyn, New York, outdoor flea market. Tomorrow I'll be doing the same exact thing and then doing the show. So as we're talking before, Tuesdays we do the toy show. Wednesdays we do the come over here. Wednesdays we do the oh my God, Wednesday we do Sammy's show where I'm just the moderator and just the voice behind Sammy and everything. And then Thursdays I do a live. Now I'm gonna go back to doing Build-A-Figures. If you just saw the last time I did, I showed the Wish figures of the ones from China. That was the Ninja Turtles pieces.
The turtle ones? Yeah, I was watching. I watched a little bit.
So and then everyone saw me lick a few action figures as well too. So I still taste that fake rubber plastic on my tongue still. So.
Now look, I want everybody to know, it's like there are so many people doing streams right now, right? And try to get out there for a minute and give everybody a little bit of love, you know. And it's not that easy. There are so many people doing shows now. It's hard to see some of everybody what they got going on. I try to keep up though.
Doing a live show. So here I got my friend Denise here. Oh no. So she normally has a booth here as well too. We're all about the family and everything here. What's up, man? How are you?
Okay, you're good. Denise. Hi, Denise. My name's Pops. I run a comic book group called Comic Related Madness, and we run an online con every month, the first weekend of every month.
Oh yeah, hey, hi. How are you?
And you're more than welcome to join our family.
Join our fearless comic book group called Comic Related Madness. Actually, she is part of the group. Actually.
Oh.
Her and everything.
How do I not know this?
Because you don't pay attention to the pretty girls.
You don't pay attention to the ones that are too young, bro.
You gotta do one of these, but then we end up messing up the camera if you're there.
You know the show.
I don't have Lucifer. I'm sold out of Lucifer right now.
Oh, you just.
To be honest, I actually
she's
sold
not
out.
happy.
I actually sold out of 7 pieces from 11 o'clock to about right now. I actually sold out of pieces. It's like insane. It's been a great Saturday.
Not bring enough
You
inventory.
hear this?
Lucifer.
Well,
That's my boy.
Y'all listening? Dude's out there selling stuff, man.
but I did sell a bunch of boys stuff, especially the boys that just came out. Supernatural posters, we got them here. This young lady's about to grab a bunch of horror posters. Is right there too. She just grabbed one of the Attack of the Killer Clowns posters.
I need Lucifer.
Did you hear about what Meredith just said about the show they're doing in November? That's going to be a horror con, like for the whole week, Monday through Friday, and the whole theme is about horror.
I think. Well, is it going to be online or is it like physical?
Yeah, it's online. Geek Insider and it's Indie Event. I think it's Indie Event doing the event, but it's going to be a post Halloween horror week.
What's up, man?
To extend the Halloween season a couple more weeks.
Yeah, but I see that going and everything. Yes, I do. You have to wait a little bit because the card that I use is on the phone that I'm using right now. Especially this one, yes. So what she's
19 minutes.
Oh,
check it out.
What she's getting is my Xeno, which goes in both directions. Which is pretty cool. Actually, this direction. Sorry.
Wait, can I see it? I didn't know. Oh shit.
She goes in one direction.
She said, "No shit."
And
always, you gotta have your clowns, man. You gotta have your clowns.
When do you think?
Come back at 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Come back.
Thank you so much.
They're sitting right here.
And tell her I said thank you for waiting, man. Tell her I said thank you for waiting.
And I'll say this: 2 thumbs up on that customer right there. So.
Yeah. Cool.
Hi, how are you? So we're here live. See, sales going on right now too.
Dude, you're killing it. I'm so glad that you're live right now because you're killing it. It's cool.
Because here's the beauty and here's the hopeful. This is hope.
Yes.
Hope for all of the artists out there who. What sucks is you got to spend the $150, $200 to get a tent, which is worth it because if you have family barbecues, stuff like that,
it's not like the only thing you're going to use it for, right? You know.
This will happen for the next. I give it for 2 years. For a solid 2 years, conventions are going to be half capacity, and if they are, they're 2 days in advance. A lot of people are going to have outdoor flea markets. I believe 20 minutes from here in Pennsylvania, there is an outdoor farm doing a convention tomorrow. I don't know exactly where. I know there's a show in Ohio. There's an outdoor show in Ohio that will continue on until Halloween weekend. And I just heard that there will be an outdoor drive-in movie theater one that will have their own convention first and then have the drive-in afterwards as well too. So you
cool. That's double shot, right?
So what also sucks is I heard this from word of mouth here. So I know there's a lot of posts going around, and there were some groups back then we would share shows and not share shows, but now you're going with word of mouth and what works, what doesn't work. I mean, this show here, 2 vendors tonight missed out. Hi, how are you? Keep on talking, don't worry. No, it's okay. I don't have anything baseball. The closest thing I have is Derek Jeter. So, Besides baseball, what else do you like?
I'm here with my daughter. Her entire room is nothing but the It Clown. So,
I have more Pennywise. So
hey, Air.
I have more horror for you, young lady.
My other daughter is.
First book right here. Once you turn the pages after all the DC Comics stuff, it'll end in horror.
Thanks, Carl.
So,
Appreciate you, bro.
So yeah, I mean, for any artist out there, I mean, you're gonna see the flea market environment that's gonna come back. We are a carnival. We are a carny group. As any artist will tell you here, or any vendor, everyone started as a flea market type of environment. This is what it is.
Yeah.
You have to embrace the new thing, but you have to embrace it in your way and your vision to make it work for you. I mean, if you go on my Instagram right now, you see the table set up. I literally cornered myself, and instead of having one table in front of me, I have it enough where people are separated and they feel safe at my table, at my booth. And also get a bunch of these, because that'll make people at the table feel comfortable as well too. You have to spend the money to make the money back, and if you don't see that for the long run, that's a problem. And I also think I also feel I'm also tremendously sorry for a lot of artists that are now calling it quits, that I will soon be having their collections. But I'm very happy to represent them. I'm very happy to continue their legacies, and their legacy will live on at the Evolution Comics table as long as I'm still standing and going to shows. Any artist who can't go to comic book conventions, I'll help you. We'll work out something, and your art will be represented here at these shows.
See, there you go, y'all. It's like if you are immunocompromised or something and you can't get out there, then there's somebody willing to represent you at their table. Carl, who's our next guest, actually, he said they got a tent with another group and they shared on and off. They work cooperatively and they save money. I mean, it's like, you gotta adapt and overcome, everybody. Yeah. You have to power through this.
Yeah, you have to overcome. This is the new fear and this is the new norm. Yes, I get it. We have to wear masks. And I'm very lucky right now. I'm separated from my table. I'm literally far away from my own table where the camera's right in front of me. And there's a bit of separation between the camera and the table. And my customers are safe right in front of me as I'm talking to them. I mean, look, I don't have a lady in front of me flipping through the books, right? I have a young lady right now flipping through the books as we're talking.
Oh, shut up. I'm not young.
You are young. Everyone's young at heart. Even if you got a walking cane and everything, you don't even know how old I am. Forget that.
No.
32. You're young.
$2,000. That was my daughter, my oldest daughter. She's going to be 23 this month. I'm 47.
You look so amazing.
I do. Thank you. I found him, Ariel.
Smooth, Hash. Smooth, bro.
I say nice comments for that as well, too. But everyone always has to feel welcome and amazing. If someone doesn't leave your table smiling.
Yes.
Look 47, right?
You don't look 40. You can't even tell my age, so we'll go through that one.
Oh. Come on, I want to know now. Does she look? Let me see. Oh. Now I want to know, Hash.
But
I want to know. I want to know if she looks 32.
To be honest, I will always give someone a lower number because why? Like too.
Yeah,
to make everyone feel better, to make sure that you have a smile on someone's face. Look, like make someone's day. If they're not buying something from you, make their day. And guess what? They're going to take your flyer. They're going to follow you on Instagram. And they will be your next follower if they don't purchase from you the first time. They will purchase from you the second, third, and fourth time. And if you have online tables, I mean, your online merchandising, whether you're using your third source retailers from Society 6 to TeePublic to Threadless, they will buy from you. They will have no problem going there and spending some money. My top seller right now are all the masks of the artwork right now.
I got that wrong. I did not mean Carl is our next guest. Matthew's our next guest. They just confused me because they are the same guy. I think they're the same guy. I really do.
If they're all the same guy, when they work together, great minds think alike. So Carl got his he's ready. He's ready to do shows, depending on where he is. What's up, young man? Nice mask. What do you like? What caught your attention? Okay, all my Spider-Mans are here. And I have extra Spider-Mans running around the bins, so it's first come, first serve. But please look through the books. How are you?
Good.
Is this your sister?
No.
How are you, young lady?
This is how we do it in the madness.
We're live. I mean, later down the line, if I did have someone with me, I would walk around the whole entire show so you guys can see. It's a very small setup. Everyone's separated. There's more than 10 feet of separation between booths. Because it's an empty page. This was a Black Panther piece, so it's sold out. And also, I have a second Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel. That's Carnage. That is my awesome Carnage piece. We do have a lot of Colossus. We have a lot of Deadpools. Crazy mother. Oh, I don't
Thank
like.
you for beeping yourself, because
I bleep myself because that's Ghost Rider.
fan friendly. It's a fan friendly all ages platform.
Well, I have a young gentleman here. He looks like how?
11.
He's 11 years old. So you know,
Yeah.
Mom probably doesn't curse around him and everything.
I do, but they know better
Yeah.
than to do it in front of me at least.
Try not to curse, because why? When you take this and re-show the footage later, it makes it more family friendly for a lot of people. So try less cursing, guys, because guess what? People like, you could take everything on the table if I could just hold a dog. No, we're doing a live show. Can I hold the dog for 2 seconds? By the way, we got a nice little pet and everything. Aw, look at that puppy. How old's your Yorkie?
He's 9 years old.
9 years old.
Yeah.
And just
I'm gonna bite you, Hash. All right. That's awesome.
Sorry.
What's his name? Her name. What's his name?
Oh, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
No, just please take one.
She
So,
What's,
just
what's the dog's name, Hash?
I gave you guys an almost. You have your dogs there all the time. I have cats, and I also love dogs as well too. So I want to show my love for everyone. That is Lady Loki. So she actually, she also has her own comic and everything too. So, and I also have her out for all the ladies that are sick and tired of seeing the male Loki. So if you like girls, whatever, we have Lady Loki.
Oh, that's the Phoenix.
Yes, that's Dark Phoenix. I have.
I'm telling you, they're the same guy. He's even trying to get out of it right now.
Carl or Matthew. You know what? That's awesome. Guys, please. So please support one another. Actually, you know what? Can one of them come on right now? Because my table just got extra busy. So right here, guys.
Matthew, you can jump out here if you want, bro.
Live. This young man wants to know right there. We're live right now.
Yes.
We're live. We're doing a live stream, a live online comic book convention right now. So this young man right here. We're live, young man.
Tell him.
Yeah.
Comic-related madness.
He's a believer. He's now going to be a true believer.
That's what happens. That's what we want.
Who's this?
Exactly what we want.
That's Scarlet Witch.
Mantis. In the show of Guardians of the Galaxy, Mantis has a green skin and is a bad guy.
Yes. In the extra
Miss Marvel?
That's Miss Marvel. That's the first that's Miss Marvel, who's actually Captain Marvel. So this is Captain Marvel before.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So this goes back to the 80s and 90s. This is how also Rogue steals her powers. And then they don't have her in comics for a long, long time. So.
Star-Lord.
Yes. Hi guys.
Like
We're here. We're here at the Horror Sideshow Market here in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My name's Arash. I own a company called Evil Comics Inc. I do a live show on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, fun on Thursdays, live on Sundays. And I'm always enjoying my time with Pops. So follow that gentleman right there. Follow him. Have a little fun. And so please go and support one another. I do have a few books. Thank you for the comic book artists and writers. I do have your books. I will probably do an unboxing on Monday, showing all your work. Tomorrow I'll be at the Brooklyn Flea Market, and I'm gonna do a live show afterwards. That is He-Man. That's Skeletor. Yes, we got it. Yo, and especially with the new He-Man coming out. New He-Man's coming on Netflix.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Kevin Smith's writing
Wow.
and he's directing it.
Is it like an animation?
It's going to be
show?
animation.
Okay.
I remember we had the
Yes.
DVD.
We're all about the fun here, guys.
This is awesome.
Who's
This
that?
is what it's going to be like. There's going to come a time when Pops is going to do the con from a con, and I'm going to walk around the floor and I'm going to talk to all the people at the tables, and we're going to have. That's going to be a blast.
It's going to be live like this when you have like your own stand. Like I have a stand, like I have my hands free right now. So you have your own stand, and then you can walk around and do exactly that. We do a live interview as we keep going.
That's what I'm going to do, man. I'll be able to do it someday. You watch. We'll do CRoM Con from the floor of a con.
Probably happen next year at C2E2, probably starting at my table. The second you walk in, that's the one off with, and then you start with me, and then you end with me. Well, no, that probably won't happen. But
I'd never get through the whole thing. I know so many people that'll be there. I'd never get to all of them before it's over.
I'm gonna run. Hold on, I'm not gonna run. I'm gonna show you guys an amazing artist right here, dude. We're live right now. Live. We're doing this live. We're doing this live real quick. Don't worry, I'm right here. So this is Adam. Adam Salty's right here.
What's going on, Adam?
How you doing?
So if anyone knows him, he's got his zombie amiibos. Like, if you want some messed up zombie stuff,
dude.
Like, dude.
It's awesome.
If you want working amiibos, if you love Smash Brothers, guys, but you need a little extra to go with it, these all work. These all work, guys. So follow. Look. Follow.
Drop that. Hey, if you got a link for him, Hash, drop it in the comments, man.
I'm gonna drop the label later
right.
tonight. It'll be a little difficult. So you know what? There's the info. Spread the love, guys.
Zamibo.
We're spreading love. We're spreading, and this is my booth, guys. So there's a lot of love happening right now.
Dude, that's awesome. Look, there's people out there buying stuff, y'all.
We're
people out there.
We're live.
It's okay.
Oh, if you keep going, there's more horror. This book ends in horror.
I mostly like the kaijus, Godzilla and.
Oh, you're in the right place for the.
Ghidorah, yeah.
You are live on Comics Cast.
We're live, and thank you, Comics Cast, for all your hard work, guys. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you for backing the CRoM Con.
Yeah, man, Joe.
The CRoM
coming through. He's dropped some money into advertising and to extend the reach and stuff. We got a lot of love for Joe. Yeah. You know, I mean, he's given us a bigger audience, man, and that's what we all need is a bigger audience to see our stuff. So
I kind of wish like the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York artists and everything too. I kind of wish they were here too. Could you imagine being at a show and you doing this live, and once I'm done here, you got the next guy and he's next door, or we're doing the same.
I could imagine that. That's what I'm saying. We could set this up so CRoM Con is done from a con completely with all you guys. You know, I mean, we could do that. We just need to organize it that way.
What caught your attention?
Just the My Hero, but it's the
all the animes in the front here. So I do have more My Hero stuff.
Yeah.
Like that one? Okay. Anything else besides that one?
She found the other one.
Anything you see out of there, just pull them right out. Hi guys.
You don't know, is that one in one of the bins?
Should be in one of the bins.
If this doesn't give all you people hope about what is still going on out there and that there's still people interested in what you're doing, take a look. That dude ain't had time to sit here and talk to us much.
Well, I did the sales pitch. I showed you a couple pieces of the art that we have right here because last time we did the show, we just talked about the convention scene happening right now, and literally I'm in the scene, so I get to do the both of showing off the art pieces, showing just showing off like what hard work comes in and out for. This isn't done by me. This is done by an artist by the name of Julian Aguilera. So we'll do it again. So this is an artist I represent. He's based out of California now. He moved with a little help. He moved from Mexico to California, and I sit here and so we spread and share the love. And Adam Salty, as you saw as well too. I carry his art, and he's based out of Pennsylvania. So when he does a show somewhere else, and I'm at a show, hit two tables at once.
That's awesome. So, do you know Matthew from Geek
Yep.
Insider?
Matt. Bless you, young man.
Do you know Matthew from the Geek Insider?
Do I? I'm sorry if I see faces. I'm more of a face guy. So
Well, it's like he's our next guest. And
yes,
I like to introduce everybody just like I did with you and Danny so that we did, if there's a possibility for networking, there can be networking.
yes, that's yours, young lady.
And he's working, bro. He's working. Look at him.
I see him.
He's
I see him.
working.
Hold on. Let me the Joker. So because she let me hold her puppy, I gave her this amazing Joker.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
I forget the original artist's name, but it ran around as a black and white, so we colored it for him.
That's cool.
But as you can see, I'm a bit of a Joker fan myself here. Just a little bit of a Joker fan.
That's awesome. So yeah, two minds are like,
There you go.
pulling
So
up
Matt, this is Hash. He does a couple different shows that we always post in the group. So y'all get to know each
Nice
other.
to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Might be some networking down the road there too. That's
Where-
what we do.
out of.
I'm out of Austin, Texas. I'm the other half of this one over here on the Geek Insider, the Geek Speak show.
Nice.
She's my internet wife, and I steal her away from her husband at least once a month for long periods of time.
I have so many husbands.
You hussy.
Works, it works.
Yeah.
It works.
Ash, thanks for coming out, man. If we need you for a little time slot spill later, we can get you, right?
Let me know because we're
Cool.
here till 7:00, so I'm here, guys. So
I love that you are streaming from location. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that's badass.
when I agreed to this, then my friend told me that he had a convention coming up and it was like an outdoor flea market environment. I'm like, you know what? I have a house. We're all minutes apart from each other. I'm so happy I get to see my friends and my other partner in crime. So that's the beauty of it. And we looked at each other and we had a mini bromance. Like we teared up because we haven't seen each other since I would say March, since some of us did C2E2. So
See, that's exactly what I wanted to do. What event was it, Matthew? We were going to go to. I
You were
can't
going to
remember.
go to MegaCon. You were going to go.
Oh, I was going to live stream from there. Yeah.
yeah,
That's always been my dream since I started doing this, was going to a con and being able to walk around and spend a half hour with each person at their table.
well,
and
here's
actually do the con from a con.
Here's the best part. I'm going to do this again next month, Pops. Your October 3rd or 4th, I'm going to be at Bangor, Maine.
Okay, well, I'm going to be at my son's wedding.
Still holding it. I'll do another one next month, October 3rd and 4th, which will probably be the next CRoM Con, and I will be at Bangor, Maine. But I don't want to take
That's awesome.
time. Thank you all for watching.
Hash,
Please another, and I look forward to watching your guys' show as well, too, guys. Everyone,
Nice meeting you, man.
bro. Next month I'm gonna be at my son's wedding though, so you guys are gonna have to do the show.
no, you're going to do it live from the wedding.
No,
The
ain't
wedding.
none of y'all seeing me in a tux. No. Who's that sneaking up behind you?
Wait.
Get ready to bust your head.
What? We can't see you in a tux, but we can see you in an ugly shirt.
Right?
Yeah.
No, I don't see him in a t-shirt tuck.
A t-shirt tux. Yeah.
Thanks, Hash, bro. I'll talk to you, man.
Guys, it was a pleasure.
All right, Matthew.
How's it going, Pops?
We still got you in there somehow. I don't know how that
Yep.
works.
And Meredith, she didn't remind me yesterday, and so I just it's all her fault. But I went out this morning, and then all of a sudden, she's sending me a message, texting me, and she's like, "Hey, are you going to be able to join me?" I was like, "Oh shit!" and I thought it was only going to be about a half an hour late, but it turned into like 45, and so that's when I popped into the chat. But yeah, I'm Matthew Harris. I run the Geek Speak podcast with Meredith. I'm the other half of that, and then I'm the managing editor of geekinsider.com. I've been there almost a year. I think next month will be a year that I've been managing editor. I've been a writer there for going on 4 years now. And we're one of those that we love the indies, and so it's just kind of we've done this networking to where we've met all these people. And I say Meredith has done all this networking and introduced me to all these cool people. And then I have my own show on Wednesday nights, the Geeky, Cheeky, and Downright Freaky. And all of our shows are podcasts and YouTube, Facebook, all of that. But we were just, my show this coming Wednesday, it'll be the first week that I will be on Indie Vote Radio. Our Geek Speak show has been on there on Monday nights, but my Wednesday night show is going on as well. And over there, guys, we talk about geeky, cheeky, and downright freaky stuff. UFOs, the Mandela effect, ghosts,
ancient
angels,
aliens,
yeah,
sky
ancient
snakes.
aliens. And then here in a few weeks, we're even going to delve into some furry type stuff. And we're and this week
you said that with the oh my God, we're actually doing this.
No, I like learning new things, and I'm looking forward to this.
If you're talking about Daphne, I love Daphne.
We are talking about Daphne. I haven't confirmed with her yet, so we
right.
Don't
I haven't
out her completely.
Yes, I do love what she's got going on over there. That's definitely cool.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, that is neat.
Where did he go? I thought he was your sidekick, Pops.
He's back here. I think he's getting ready to do the 2:30 slot for us.
All right.
He's getting his art and stuff.
Matthew, I mean, talk about network. Matthew, meet Pete. Pete does.
Hi, Pete. Bye, Pete.
Yeah, he. A foot in the door players.
Well, see, he muted himself, so I figured he just didn't have anything to say. Right?
No,
now.
I was doing while I was off screen. I took the opportunity to do all the little things I need to do around the house. I walked the dog. I did that, and you don't need to hear me yelling at my dog to come back in the house. Because Pops, I understand. You know exactly what I mean by that.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think it's my turn to do that because I've had one on my leg here for about 10 minutes. So, you want to take over for a minute for me?
Yeah, I think we can arrange that. I think we can.
Because Matthew and I, we could talk too. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. Because we already had, and I'll be honest with you. I know it's only been a couple hours, but I missed you, Meredith.
See, you know what I did?
That's great.
I did, you know, just to kind of keep it professional and stuff like that. So I'm not like all day in the same thing. But
yes, because my Godzilla T-shirt isn't.
Matthew, meet Pete. Pete, meet Matthew. He's got a foot. Wrong one. He's got a foot in the door with the cosplayers, and we are going to collaborate and see if we can't make something happen for indie event in November.
Really quickly, I'm an underground artist. I don't call myself an indie artist because I don't have books out yet. I'm working on the books, but they're not out yet.
Gotcha.
So I've always called myself an underground guy. I paint, I draw, I do this. I go to shows, I do all that stuff. My sister is a very well-known cosplayer here on the East Coast. So, and I have a plethora. There you go, a plethora. I couldn't think of the word. My meds are really killing me right now. A plethora of friends that cosplay and stuff. And I know you're doing the Geek Inside the Halloween thing, Halloween theme and stuff. And you wanted to get cosplayers involved. Well, it's very easy. I said it's honestly it's very easy. Do a contest, and then out here on Long Island, there's been a couple local shows that went virtual. NBACon and Tropicon are the two that come to my forefront because they did an online cosplay contest. They did it really well.
Well, I'd definitely like to pick your brain on that because that's something we've discussed since April when we had the first virtual con, that we wanted to do something with the cosplayers. We had a lot of fun with those that came, and that's exactly what we discussed, was having some sort of contest, and we didn't know, do we have them submit videos beforehand?
Yes, actually.
Gotcha.
It's easy. You basically do everything beforehand, including the judging. And then because at that point now you're editing the videos, so you can decide how long or how short everything is going to be, and then your judges can be there live talking about everything live from the video. So basically, they can do play-by-play on your video, and then your judges can bring on you already know who the winners are, so then you can bring the winners on live, and they can be in the costume or not in the costume, and then you got a whole thing there. And then I talked with Meredith. If you have sponsors and stuff, you can get and. The cosplay companies, the wig companies and stuff, always love donating and things like that. So you'd reach out to them. And I already told Meredith, so I'll tell you, Matthew, just to get the ball rolling with prizes and stuff. Again, I'm an artist, so I'm willing to donate an 11x17 commission of the winning cosplay.
Beautiful,
How
beautiful.
cool
I love
is
it.
that? How
Just to
cool
get
is
the
that?
ball rolling.
See, and that's what I love about things like this is that you get this collaborative effort and stuff. This is what happened with Comic Book Advocates. You know, when I started with Geek Insider, I started off as a contributing writer, and you know, Matthew is just like, take a look at the social media, and I was just like, oh my God, there's like nothing there. You know, and I said, we have to, if we're going to be interactive and stuff like that, if we're going to try and get the sponsors and people involved in interacting with the site, and like, we got to get YouTube going, we got to do the live streams and stuff. And it kind of developed into this whole thing. And I mean, like I mentioned earlier, we have had some really amazing guests. We want to continue that. But, you know, I know that Rhett, who owns Geek Insider, and Matthew have been talking about it even before I got there. How do we get the cosplayers involved and doing it well? You know, I mean, because sending me to Comic-Con or Matthew going to a Comic-Con and taking pictures and slapping them up on the site, that's nice and good, but there isn't that much excitement behind that, you know?
From having cosplayed myself, and then cosplay is supposed to be about fun. We talked about this all last night on my show, The Pit, here on the pre-show for CRoM Con. Cosplay is fun. It's supposed to be fun. It's for everybody. It's supposed to be fun. If you go in it with that attitude, and then on a website, so because you want to turn it, you know, you have a contest for your virtual show. Then on the site, my favorite part about cosplaying wasn't just the build and everything, the art part. I didn't think it would happen, but I loved getting my picture taken by people stopping me to get my picture taken. I loved it. Right. It was cool. It was like, I did it. They like it. Yay. So what I've seen, and cosplay write-ups, cosplay spotlights, possibly even creating a position on your team, a cosplay correspondent who can help with that and write articles, you know, a spotlight. Hey, this is Bob, the Mysterio cosplayer. This is this. That kind of engagement, that kind of interaction will have them lining up at your door because they want people to see them. And why wouldn't you? Like, I want people to see my art. They're artists too. And that's the way that's honestly the way to organically, because that's the key word, organically grow yourself like that, getting them to know, hey, you know, we like you guys. We want to talk more about you guys. We have this amazing platform. We'd like to spotlight you on this platform. And, you know, and then I think I think that holds true for anybody, be it indie comics or actors or artists or cosplayers or anybody. If you have the platform and you give them an opportunity, hey, here's a piece of our platform. We want to spotlight you in our own way. It's there for you.
Well, and I'll just throw this out there as basically an open invite. You know, we've partnered recently with the comic book advocate, Rob Anderson, where he's pretty much, or not pretty much, he's the comic book arm of Geek Insider now. And we have been wanting a cosplay arm for quite some time. So if there is somebody out there that you know needs a platform or has a website and stays on top of this cosplay stuff and has the networking and wants to do press releases of when folks are going to be where and hot pictures of the week when the cons get going and stuff, or great costumes of the week and stuff. That's the kind of stuff that we'd love to have. And you can reach me at Matthew@geekinsider.com or Meredith@geekinsider.com, because that is something that, like Meredith said, that Rhett and I have talked about for quite some time of getting on the site. Because, you know, as much as Meredith likes to maintain control of everything she does, and as much as I like to maintain control of everything I do, we can't do everything. And, you know, the comic books, the only time we covered comic books on Geek Insider was when one caught my attention, or I was able to go to a brick and mortar con and I met some folks and something caught my eye, and then I would highlight an indie comic, which we've done. But then Meredith got out and started going to the cons and actually used it the way we should have, and was networking and meeting people. And it was so funny. One of the cons I went to, I can't remember his name now, but I met him there, heard about his book, sat and bullshitted with him for a little bit. And then a few weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, he was on one of the indie events. And I was like, wait a minute, weren't you at Wizard Con in Austin last year? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, aha, I knew it.
The world is tiny. It
really
is.
It really is if you're looking. Yeah.
Yeah, it really, really is. Meredith has already, and I've already responded to it, gotten me on Facebook. So we will. I'll. You can pick my brain there, and I probably have some names of some folks you can reach out to, and things like that, and networking.
Billy Tucci connection too.
Oh no. We just talk about hockey.
Hockey, come on.
I've actually, and I'm going to be straight up about that. I've never, ever talked comic books with Billy. We've always just.
But that's
okay. I'll tell you how we met through a mutual friend, and that's where we became friendly. But he was at a table directly behind me at a show, and I have the Ring alert on my phone for my doorbell, so it was going off. And then he's an avid outdoorsman. So he turned around and thought that was my outdoor sensor for deer and stuff. I was like, no, that's my Ring doorbell. He goes, what's that? And we ended up talking for 20 minutes about it. And we became friendly that way. And then I sure enough, an alert came on my phone, and it was about the Islanders. And he goes, hey! And he's a gigantic Islander fan, and we just off to the races at that point.
Yeah,
Cool.
but that's what I love about it. Is like sometimes when you make those connections, and it's beyond the thing that you're there for.
Right.
Like you go to a Comic-Con, and suddenly it's not just an associate, but you're starting to create those friendships and things. And that's what happened with me. I'm nearly 50 years old, and
46, I hear you.
yeah, and I'm trying to make my first comic book, and people are like, well, how'd you do that? I'm like, I tripped and fell in the door, like literally.
Yeah,
and then a couple of people started grabbing me and pulling me in. I was like, all right, I'm there.
Because Meredith and I worked together at a cryptocurrency site, and that's where we met. And we were doing writing. Neither one of us really knew much about crypto, but we can write about any topic you give us. It might, as Meredith says, kill our soul, but we can write about it. But I got her over here because I knew she was a geek, and there was no two ways about that. But she came kicking and screaming, and especially when I said something about social media, she's like, I only go on Facebook to feel guilty about the birthdays that I missed. And now she's got a bigger network and better network than I do. But speaking of Billy Tucci, I will hear by Tuesday what day this month that I'm getting Billy for an interview. I spoke to his wife last night. And I go way, way back as a fan of Billy's. I have a tattoo of she. I've got a statue of she in this case behind me. I had artwork of she. It was on all the comics were hung on my wall because I just loved the artwork and the story. And so I am super, super, super stoked to be able to finally meet him face to face, so to speak, because I've never been able to meet him at a con, and just to pick his brain and hopefully get, find us a little connection there. I'm not an outdoorsman, but we'll find something of the insider of the geek.
Well, I'm going to tell you first off, both of them, he and his wife and his kids, absolutely amazing, great people, love them to death, have a lot of respect for him. I think you're going to have a great time. Get ready to have a good time. He's a fantastic person to talk with. Like I said, I've never talked business with him at all. It's always been stuff. What the kids are doing, hockey, this, that, the other. It's always been other stuff. So you're going to have a really good time. So it's going to be a good
That's the wonderful thing about the interviews that we do over at Geek Insider is we don't call them interviews. I call them coffee table chats.
I call them conversations.
Yeah, just conversations, because we put our guests at ease. And I think we could probably say, what our like how we determine whether or not it was a good interview.
Our benchmark, our benchmark of success. And so far it has not failed. What we do is we consider it a success if we get the guest to drop the F-bomb. And
we're not doing that here, though.
No, we're not doing that.
No.
But the reason why we do that is, and it's not the F-bomb, but it could be any, like their favorite cuss word, because in some weird way, it tells us that they've relaxed enough to just, that's the way they talk and things like that. So, we don't go out of our way to do it. It happens to be my favorite word, but I've been trying to be
fair.
Luke would beg to differ. You guys try to get him to drop them all the time.
Yeah, well, there's a
But
little troll in us all, all the time. So,
that's a
but
little devil on the shoulder, saying,
yeah,
"Do it, do
go
it."
ahead.
No.
But no, it's a lot of fun. But Matthew, I popped on here because I was just your backup. I don't want to take over your hour, but
Hey,
you got two shows. You got Geeky Cheeky, Downright Freaky, and the not so. What is it? The not so
The
happy
not so
happy.
happy hour. Yeah, but
look,
I haven't
Matthew,
officially.
Meredith, I just
Yep.
want you guys to know we're kind of like wide open till 3. Pete's going to show off a little art, but you guys are more than welcome to hang out all the way till 3 o'clock.
Actually, what I was thinking about doing, I think definitely having the conversation, and then I'm going to split my screen when I get an opportunity in a second, and I'll just start drawing something, and you guys keep talking and stuff like that. But I did want to interrupt for one quick second before we keep going, and I wanted to remind everybody. I posted it in the chat. We're still pushing and trying to get Corey Ellis the help that we were talking about before. He's, one of our guys got his business. It burned down. So we're trying to put together a
Home business.
Yep. Home and business.
Right now.
So we got a GoFund. There's a GoFundMe going to try to get him and his mom back on their feet. I just posted the link here. Anything you can do to help. Now remember, helping isn't necessarily giving money. I know some of us can't give money right now, and I get that, and I totally understand that. But by sharing that link, it's to your network, because the same people who are watching this and the same people who are on YouTube on Comics Cast aren't necessarily the same people who are on your page. So getting this on as many eyes as possible is the best possible thing we can do. So if you can donate, awesome. Either way, share it out on your social media platforms everywhere so that we can get as many eyes as possible on it to help these guys out.
He's one of us, man.
Yep.
Him and his mom are homeless. He's a creative. Come on, he sent me this shirt not because I was gonna promote it for him.
Because you're ugly. It's just because you're ugly. No.
You know what I'm saying? It's
You won.
I did not buy the shirt. He sent it to me because I gave him input on his project, and he sent a lot of people shirts because they were giving him input on his project. So he was really reaching out, giving stuff away to increase his fan base and to build his brand. And then it all burned.
That sucks, man.
So, I mean, all of his inventory and everything, y'all. So if you could pitch him a little something or throw shares, come on.
Yeah, the least you can do, folks, is share it out. We always say that in any projects or Indiegogo or Kickstarter, any of those kind of things, that we definitely understand. We can't, none of us can open our wallet to every cause that goes on out there, but you can damn sure just take 10 seconds and share it out, because just like was said a minute ago, the eyes that are on your feed is not the same eyes that are here today or that are going to find us on whatever channels. And so this is losing all of your stuff is horrible anyway. Losing it into a fire and making it where your business and your home is gone. Jesus,
it's hard, man. It's real hard. And like I said, man, he's a nice guy. He's a totally nice guy. Stuff like that always happens to the best people.
Yep.
And it's throw dude whatever help you can, man. Corey, we got you, bro. We're gonna push for you all weekend, and on until we get to your goal where you're got your life right again, dude. That's our promise from the madness. Now,
as far as my shows go, yeah, I do have the Geeky Cheeky and Downright Freaky. That's at Wednesday nights at what are we keeping it at 8 o'clock Eastern?
We're keeping it at 8.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to get out there before Geekgasm. You can't.
Well, that's what I mean. I'll be. Oh yeah, trust me, Pops. I'm in the background usually for his show. I will pull the plug. I'll be like, gone.
Yeah, and rarely have I ever gone over an hour on that one. Geek Speak, yes, we go over an hour. That's why we go in at 7 on Mondays with Geek Speak, because there's times, I mean, that's why we don't like to even say that to do back-to-back guests, one for 30 minutes and then another, because who the hell wants to cut off a conversation with somebody when it's going good? And especially when we're meeting entertainers and directors and artists and actors and the whole 9 yards. And like we said, we like to just have conversations. And, a lot of the times they're promoting something and they only have that hour and then they're out. But other times, you know, they're like, no, hell, let's keep talking. And so the Geek Speak, we did move back an hour. Now the Not So Happy Hour, that is a show I'm going to be starting up. You can go onto YouTube and look it up, and I have a couple of shows on there. But it's going to be like it sounds, the Not So Happy Hour. It's just going to be me probably drinking some whiskey and bitching. But I'm actually thinking about doing it on Sundays after the Sunday Funnies, just to kind of offset it. You know, you get the good news on Sunday morning, and then you turn to the Metro section and the obituaries, and so that's how it kind of be with a Sunday newspaper. You always get your funnies first, and then the bullshit. But no, I've been on the internet, of course, since the late 80s, and I actually used to do a streaming show. It was Rebel Radio back when you had to use Real Player, and we could actually play music because we paid BMI and ASCAP. But I would always sit there, and between songs at some point in the show, I'd go, and I'd like to take this time to bitch. And I would bitch about whatever the hell was pissing me off. And that's pretty much what this show is going to be. It's just an unhappy hour of stupid people in the news. No politics. I'm going to stay away. You know, just like in the bar, we'll stay away from religion and politics.
I've been bartending for 30 years, and I was taught that by an old Irish bartender. When I tell you he's a Pearl Harbor survivor, and he was 90 years old in 1992 when he taught me. And if he walked into my bar right now, I wouldn't surprise me at all. That's how tough this guy was. So.
See, I grew up in the bar business too. My parents owned a bar up in Newburgh, New York, and
that's not an easy town.
No. Oh, you know Newburgh, huh?
I have a group of very dear friends who live there.
Yeah.
Now,
City of Newburgh.
We all come from the bar background.
Yeah, we were the crazy ones. You know, we were never bothered because people thought we were crazy. We were like, who are these? Because my mother's Korean. She's like all of 4'11", you know, and she could walk down the street, no problem. And because they thought she was crazy. People don't mess with crazy.
No, they don't.
They don't.
No, they don't. But that's good. Now, let's do this for a second, because it's Pop said it before, and it's absolutely correct. Everybody now is, in the beginning, it took a while to happen, but now it's very obvious that everybody has a streaming show now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I had one on Instagram for a little while. I do an independent show in a bar when cons happen. My studio, we run a show in a bar for, again, the indie scene, the underground guys who can't get into Comic-Con. Like the tagline is, Jim Lee could come to this, but he could come and have a beer and be a fan. He couldn't get a table.
Oh, wow.
I want the guys that can't get into Comic-Con, the guys that are, I want those guys to get their stuff out. So that's kind of my thing. So I started doing that once, everything, stay at home. Okay. I started doing it on Instagram, and we started last night doing it. It's called The Pit now. And it's basically a mosh pit because I was a metal guy. And just bring all these creatives together to do these things and stuff like that. And everybody has a streaming show. But my point here is, you guys at the site, you have programming. It's not just you have programming on a Thursday or you have 3 shows on a Sunday. You are packing the week.
We are. And what's funny is it wasn't too long ago that Meredith and I sat down and we were like, all right, let's trail back. And we were only going to record the show on Thursdays, and we would give folks 3 different times that they could come in. But then we just started getting a lot of killer requests for interviews, from Shudder and Full Moon Features and musicians. Man, we've met some badass musicians in the last couple of months. And so that kind of morphed into, okay, well, let's do and I had my Wednesday show, just because it was something.
That's the best reason for something, just because.
Well, how it really started is I was doing over the last 3 years of being with Geek Insider, I've touched on the Mandela effect several times in articles and did some really deep diving on a couple of them. And those articles trend. They every month, even though they're a year and 2 and 3 years old, they still trend every month. They're still some of our best ones. And if you go right now and you looked up Ed McMahon Mandela effect, our site comes up number 1. And so seeing that and the popularity of it, I was like, well, I want to do a show where I can touch on that subject and it keeps going back to it because it is a subject that I am fascinated by. And we had, Pastor Luke Stone on, and we discussed it. And I wish I'd have taken notes the first time we talked, because there were some points that we missed this last week. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh yeah, damn it, that's what he said. But and the angels, UFOs, and all that kind of stuff, it's just that fringe kind of stuff. Still geeky. Some of it's freaky. I have the COVID connections guys that we run.
Oh my God, they're so funny.
They crack me up every time. I need to contact them and see if they're sending me some more bumps. But if you haven't, guys, go to Instagram to at COVID_connections_. It's hilarious.
They do their spoof commercials. Yeah. It's not like a real. Yeah.
No, it reminds me of the old Saturday Night Live commercials. That's what drew me to it to begin with. And I got on the phone with him right after it came across my desk. One of the brothers had sent it to me. And I get stuff all the time, man, all the time, where people go, oh, you got to check this out. You're going to laugh. And I don't. But this one, it came across, and I went and looked, and I actually did laugh. And so I wrote the guy back. I was like 1.5 whiskeys in. And I was like, you reached the right guy at the right time. I thought this was hilarious. Let's talk. And so they immediately called me that night. But they're good guys, and I'm liking what they're doing. They're just trying to have a little fun during the whole worldwide pause. And that's the thing that really that has been a blessing among the turmoil here, is because we have made a lot of connections during COVID, with Pops and with Rob, and just the list goes on and on. Christian Basil and Brian K. Morris, and I'll forget somebody, and y'all can yell at me, but we made those connections because we were trying to give it.
Carl.
Look what I do. I thought I was in trouble.
Right. I was wondering what he was getting yelled at. But no, we've been able to make those connections, and hopefully, when the world does open back up and Meredith is able to hit the Florida scene, and God only knows when Austin will be open back up. The last convention I went to there was lackluster, and the one I do like isn't until August, and so I'll have to wait until next year for that, because they completely canceled it. They didn't try to delay it or anything. And but that one was in a small town, but was one of the best cons that I've ever been to. That's the Bell County Comic Con, BCCC. And
I love the acronyms. I absolutely love the acronyms.
And that one, it was the first con that I'd been to in like 25 years. I used to go to them back in the 90s, and boy, howdy, is that two different freaking worlds now.
It's changed a lot. I remember early 90s, like in high school, oh, there's a comic book show at the VFW or the American Legion, and it was just a smoky room full of long boxes.
Right. And $1 comics or 50-cent comics, and I'd sit there for hours going through those damn long boxes to find those issues I wanted.
And I actually talked about that last night. I asked everybody what their favorite go-to shopping thing is at a con, and for me, at a regular con, because it's different at a regular con or an anime con. I do a lot of anime cons. At the 50-cent comic box at a con, that's my stop. That's where I am. At an anime con, it's more the anime or the manga booth. But yeah, it's
what kills me though is I'll go to those long boxes, the discounts, and I'll get a big stack of comics, and then they sit on the shelf and I never freaking read them because I get them then, and I'm a impulse buyer, right? And it'll be a number 47 of Detective Comics or whatever, and I'm like, oh yes, I haven't read that one. And then of course, they're never just self-contained stories. You got the before and the after, and it's like, well, oh shit, I'm gonna have to go collect 20 comics to get this story. And so for real, I think Brenda moved them, but there was a stack over here that was comics that I picked up at shops. I've got two boxes full of trade paperbacks or graphic novels that I have bought off of freaking Amazon. You know, whiskey and Amazon were not.
They don't. Yeah, they don't mix. For me, it's the fun brownies and Amazon don't mix.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
And Wish or Geek, the app, the Geek side of Wish. I quit ordering from there when the virus hit because everything comes from Wuhan, actually. And so I was like, I don't know if I want to order anything from there. But and several of these rings came from not all of them, but a couple of them came from over there. And I've bought a lot of shit being buzzed. And then next day, see it in my email, and it goes, here's your payment confirmation or your purchase confirmation. I'm like, oh shit, what did I buy?
Most of the time I forget that when I order from Wish, and then 6 months later,
right?
Like what is this?
It's Christmas. Open it up.
That's what it is.
See, I tell Matthew all the time, I'm like, I need a raise because I'm supporting all of these Kickstarters.
Yeah.
I don't have hey, Matthew, I don't have a bleep button.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't either. I don't have a filter or a bleep button.
I know it's hard, bro, but you know we're on PG.
Sorry, folks. Children, do not say those words. As you can see, saying those words and you end up looking like this, and so you do not want that, children.
Or this, or this.
Your parents always told you quit making that face. It's going to stick like that. Well, if you talk this way, then it's
going to stick too. It's going to stick too.
I'm like the only one that doesn't have a beard in this room.
I'm sorry.
Well, you know, no one would say a word, Meredith, if you just wanted to go ahead and you break out the Bic and go real crazy to get it dark, and you could be the bearded Asian lady. Or the crazy bearded Asian lady.
Crazy bearded Asian lady. I'm only Asian on the left side.
On the left side?
Well, luckily she knows which side.
Right. Well, you know, that's better than, I guess, just the top half or the bottom half being Asian. You know, at least it's.
I love seeing the look on people's faces when they're like, "Oh, you're half Asian." Like, "Oh, what half?" I'm like, "The left." You know, and they're like, "Okay."
Definitely gives them a pause. Absolutely. Yeah. Now, we were talking about just to kind of track it back. We were talking about the shows. So on a given week, do you guys run Monday through, or is it Sunday through with the show?
Right now, it's Monday through. We have the Geek Speak on Monday, nothing on Tuesdays, my Geeky Cheeky and Downright Freaky on Wednesdays, another episode of Geek Speak on Thursdays, and then Meredith is off doing her thing on Fridays. But the Not So Happy Hour will probably be starting on Sundays, probably after the next indie event.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of funny because this is the podcast schedule.
See,
not all of our shows.
I was about to say somebody has some kind of database spreadsheet thing for that, because I know I have to do it to keep everything in track, and she has a way better one than I do.
And the thing is too is that on the Geek Insider channel on YouTube, it's not just us. We also have Brian K. Morris's Nevermind the Furthermore, and Rob's The Comic Book Advocate, isn't it? Meredith, is that broadcast on ours now?
He's the Comics Newswire, which is mostly an indie event, but he's got one show that we're bringing over to Geek Insider. I just can't remember which one it is because he keeps changing the names of the show. So
he's changed his own name 3 times since I've met him.
that might be a problem.
He was the Indie Devil.
He's still the Indie Devil. And
but there was longer.
Yeah. But yeah, we've got actually Brian K. Morris with Nevermind the Furthermore, clever title pending. He does Tuesday nights at 8. And then again, just trying to network with all of these other people and promoting their shows. So a lot of times it almost feels like our shows, but they're not, it's just that we love them. We promote them. Things like Comics Cast. I think I hit a watch party already on Facebook.
Cool.
At least I shared the YouTube link anyway.
And very quickly, we're going to talk about that very quickly because we're all this, with you guys and Comics Cast is YouTube. So thanks to everybody who's out there watching everything on YouTube. And if you're not already subscribed to Geek Insiders, and if you're not already subscribed to Comics Cast, what are you waiting for? Hit the subscribe button, jump in, say hi, tell everybody who you are. It's fun. It's fun. And let's be honest, you're all home. What else are we doing?
Exactly. And on ours, we've got well over now 100 videos. There's interviews, and then there's times where Meredith and I are just on and discussing whatever geek topic that we want to discuss. But there is a lot of interviews, and I guarantee you folks, if you go into the music section and you watch a couple of those interviews and you check out those folks' music, you're going to find at least one that you absolutely love. And I would be willing to bet more, because out of 4 of them, I am in love with 3 of them, and 2 of them I listen to every day now. And so, and I wouldn't have found them if it hadn't been for Geek Insider and our show. And like Sam Tenez, one is a great guy, fantastic musician. Joe Hurtler with Joe Hurtler and the Rainbow Seekers. I love their music. I got a poster of theirs, a release poster. And Love Child was another one, and Thank You Scientist. Those are names of bands, and several of them are in New York and New Jersey. So I'd have never heard of them because I don't listen to the radio. I tell Alexa to throw me something on, usually 21 Pilots or something. And so getting to meet those kind of people through the show is just fantastic. And so anyway, go over to, like he's saying, go to YouTube and check out Geek Insider. We've got music, like I was saying, and we've got interviews with puppet master creator or directors and all kinds of cool stuff. So go check it out. Cool. And like you said, subscribe.
That's it. Now, I know Meredith and I chatted about this earlier, social media and everything. Matthew, what's your when you're doing the social media thing? What's your poison? Which one do you like the best, or which one are you best at? And he's laughing already.
I'm horrible, dude, at social media. I have Facebook. Anybody is welcome to add me. Usually I use it for Messenger. I don't even promote my own shit on there most of the time. I'm horrible at it. If Meredith reminds me, I'll go and drop a link. When we schedule the shows, I do broadcast the shows on my Facebook, and we get quite a few people on my feed that come and watch the shows and join in and chat.
Most of the time, because I'm very active and I try to keep a presence on all of them, which is exhausting, Pete, as you know.
Oh my goodness.
It's exhausting. But when I tag Matthew, then he's like, oh, okay, and then he'll forward that or share it.
Yes, exactly. So
it's exhausting. That's the perfect word for it. It's absolutely. Now I laugh, and I can laugh about this. We're talking about bar jobs. My job actually closed in July.
Oh.
Well, it's fine. It's the second time. Well, no, not the second time, but it's the second time I've been a full-time artist. And I think I found the time that I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to sleep because I have to go on Instagram. And now it's like, I don't have to go to work. Like, this is work. Cool.
Right.
All right. So has that kind of hit you guys yet? Where have you gotten to, like, I know you're obviously doing a ton of stuff for Geek Insider, and you're trying to do more, which is awesome. Does it still feel like work, or is it just like now I'm doing what I meant to be doing?
No, exactly. I used to work for Apple for years.
Okay, yeah.
And before that, I used to work for Xbox. And
wow, cool. Okay.
Some disabilities happened. I wasn't able to continue working with Apple anymore. And so I got into writing out of desperation of just trying to find something I could do from home. And I kept coming back to Geek Insider because I loved it and I saw the potential in it. And so, now I will put in 12, 14 hours a day and it doesn't feel like work. It's, this is what I feel like I've been meant to do. I have fun at it. Yeah, there's days where, you know, I have to do some jobs that are not for Geek Insider. I have to do some other kind of
soul.
yes, that kills your soul.
Everything that guy just said. Yeah.
It's, you know, it's just one of those things to where I used to drive my dad crazy because if I woke up one morning and I was like, damn, I just really don't want to go to work. I hate this job. I'd quit. And it drove him nuts. I'd go and find another job immediately and had no problem getting one. But it just because, and the whole thing was he didn't understand it, is it was because of him. Because I saw him being miserable every day, coming home from work about how much he hated his job and just taking it out on us. And I just did not want that in my life. And, you know, they say if you do a job that you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And sure, the time has provided the creatives out here an opportunity to really do what we've been wanting. And Rob said it back in April, you know, that if you come out of this pandemic and you haven't created anything, you don't have anybody to blame but yourself.
Absolutely.
And because
I lost a couple people saying that probably at the beginning of April, because I had found myself, okay, we're going to be home for a while. So you sit and like I had nothing to do but sit at the drawing board, literally. And my business partner, he sat painting and I sat painting, and a lot of my guys in my group just went to work. And I see you guys went to work and started grinding. I talked to Meredith before. It's the Gary Vee thing. Just grind, work. Because if you haven't been working whenever this ends, and you know you've been coasting, guys, everyone who's been grinding is going to be way ahead of you. You can catch up, but it's going to be a hustle at that point. Now, the other thing that I'm kind of to piggyback on what I said before, I'm the type of guy that likes the grind a little bit more than I like the success. Like last night was great. I premiered my show and it was great. And I did a lot of work to get to it. And I enjoyed the success for an hour or two afterwards. And then it was like, okay, let's get back to work. I need to do another video. I need to do another this. I need to do another that. Is that something that happens with you guys while you're producing content for Geek Insider?
we usually have like 4 things going on at once, and I voluntold Meredith for stuff extra all the time. But yeah, we will have to sometimes, you know, just cut it off because we have to go and do an article for Geek Insider or our other website. A lot of people don't know that Meredith runs Wild One Forever as well.
Pops actually mentioned that today.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did. Surprise heck out of me.
and that's a women-centric site. And so, yeah, there is times that you feel pulled in too many directions. But we both had to learn that you do your to-do list and you try to prioritize it, but there has to be an end. You can't just sit there and go, I got to stay up. I got to stay up. You've got to just stop and pick up where you left off tomorrow.
Yeah. My biggest struggle has been trying to create a daily schedule. I love your list, Pete, because that is something that I started and I get away from it and then I do it again because again, all or nothing. That's how I function. And I do go through like my manic stages, and then when I disappear, it's because I'm really down, you know. And it's not even like that. It's not like self-harm or anything like that. It's just I need to shut down, and sometimes it's for a day, sometimes it's for a week. There have been times when I disappeared for a month, you know, and people are like, "That's
a hiatus."
Yeah, and it's just because that's just how I've always been. I'm trying to be better about pacing myself. So, like the morning, if I don't wake up to an alarm clock, that is a win for me. So I don't use an alarm clock. I wake up when I wake up. I get my coffee. I check messages. I try to do some of my own writing first thing because I found that if I waited to do my stuff after Geek Insider, after Wild One Forever, after the podcast and the guest appearances, I'm too exhausted to do my own stuff. I'm like, you know what? Wait a minute. That the end game is to put my things out there. You know, because at the end of the day, I am a creative person. I would like to see my name on stuff too.
You know,
So
that's
trying
a
to put
really good.
yeah, so trying to put myself, somewhere in the priority list when I wasn't even on the list at all, has been a struggle. And so that's something that I work on every single day.
And that's a good practice because, and something I should do because that's what keeps happening to me. It's like I tell everybody I've got like 8 Word documents open that are minimized. Those stuff that I'm writing of my own that's not for Geek Insider or not being paid to write for someone else, because I do a lot of ghost writing and a lot of blog work and article work and stuff, just to keep the money coming in. But I always put it off. Okay, I'm going to write an hour every night. I'm going to stop by 7 o'clock working on other people's stuff, and I'm going to work on my own. Well, by the time 7 o'clock rolls around, all I want to do is sit and watch TV or, go smoke a bowl and lay around. So that's something that I should do instead of jumping on. And I always read the news in the morning and all that, but instead of going and working and immediately starting to write for somebody else, I need to spend an hour writing my own stuff.
Yeah, I mean, because if you think about it, at the end of the day, the work that needs to be done. You know what the deadlines are. And if you can carve back an hour, I love that Pete is sitting here drawing and stuff. He's letting us talk and he's piping in and stuff. But he's still creating stuff,
right?
Where I wish I could multitask like
this
that.
This comes from conventions.
Yeah.
I got this year was supposed to be a big year. I mean, it was. I'm not gonna completely poo-poo on 2020. My goal for this year was to do some cons that I've never done before. I finally got to do C2E2 was on my list. I want to do C2E2. I got to do it this year, so I'm super happy. Whatever. But I was on track to do at least 40 shows, small and big, this year. That was the that was
thinking about that.
Yeah, but that was what I wanted to do. That's what I want to do. That's where I'm very happy doing that. And after doing so many shows, and then especially when I tell people the story, New York Comic Con you don't understand how much of a monster New York Comic Con is. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'll tell the story really quick. It's super busy. Now, you guys have been to con. Meredith, you've been to more, so you'll understand when I say this. At a bigger show, when they have the VIPs come in, we call it, my partner and I, Brendan, we call it the Nerd Horde. Because that's what it is. They're going to it's like Jurassic Park. You feel the ground move, and you can literally get trampled. So we know, okay, the Nerd Horde is going to come in at 9. So by 8:30, we are behind our table. We've eaten. We've gone to the bathroom. We got our supplies. We got our drinks. And everything's ready. Don't go outside the table again until like 10 o'clock when everybody else starts coming in because it's not safe. So Thursday at New York Comic Con years ago, was normally the slow day. Quiet day, a lot of insiders. It normally didn't used to start till 2 o'clock. Now it starts right at 9 o'clock in the morning. So, okay, so I'll start scribbling on something and we'll see what happens. Well, I didn't get up from the table till 6:30.
Wow.
Okay, but throughout the entire day, you're drawing. Like I'm drawing all day. My partner's drawing all day. You see artists all over, and I think most other artists that draw at their tables will say that they think you're drawing. You have learned, and from the bar work too. I can wash dishes, make a drink, and talk to somebody and place an order all at the same time because that's just a skill set you get. Well, it's the same time. I can sit here and draw something, pull out your print, and talk to you the whole time. Okay. Yeah. And then
that must be different with drawing, though.
Because honestly, I can sit here and sketch this and talk to someone and engage with someone and still, know where all my stuff is and things like that and get it done. And it actually works out. Or I can tell the person, hey, hold on 1 second while I grab their print, or I'll bring it out to me in the folder or whatever. It's actually the engagement, because we've been talking. Engagement's been the theme that we've been talking about. Someone once told me in a group, "Oh my God, you draw when you're at the table? That's terrible. Terrible. You don't talk to anybody when you're doing that." I'm like, I can pick my head up. Oh, hey, how you doing? And I'm going to be honest with you. Half the time, the person's like, "Oh, I just wanted to watch you draw." Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't know. Some people get weirded out by that. I don't. I like, hey, watch. Go ahead. That's cool. You videotape them? Yeah. Just say hi. Just cool. That's great. So I'm almost I was always the kid doodling in school, and still talking and engaging with the teachers. It's not that I'm really good at doing two things at once. I'm probably not, but I can draw and talk to people and still do other things, and it's fun. And it's this is how I engage. This is how
My background is prose. So
Okay.
if I'm talking, I'm basically typing what I'm saying.
Right.
It's not the
Exactly.
thing that's in my head, which is supposed to be on the page.
I kind of almost consider him a mentor, but someone who I take a lot of influence from. Simon Fraser does the Nikolai Dante 2000 AD stuff like that. He had said that because he's like, when you're drawing, you can have music on, you could talk to somebody, and you can draw because you still have to think a little bit, but you're drawing and stuff like that. Inking, which is my love. I love inking. You could do 17 different things while you're inking because at one point it becomes muscle memory. But he said writing, which I'm bad at. I actually have a laptop that doesn't go connect to the internet for when I write, so I can't look at Facebook or anything. I just write. He said writing, you need to be in a quiet room, closed off from everybody, and you have to concentrate on what you're writing because if you start chatting or listening, you'll end up typing song lyrics. So how do I? Is that yeah? Okay, you're both nodding.
Yeah.
Cool. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, I can listen to music if I'm writing for blogs or ghostwriting something. I can listen to music, to regular music. If I'm writing my own stuff, then I listen to classical and
Right.
just instrumental. I listen to the Braveheart soundtrack a
Yeah.
lot when I'm working on my stuff.
See,
But
I can't listen to music at all because if it's a song that I recognize, I will stop everything and I will start singing. So
When I'm like if I'm doing a project or if you check out any of my lives, you'll always hear EDM, electric dance, that kind of stuff. Because I'm not that I'm not a fan. I like all kinds of music, but I don't know it very well. But it always I find the kind that I like, but it always has a beat and a groove. Because I'm like you, Meredith. Once I hear a song that I know it's a concert, I'm having a ball. But with EDM, it's the beats and everything moving along, and I can be like, okay, I can draw and groove to this and stuff like that. But I didn't, because I know your time is getting short. So I wanted to say one thing before coming in. The Batman here, it's based off a pop that I have in front of me. I'll even
that's what I thought.
it's based off a Funko of the Adam West Batman that I'm working on now. When I'm finished, I'm going to message Meredith on Facebook. And you guys, what we'll do is if a member of Geek Insiders or somebody who says that they're coming from Geek Insiders or someone that watched this show or even someone who's watching this on the Comic Cast YouTube, we'll connect somehow to get this in the hands of them. We'll do a contest and we'll set up a contest and we'll give it away to one of our lovely listeners today. I think that's going to be the way to go. I think that'll be fun. So,
did you hear the news about Funko?
It's a clickbait article.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Because I didn't click it, so I saw the title and I went.
It's not possible. I've seen them at New York Comic Con. They have a huge booth, like 20 foot by 20 foot. They bring in 9 gigantic pallets of Funkos, and they do it. So the Wednesday before, they fill them all up. By Thursday night, the entire storefront is empty. Friday morning, you walk in, the storefront is now full again because they wheeled in another 9, 10, 15 pallets of pops. And it happens every day at New York Comic Con at the Funko table. They fill them up.
I'm so glad that you said that because nothing angers me more than clickbait.
If Funko goes away, we might as well just all stop. Okay, because whether you like them or you don't like them, they're a machine.
As long as there are new characters, there are going to be new pops.
Yep.
You're buying, So Meredith, you know Christy, right? Christy Shin.
Christy Shin, I love Christy Shin.
You love Christy Shin. We love Christy Shin too. That's what.
Hey guys, what's up?
We've got the Korean connection going.
There we go. Right? We both got the anger and the alcoholism, so there you go. So how you guys doing?
Great.
Hey,
I'm only going to be the only one that answers her.
No, I'm pretty fantastic. Sorry. I was going ladies first. I was giving all the guests an opportunity to talk.
Yeah. So I mean, I could have had a thing of scotch, but actually, one of my girlfriends is coming up, and we're going to go out and because my birthday's tomorrow, so she said, I want to do something for your birthday, so we're doing stuff for my birthday. Yeah. It'll be tomorrow, so it's nice. I have a Labor Day weekend.
All right.
So, all right. I tell Christy I was going to call her later, and somehow it got into the chat of the StreamYard. I didn't mean for it to be in the StreamYard chat. But that was me telling Christy I was going to call her later because I wanted to tell her how much fun I've been having this morning. Some of the things that have happened that have, oh, there, look.
COVID-19.
It's
I haven't been out in public to wear her yet, but I cannot wait to see the looks I get when I do.
You should put it to the side of your mask, and they're like, "What the fuck? What the hell?"
That is Christy's work, y'all. That's what that is.
Nice.
I cannot believe, because I know, Christy, you mentioned like the weight of this, and I was like, yeah. And then I actually picked it up, and I'm like, holy cow, this got some weight. These are really nice pins.
Thank you.
It's pull down one side of your shirt when you.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to try it out and see? Because I think I had my friends put it on their bags. They put it on.
If I'm gonna wear it, it's actually gonna be like it's gonna go through my bra strap so that it doesn't move. Yeah. Otherwise, it would definitely pull.
Definitely extra support. Smart lady over there. See, she's thinking.
Yeah, it'll probably like stop a bullet wound or something. Not that I'm endorsing it nor that you should try it.
Do not test it at home. No, but I love this pin. I cannot wait to. I really, honestly, I haven't been affected by the beer bug because I rarely go out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, but when I do go out in public, I live to embarrass my kids.
Yay!
There you go. There you go.
I got lucky. The brewery's out by me deliver.
Oh, nice.
We don't have our breweries open. There are some bars open, but it's outdoor only, drinking and eating. So I don't know if we're going to hit that or something. Like, I think probably what we'll do, we'll have it, because it's supposed to be also an excessive heat wave. I should draw a son screaming, like that excessive heat wave or something. And it'll be just like this ridiculous thing. Because I'm just weird like that.
Or a demon bitch melting like bacon or something.
I don't think I can embarrass my son. I think he'd just laugh and go, "Yeah, that's my dad."
I do that to my mom all the time. Just this whole like, it's like, oh, do I embarrass my mom? It's like, I think she's fine with it now.
Well, you guys, our hour is up, and I don't want to take over Christy's. So thank you very much for having us. I popped in because Matthew said, "Come on in," and I said, "Okay."
Well, you guys, the other half.
You guys are a team. That's how that works. We know that.
Yeah, I mean, I always like Meredith around. She's like very pleasant. We talk about very angry Korean things sometimes that are very unusual.
Yeah, just make Meredith one of my co-hosts, son. Let her handle one. Let her do one day. Let Pete do one day.
And I've lost my job.
Oh, see how that happened.
You got Volin untold.
Oh no!
It grows. It evolves. You never know what can happen. I mean,
well,
that's
Pops,
the great thing about it.
Yep.
Tune
Thanks
into
for having us on, Pops. Pete,
thank you.
Christy,
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you. And
Nice to
we'll
meet
talk
you.
again soon, everybody. Y'all have a great day. I'll be tuning in.
All right. Bye.
Take it easy. Oh, Pete, you
Hey,
just
Pete.
gonna keep drawing?
If you want me to keep, I can bow out for a minute. I'm sure there's two or three things.
If you want to keep drawing, me and
Yeah, I'll
Christy can talk while you draw. Christy,
I'll keep
probably
going.
draws
So
too.
this is what we'll do. I will do this. I'll
Christy-
mute myself and let you guys do your thing.
Christy, do you want to? Do you have anything you want to pop up in the share screen? Because we can.
I just sketched like excessive heat wave. You can take a look at that.
I mean, whatever you want to do. We
Sure.
shoot.
Now my computer's being stupid. Hold on.
It's okay. Mine's always stupid, man. I'm afraid to do anything when I'm in StreamYard. I swear. I'm
Really?
afraid to do anything because I could be gone for 15 minutes trying to reboot my computer and everything. When
Right.
that's all I want to do is right here. That's why I ask other people to share the feed out everywhere, share it out everywhere. Because if I start messing around, I'll get us all kicked out of here.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it. I mean, I could share the screen, what I'm working on right now.
Yeah,
And I'll just draw random stupid things.
She does not draw stupid things. She draws random funny things.
That's true.
Funny things. Is like people have to look if people approach your art correctly, with like, okay, I approach. I describe like wrestling as the 60 Stooges,
Mm-hmm.
kind of. Because not that they don't actually go out there and get beat up, but sometimes you see the complete miss, but the guy flies through the ropes like he got smacked. You know,
Yeah.
To me, it's always been slapstick comedy, so I love it.
Yeah.
So I watch it, and I get fanboy a little bit about some what happens. You know, I love Alexa Bliss. I mean, I get a little fanboy about some of it that happens, but that's how I've always described it. Is it's like slapstick comedy, but it's also a serious business. Those guys go out there and drop each other through tables, and I mean they get hurt. They do real stuff, but you can tell when it's the production, you can tell the show part of it.
Yeah.
And that's why I love it. Some of them are really good at selling what they do, and some of them aren't so good, and it shows. And that's the funny part.
Yeah.
To me,
Yeah.
I mean, if you can sell getting smacked in the head and flip flopping around for a minute, and you can sell it like that's what really happened, you're a great wrestler. You know, if you can tell dude missed you by 2 feet, and you still go flopping through the ropes like you got hit, you're not the good wrestler.
Right.
It's like act like he missed, let him hit you again, then flop through the ropes because he missed and it was obvious.
Yeah.
But I love watching it. It's hilarious to me. I love it, and I get totally behind it. It's like Matt or Jeff Hardy. That dude would go out there and put himself through some stuff.
There you go.
You get behind that because he just climbed up like 25, 30 feet up on a raptor and jumped off and drove and through a table or whatever. And you're just like,
That crap is so insane too.
Yeah. You're like,
He and his brother are also the nicest guys in the world.
Oh yeah, great guys.
Like a lot of these guys, they're not jerks. They're pretty regular people. Like,
yes, they are.
Mhm.
So this is
just excessive heat wave. It's supposed to be really hot right now. So it's going to be like, I just drew a sun being all fucking extra and angry.
So you should have like maybe a little one of your little representations of the beer bug down there melting at the bottom. Isn't he supposed to kill it?
The beer bug. Oh, you mean
here I am trying to be funny again.
Beer bug? Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard the beer bug. I think it was like salmonella or something, or I'm trying to think because there's like the current one. It's like COVID, although everybody's like, yeah, whatever now. Seems like. I know some people are going, oh, that's terrible that you said that. I'm like, whatever.
But see, this is the style of Christy right here. Yes. She makes something funny out of something that most people don't think is funny. Sometimes she gets that raw reaction from people with thin skins.
Some people like it's interesting because some people like I understand if they don't get it and they say, hey, I really don't get this. But lately when people ask me what I'm trying to say, they sound really angry. And I'm just like, I don't really owe you anything, so I don't really care. And now people can go like, oh, well, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. Like, I have a right to ask. It's like, you have a right to ask, but I also don't really give a shit. So, yeah, I don't really care. So, I'm sorry.
Be nice, Christy. It's great, though, because, like I said, it's like you elicit a response from people, right?
Yeah, I'll listen to them. I mean, it's like if I find it worthy, like.
No, I mean, elicit a response. That's what you're trying to do as an artist, is to elicit a response. So, good response, bad response, whatever, you made somebody feel something. That's your goal, right? I mean, you're not trying to make people feel bad or whatever. You're trying to make people laugh, and some people just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just raw something. I mean, the thing is also sometimes, like I was talking about it with Dave last week, like a few days ago, because I was on Chat and Draw with him. And he was going, unless I totally screwed up his name, I'm sorry, because like I have been dealing with 10 million things, so I'm getting things scrambled up. But I was on Chat and Draw, and he drew my character Demon B, and it was really kind of funny because when I watched that, but we were talking, and I said, look, there are times I'm going to be offensive, but the thing is that I'm not doing offensive for offensiveness' sake. Like some people kind of do offensive just to be angry and just say in your face, what are you going to do about it? And I'm going to piss you off. It's like, okay, great, but what else are you going to do about it? And there are going to be some people that are really more upset at my stuff than normal, and there's going to be people that aren't really going to care and find it funny, and there are going to be people that, wow, I see the exact same things you do.
See, and that's what I mean. It's like I want people to look at it with a open attitude, not like go in there straight like everything's got to be negative. You got to look at it and look for the humor in it, because there's always, look, everything Christy draws, unless it's like a straight portrait type thing, everything she draws has humor in it, and you just have to look for it for a minute, and you'll find it. And I mean, that's we're all trying to be entertained and trying to be entertaining, right? And what you do, okay, you have your fan base. You have a loyal little crowd that watches your show all the time.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. And when they don't, it's like they feel kind of like lost in a way.
Well,
and I'm
yeah.
not saying that out of detriment, like some people genuinely feel that way.
It's like, but they watch you, and you're entertaining. You make them laugh. You engage, and that's all people want for a little while every day, is somebody that gets it. And Christy, you did it. You're sitting there at the house. You get what's going on, and I mean, especially where you're at. Come on.
Yeah, right.
You get what's going on, and I really appreciate your outlook and the fact that you make me laugh a couple times every day.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I appreciate that too, because it's like sometimes it's like you just kind of like want an audience, but it's like sometimes I don't like how some people are dealing with wanting an audience. They can become more attention-y and more like, oh, I'm an attention whore and stuff, and it's like it looks really awful, And I know we all want attention of some sort. I'm not saying that it's bad to not have attention, but I really have a problem with people seeking attention in such a way that's very needy, if that makes sense. Like, oh, pay attention to me, pay attention to my problems, but it's like, okay, but what about solving your problems? Well, this is only other attention I can get, so there you go. It's like, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, well, it's like some people are just want you to know what they're going through, and they don't really want to hear the advice or what you would suggest to them for how to deal with it. That wasn't what they were looking for. They just wanted everybody to know they're going through something.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, I'm going through this, and you have to feel sorry for me. And it's like, okay, all right.
Sometimes when you say something, then they get mad that you offered an opinion. So it's like, even now, the way things are now, you don't even know if you're allowed to show sympathy or make a comment, because you don't know how you're going to be received. Everybody is so on edge, and everything's so electric.
Well, yeah, and people have formed their stupid little cliques, in which I think is kind of stupid. It's just, I guess, I just want to have my friends around me, and then we like can hang out and socialize with each other, like in any way, shape, or form, just not to normalize, but just to kind of cope with the situation right now, and to be sane. Like I've seen so many people nut up on Facebook, it's not even funny. And it's just like, oh God, you guys, seriously? And after all that it's said and done, can you look at the other people straight in the face ever again?
Exactly.
Yeah, like it's just, I think sometimes people really don't think, so they just react emotion wise, and then they get all nuts, and then it's like, then they start like getting angry. And I've had that enough in my life, and I just like, ever since like my operation last year, I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Screw you.
That some people might not know. You went through some serious stuff last year, and you've even said it made you a tougher person, and made you just like look at it like, man, I might not even be here right now. So this is
there were times.
It's like you already had your battle.
Yeah, it's like I almost died. Like, yeah, go away.
Exactly. It's like you already had your battle, and it's like this is like, yeah.
Well, it's like the worst thing you can do to yourself is nut up all the time. That's the thing. It's like I never got the point of people nutting up on people. They're like, oh, I gotta go and like go freaking act crazy, and I'm like, why are you acting crazy? You don't need to act crazy. And they're like, oh, I'm like, all right, guys, I really don't know what the heck is your problem, but okay. It's like sometimes people just want all that drama and stuff.
I guess I can change that banner, huh? Did you send me a link, Christy? You probably didn't, did you?
I don't think I did. I think it was like a different link. It was like a link to stuff that probably is not applied here, but
yeah, I gotta figure this out. My background guy. We still got Geek Insider banner going, and I can't even find it to shut it off. There.
Yeah, right. So, but I mean, as I said, like, I'm not saying like everybody who doesn't like agree with me is stupid, but I think everybody wants to kind of have that sort of mentality.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like people have gotten to the point where they won't hear each other.
Mhm.
I mean, it's like they'll say all kinds of stuff, but they won't hear each other. We just got to get past that, and we'll be fine. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's such an issue for everybody is because of the sensationalism of everything, and I mean everything. The everybody's reactions to everything is sensationalized.
Everybody's like, "Oh, pay attention to me because this thing overlaps." I'm like, "That's great."
We all got to back up, chill out just a little bit. That's all. You know, back up and chill out just a little bit, and realize everybody else is going through stuff too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I just found it funny though. It's just like that's why I like draw all the things that I draw, and I think some people get mad that I mention that. It's like, well, why not? Although I've been finding more and more people that think it's funny.
I think it's. I mean, most of what you do is hilarious. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie. Most of what you do is hilarious.
What's your favorite cartoon?
Well, you mean like actual cartoon or your cartoon?
Well, the cartoon that I've drawn. Like, what's your favorite one?
I like Portland Cement.
Yeah, I just saw that when I was walking. I'm like, oh, I should draw that. And I just drew it. Some people like found that funny, but two people got really mad at me. They said, "What is it?" I like literally I could imagine this girl screaming to me through the internet, going like, maybe I need to have this unpacked for me, but why don't you explain to me what it is? I'm like, wow. And I was laughing at her for having such a problem with it. And then the other guy just said, I have no idea what side you're on. I'm trying to gauge from this drawing. I'm like, you can think all you want. I'm not discouraging you to think. You should probably do that more. It's a good thing.
Yeah, because maybe I'm not on nobody's side because nobody's on my side.
Yeah, like maybe you guys don't want to listen to me and go on your freaking respective corners. Screw you.
I always quote Treebeard the Ant when people ask me what side I'm on or insinuate I'm on one side or the other of anything. I tell them, except things I own, because some things I do own. But I mean, for the most part, it's like I'm not on nobody's side because nobody's on my side. I'm on my family side. I know they're behind me. I got a few good friends I know are behind me. But in the reality of life, there ain't no sides that really matter. We all need to just like look out for each other.
Right? And that's how I feel about it. It's just like it's getting to a point where it's just clicky, and I'm just like, I'm not in your stupid high school clique. Go away.
And like just like we were talking about with the Funko clickbait, there's a whole bunch of clickbait out there. People avoid it all.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
All, you know what I mean? I'm not just talking comic clickbait. There's a whole bunch of clickbait out there. Avoid it all. You'll be so much better off for it.
Yeah, like I'll look at it. It's like I think I saw that the Funko. It's like, oh, the Funko thing. It's they're going and closing their doors. I'm like, that's new. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah. So I have a message out to Charles Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't gotten a response from him, and he's next in line.
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't get no response from him, I either have an open slot or I can extend your slot a little bit, maybe bring Mindy out or maybe bring Matt out a little early, something like that. We'll figure it out. But
yeah. No, it's fine. It's just that I have a friend coming by, so it's like I have to be vigilant for her because she's driving for a bit.
Did you want to give a little plug to the show that you guys do?
Oh, 1-2 Comic Talk. Yeah, 1-2 Comic Talk. I do it usually on Saturdays with Kevin Lang, 10:30 to 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. So if you guys want to tune in, we're on YouTube. It's 1-2 Comic Talk. Subscribe to that. I also have Lunch Hour. That's my own channel, Monday through Friday, 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm in California, so everything is Pacific Standard Time for me. So make the adjustments for that.
Everybody from the madness knows we pop you out there. We pop you out there every time we see you live because it's great. It's great watching her show. The people that follow her and that comment and stuff, they're all like a little family. They all get along. They're always joking. It's entertaining. It's fun. And that's the stuff that I gravitate to.
Yeah.
In the comic industry, that's the stuff I have gravitate to. Florida man, like anything that's fun, that's funny, you got my attention.
Yeah.
You know, that's not saying I don't like my sci-fi and my fantasy and my superheroes, but funny and fun will always pull me in. You know.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know how you guys are liking this picture going on, but I hope you enjoy it right at this moment.
Well, see, I lived in Arizona and Phoenix for 35 years. So I can so totally relate to that picture.
Right? Because you're just like, oh man, I remember that. It's crazy.
Every summer was an excessive heat wave. There wasn't like when it's 110, 120 don't matter. I'm telling you.
Oh, you think we're wimps over here. It's supposed to be 111 today.
Woo!
It sucks. I'm like, God.
Yeah, I know.
Because like the only way we can eat out here is outdoor eating. And I'm like, this is going to suck.
Yeah. Come home and eat it. Bring it home and eat it. And it stays warm in the bag all the way home.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like here, it's not so bad, but we're like kind of right before some of the valleys.
I loved Phoenix. Don't get me wrong, but I got to a point where the heat was just too draining as I got older. And the last summer I was there, it was just like, man, I just don't want to be here no more. It's just nasty. So then I went someplace worse.
You're right. Michigan humid or what?
Oh no, I went to Texas and added some humidity to that heat.
So let me see. What do you think, guys? You like it?
I like it. I think it's hilarious. And I can't really see a whole lot of the chat because I got all kinds of things going. Just a little announcement though. Later on, when Rodney Fight comes out, we have a little special guest host going to be with him. Somebody who actually helped us out. Was it CRoM Con 2? I think Amanda Gillum helped us she co-hosted for me in CRoM Con 2, and she's going to be out with Rodney Fight at 6 p.m. and she's gonna like MC his little show. That's awesome.
Oh,
Give me a chance to take a little breaky break and grab a bite right at the perfect time. So thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Tina. Oh yeah, don't forget producer 1, Tina. I got to throw the plugs everywhere, when I get a chance. So you're getting ready to start. Are you going to do another Kickstarter with DB? Have you decided? I mean,
I never like to talk about a project until I am more nascent in it.
Okay.
But I'm looking to hit more of the retailers. So one of the people that I have talked to that you have been plugging, let's say, I'm purposely vague because I want to be very focused, more on my energy, getting it happening. And I've already talked to them about it, but cool. I'm willing to give that a try and try another avenue, at least retail wise.
Yeah, they're going to be out here later, and we'll cover that whole thing. And I'll throw that plug out there for you too. That there's a possibility you may be on the format. We love it because I mean, I don't know if you heard me say it, but anybody who gets involved in that, I'm probably going to be giving extra energy toward promoting what they're doing because they're joining in with what we're doing. So you know, they just so you get extra push from pops.
No, totally, dude. I totally am for that, and I'm very grateful for that. No, that's good to know. As I said, I'm kind of like, I don't want to like talk about everything constantly. I'd like to go and wait until I'm more nascent, and then I get it done.
So looks like I'm still getting birthday wishes. That was 3 days ago, y'all. Love you. That was 3 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I have people like two of my friends hit me up. So over your weekend, what time do you have free for us to do anything? I'm like, oh, okay. Because this is obviously different from other years. It's kind of funny because I'm doing more stuff with friends than I did on my birthday prior the last couple of years because it was like kind of quiet for me. Well, last year sucked because I was in the hospital with the tumor. But I got out on my birthday, so that was nice.
Well, that was a good present for you. Happy birthday, by the way. And because we're both first week of September. I don't know about you. I was born on Labor Day.
Mhm.
So, September 2nd just happened to fall on Labor Day that year that I was born.
Mhm.
And I know some other people that are Labor Day babies. It's kind of a clique within the clique. That first week of September, you can be anywhere in the first week of September and you could fall on Labor Day.
Mine is on the 6th, so I think that's Labor Day, right? I'm trying to remember.
This year, is it? Yeah, I think it is. No, Monday, 7th this year.
Okay.
So, but I'm saying the year I was born, it happened to fall on the day I was born, which is kind of awesome. And I have a goddaughter in Arizona, in Arizona that also was born on Labor Day.
Mhm.
She was going to be born on my birthday, and the doctor stopped labor. And then she came out 2 days later on Labor Day. So she was going to be born on Saturday, my birthday, and instead she was born on Monday, Labor Day, which is still kind of my birthday. So, goddaughter.
I don't know with me. I don't know what day I was born. I know what the number, what the 6th, right? But I don't know what day of the week it was personally. But my mom told me I was late, and okay.
Yeah, I got that speech too. I was not nowhere near. I was I guess, a couple weeks late. She was annoyed.
Yeah, I think that's what my mom did. Like my sister, she was induced, and it's kind of funny because it's with me, it's I'm actually, because of that, it's I've been on time or in time, which is hilarious. So yeah. And while this is running in the background, while I'm talking to you guys, I have YouTube on veterinary crap in the background.
YouTube on veterinary crap.
Well, vet ranch. It's one of the things. Vet ranch is basically they help pets in need and stuff.
Okay.
So they're adorable.
I get you. I have a niece that's a veterinarian in Canada somewhere.
Oh, cool.
Don't know where, but somewhere. So I still have not heard from our next guest, so you can hang out for longer if you want.
Sure.
Pete, you can come back out here.
Oh, sorry. Go on. I apologize.
Pete, you come back out here if you want. It's we're kind of rolling into the next time slot. So that is Horatora Studios. That is where you can find DB and all things DB.
Store. I actually have tarot cards. Well, Lenormand style decks.
Oh yes, she did a reading for me the other night, y'all. It was awesome.
Yeah, those are awesome. Like this one, Demon Bitch Crappy Tarot. So I can't say the whole thing.
Yes.
But it says maybe we should take DMT and talk to the coronavirus because she's very smart.
Yes. It's not focused.
Well, one woman actually, she reviewed it. She said it was the greatest thing ever. She really loved it.
What was her name? I watched her review. I forget her name.
Jennifer Hall. Let me actually find the link for that.
I watched her review of it. It was pretty cool. I was like, all right. Somebody was actually into it that was using them. I was like, that's cool. And then you did it. You did a reading for me with them, and that was even cooler. So
I put that up there if you guys want to check it out. Actually, I got to go and probably alter it on my square so that people can have the pleasure watching it because they really like it. I'm going to put that up on the store where I sell the tarot cards. They're not really tarot. They're a certain type that's called Lenormand style. And what's nice about them is that it's a different style. Now, the thing is that tarot has 78 cards. And then it has 4 suits. You have the pentacles, aka coins. You have the wands. You have the swords. And then you have the cups. They each represent something. Coins or pentacles are wealth, stability. Wands are action. Wands are inspiration. Swords are more for thought or decision. And then cups are more for emotion and intuition. And then you have the major arcana, which is about 13 of them from the sun till death and everything else, from the full sun till death. And they represent different things, but the pictures of the cards could represent something totally different. So you want to do that. So let me go ahead and put this up here. I'm also going to draw something too, but yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm going to draw something else. I just wanted to update this while I had my mind on it too. So anybody have any questions?
I always have questions.
What are these questions?
Well, I mean, I kind of go outside the box a little bit when I interview people. You know me. I want to know what your favorite movie is and all the stupid stuff that people never talk about. Because usually when you get interviewed, they want to know where your art inspiration comes from, who were your influences, and everybody gets the same questions all the time, right? And I like to come a little bit from the side, more like get to know you more, as a person. And so, what's your favorite alcohol? Since I know you're going drinking tonight.
I don't drink that much just due to what happened to me for my operation. But it's Jennifer Ball. Sorry, Jennifer Ball. Balls. But I actually like good wines. I like a good red wine. There's Joel Gott's Cabernet Sauvignon. That's good.
Maybe not commercials, but just you like red wine.
I like, the thing is, red wine, if it's a bad red wine, it just tastes so bad. It's like,
I don't know if we get in trouble for actually saying the names of anything. I don't know how YouTube works with that. So
I know if you play music, sometimes they get really picky with that. That's why I just try not to play music or anything. Just because they dinged me so many times, and people go like, why don't you get royalty free? It's like, I have been getting royalty free. But then the thing is, when I play the track in the background, I automatically say, oh, we dinged you because this person actually didn't have this royalty free. But it like says it royalty free, but they're just being a jerk, and they changed it, but they didn't change the text on it. So it's like, yeah, screw you. Because it's like, I even went to the YouTube bank, the YouTube music bank, saying, hey, we can do this and blah, blah, blah. So I played it, and they're like, oh, yeah, well, nah. Or they didn't have anything. So I said, well, then what's the point, you stupid YouTube? We spent so much money on you.
Yeah, see, that's the one thing that I really appreciate about everything that Joe's done in the background for the con, because I don't have money to throw at this. I'd still be on the six screen StreamYard out of the group. It would be
right.
I don't have the means to throw behind it. So I really appreciate everything he's doing for us, and I'm wondering where the people are at. It is Saturday afternoon. Are y'all outside in the heat?
Probably are. How hot is it over there?
Here it's not too bad, I don't think. But since I've been here, I grew up in Minneapolis in the extreme cold, and then I spent most of my life in the extreme heat. And this is like pretty much right in the middle. It don't get real super cold in the winter, and it don't get real super hot in the summer. And I think I kind of like it here. I haven't had anything, anything yet where I went outside and went, oh no, and turned around, came back in.
Right.
And that was my problem in Arizona. In Arizona, it's like you're in a nice house, air conditioning. You open the door, it's like getting hit with a blast furnace. Like you open the door to a blast furnace. That was what it felt like every day in the summer.
That's how I feel with Texas. Now I see why women in Texas wear skirts, because after a while, when wearing pants, I was like, I didn't smell. It wasn't nasty, but it was just like you felt swampy.
Yeah.
You're like, oh.
That's what I mean. When I added the heat, I had the heat, and then I added that humidity to it. It was like, what are you thinking, old man?
Yeah, I could deal with dry heat. Dry heat's okay.
Yeah, it was cool though. I learned some things in Texas. And anytime you learn something from experience, whether good or bad, whatever, anytime you learn something, it's a good thing in the end, in the long run. Okay, because if it was a bad thing, you won't repeat it. If you're smart, you won't repeat it. And it's like you gotta keep up with staying above. And
it's kind of like, oh, why'd you do that dumb thing again?
Yeah, you got to get down with staying above. Come on, it took me a long time to learn a lot of the stuff I talk about. Everybody's like, oh, Pops and his wisdom. Pops was a dumbass till he was about 50. I ain't gonna lie.
We all did dumb things, I think. Like I like to think that at least when I was a kid, and I say 20, I was a lot smarter than a lot of my peers, but sometimes like you still do 20-year-old dumb things, you know.
Yes, you
I
do.
mean, you could be mature, but then you could also be a jagoff, basically.
So what are you going to give us, Christy?
Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, you're looking at that. I'm watching like also somebody making a Korean like I don't want to say bento box. This is an old style like Korean thing. So, but yeah. So let's see here. What can I draw here? Does anybody have any suggestions? Although I'm going to draw Pokey from frickin' Gumby.
Ooh, can we get Pokey? Let's see. What can we do with Pokey to make him just a little different?
My sister, when she was little, she drew Pokey, right? Because we really liked Gumby back in the day. And we kind of ritualistically, weirdly bury the Gumby and Pokey in our backyard. Well, I did because I was like weird about mud pits and stuff. I was a very strange kid. No, I didn't go and hurt small animals, so shut up. But he did
the psyche of Christy.
right? I would be scarier than that. Although people are scared of me sometimes. So anyway, but so my sister, she drew a picture of Pokey, right? It was like I don't know the stuff kids do. Like I don't have kids of my own, but just remember playing with my younger sister. We're not that young. We're not that far apart. We're about 2 years, like 18 months. Okay. She drew this one of this big diagram like right here. And from what I can remember it was like she would do this. Like we play together. I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. And she would write eating place.
Oh, geez. We get it. We get it.
Right here. And then she wrote down, like, it was a huge sheet of paper.
Yeah. Pooping place. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, she just wrote PP place.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know why that made me laugh so hard. It was just like, people go, well, that's toilet humor. It's not very high-minded. I said, but yeah, it makes you laugh. Why not? You know?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying earlier, man. Is the way things are now, everybody just lighten up. If it elicits a little chuckle, let the little chuckle out, man. Quit biting everything down and going, is it okay or not? Let the little chuckle out, you know.
I find it funny when I have a person that's much younger than me. Again, this is different than setting personal boundaries, but when they get in my face for doing something, I'm like, sit down, go away. Although it's funny because most of the younger generation actually thinks I'm great, which is interesting. So I'm kind of in this, talking to another person that we were in the same age range, and I'm like, man, we're kind of where we're not 20 anymore. So we feel kind of old, but we're not in a place where we're like 60 or something where we start to look old. We still actually look relatively young.
Right, right.
So it's kind of weird. Like some of us got the dad or mom bods or whatever, but we haven't gotten old as of yet, like grizzled and all that and all that jazz, you know. Almost said a bad word, but anyway. But yeah, no, I look relatively young. That's the thing. Like sometimes people confuse me that I'm in my 30s. I'm like, that's cool.
I actually had somebody on the golf course the other day say big 5-0. I was out golfing my birthday with a couple of my son's friends, and one of them thought I was only 50. I was like, right on, because, you know, I just cracked 57. But see, I'm out there playing golf with these youngsters, and I swing at the ball just like I did when I was a youngster. I swing the club. I'm not like that old guy that can barely move the club. I smack the crap out of the ball, right? I'm gonna be out there doing it till I can't do it. And I'm gonna, you know, it's like try to do it the best you can, and I don't feel 57.
Yeah.
By means, you know.
I don't feel
like I get knocked down the stairs. When I get knocked down the stairs and it takes me 4, 5, 6 days to recover, that's when I feel old. You know?
Yeah, like when you got dragged down by 2 huskies, it's like, oh. It's like certain times when you get hurt, you're like, oh, like if I have the flu, so what I used to feel, but that was because I had a pancreatic tumor and I think it was pressing on my spine. So I felt every friggin' like injury I'd ever done to myself when I had the flu. It was so annoying. I was like, oh, I hate you all.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh man, you don't recover as quick when you're old. Okay.
Well, like the hangovers are terrible. That's why you just don't drink anymore either. Like things hurt a little more. Like when I was, especially after my surgery, some of my friends were like, oh, like, you know, we want to try this drink and that drink, but like even when people were around me and this wasn't my friends, but we were at some party, there were these people taking shots and I wasn't taking a shot at all. But when I saw people do it, I was like, oh my, oh, like the feeling that like what they're going to feel in the morning when they're like getting recovering from a hangover. I'm like, oh, that no, bad. All of this is bad,
See, I've been lucky. I never really get. I learned the things I can drink and I stick to them.
Mhm.
I don't mix and none of that. I just don't mess around because I want to be the last man standing. It's kind of like been a life. It's been a thing for me like the last 10 years to always be the last one there after everybody else is tucked in.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's not by how fast you chug it down or anything. I mean, there's still some alcohol I have issue with. Like, I used to love beer, but ever since my surgery, like, I can't drink it like how I used to because I can drink soda, and people are going, well, if you can drink soda, you can drink beer. I'm like, soda, it hurts. It's like, I mean, soda is fine, but because of my surgery, they had to rearrange stuff.
Mhm.
Beer is way, way more carbonated. So it's like it takes me a lot longer to finish a beer than I used to be able to. I guess I could work up to it, but I also have to just be careful that I don't have pancreatitis because they had to remove over 70% of my pancreas. That sucked.
Dang, I didn't know they did that.
Oh, yeah, because like what it was is that the head of the pancreas developed the tumor. That's where most of the tumors go. And it took up 70% of my pancreas. And I had gained like a lot of weight. Now, some people get really it's weird when they have pancreatic issues, they tend to get skinny, but that's because usually when the cancer invades you, and they'll get jaundice because it'll start taking over not only the pancreas and screwing it up, but then it'll go and start screwing with your liver and everything. So it compromises more of your digestion. With me, I was starting to want to throw up a little bit, and part of me was like, oh, I don't want to do anything or move or do anything or anything else. And I just got really tired, and it got to a point where I thought I had a kidney infection because my kidneys were hurting. So I went to the emergency room, and it turned out, no, I have a 70% tumor, like 6-inch tumor taking over. But they were surprised because I was overweight and I wasn't yellowed. My eyes weren't yellowed. They weren't messed up. But I guess what happened is I just got to it just in time. Because the type that I have, what we eventually found out is that it wasn't going to be cancerous yet, but it was 100% going to be cancerous once it had a certain point, and it would break apart. And that's when it would become cancerous. And they said that probably what would have happened is that I would have had, it would have gone up to stage 3. And when they removed the tumor, they thought I was going to have like diabetes, which I don't. So it turned out pretty good. What was helpful was that I know that people can argue I wasn't healthy before that, and I wasn't. But the thing is, I still lived healthy. So they were surprised at how fast I bounced back from it. But I look at this year like, okay, it's a recovery year, because they said the total time to be able to do this is like 15 to 18 months. So this will be about a year in which, so it's like, for the most part, the year, like I was actually it's been relaxed for me. And I mean, even though I would have liked to go out and work and do the thing, at least right now, I can recover.
Cool. I'm just glad that we got to meet each other. You guys, you have to understand, I only met Christy just a couple months ago, just from running into her on somebody else's stream and like, who's this? I don't know, watch this. And it's like this kind of networking thing where we're all looking for something new and something different to add to the palette.
Mm-hmm.
And Christy was like that little thing I needed in that corner right there. And like I said, every day I watch her show, I get some giggles, I interact with some cool people in the chat. It's fun.
You also got some new fans at CRoM Con, and
yes.
What's nice is that like when I have people on my thing with a Kickstarter where you were involved in the Mojo Rising Kickstarter, some people did kick in.
Yes, they did. That's what I mean. It's like Christy was out there telling her people about it, And you know, it's just that's the whole thing, man. We all need to open up to each other and each other's fan bases, and just, you know, help each other out through this time. You know, I mean, I know all you guys, all you creatives, are not doing as well as you could be, except for, you know, EBS. You know, but I mean, most of y'all, you know, are hurting, and help each other out. Hit that share button. Network, do things together to increase your fan base. Do something with somebody else that has a fan base. Merge them. You know, I mean, I can see now some things happening in the future where people are going to want Christy to do variants for them.
Oh my God, yeah, that would be ridiculous. It would
I
be
could
cool.
already see it happening. The Christy styling somebody's character. Well, what'd you run for? I brought you out here because I thought you wanted to come out. Mute. You're muted.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I was letting you guys. I was just fixing my camera. You guys are on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt it. Sorry.
No, okay.
You're good. I just figured if I saw your face, you were ready to come back up.
I was just cleaning up. You guys got a thing going. I don't want to mess with it. You guys got a vibe.
Oh, if you got questions or anything, Pete,
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't, only because I've been having a weird day, and I feel like absolute butt right now. It's my meds and everything else is just kicking my butt right now. So I'm just.
I get you. Like I feel off. Yeah. Like there might be something I should go to today, but just because how everything has been kind of weird and crazy. Yeah. I mean, something that just in me, it's like, I don't know if it's not telling me not to go, but I kind of just don't feel it. And normally I'm good at showing up to these things, but it's just where it goes. I'm kind of a little, even though nothing terrible has happened yet in a long time, I'm just not wanting to be in the middle of that, if you get what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, because I'm the opposite of that. Once I get that little, no, we can't go to this. Yeah, guys, I can't make it. Sorry.
I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'd rather be wrong and nothing happen than be in the middle of some crap. Like when we look at New York and a couple of other places, I'm like, you know, I just don't feel like in a place where somebody has to nut up and act stupid. I just don't want to be there.
Good call, baby. You stay home.
Like if I go somewhere, I'll go somewhere where it's relatively quiet. So I'll go other places, you know, because I just don't feel like dealing with that crap anyway. It's just like, I don't want to deal with that. And it's just, I was talking to one of my buddies who's an artist too, and we chat a lot. And I told him, like, I don't know. I mean, because he's been there too. And normally any other day, it's like, yeah, but I'm just like telling him, I don't know. I just don't feel it. There's something going on. Just, I don't feel it. Just, I kind of don't want to go.
Trust that. Always trust that little feeling in the pit of your stomach. I'm telling everybody, never, ever deny that feeling. That's called intuition. And you know it's telling you something, so freaking listen. You know?
I mean, it's normally a cool place, but as I said, it doesn't feel like, no, I shouldn't go. It's just that it's that weird ambivalent feeling, you know. But I just don't feel it either. So I'm kind of like,
pretty much every stupid thing I've ever done in my life was preceded by that pit of the stomach feeling.
It's not pit of the, well, yeah, it's kind of pit of the stomach.
I went ahead and did it anyway and paid for it. Pretty much every stupid thing. Now, I'm not saying I didn't listen sometimes and not go do it, but I'm saying every time I did something stupid that really cost me, I knew I was doing something stupid that was really going to cost me. And I ignored that feeling.
Never
ignore that feeling.
So I'm kind of like going, I don't think I just don't feel it. I don't feel like doing it today. That's the thing. Oh, and if you guys want to know, there's the Demon B Dusty face mask right here.
We know that one. You can say that. Let me get that up there on the bitch screen. See that? The mask.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And after all this is said and done, you can use it to mop up cat pee. But it's really a very breathable thing. Like I've had people buy it. Some of my friends buy it, and they said this is the most breathable thing I've ever been able to do.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, but I'm kind of at this point now where I'm like, today I'm kind of like wanting to keep low key and fairly local, or at least go to places I know that aren't nutting up or something. or haven't nutted up, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, actually.
So.
Because this is the way the day is, I want to give another shout out to Corey Dwayne Ellis, Little Ugly. Y'all, his house burned down, him and his mom's homeless, his business, the printing shop, everything is gone. There's a GoFundMe up at the top of the Comic Related Madness. If you go to the announcements, the very top of the page, pinned to the top, there it is right there. It's a GoFundMe for Corey. You know, if you can't throw money, drop a share, man. Let him know that you care. You know, straight up. Get that scene out as much as possible and help dude out. Because, man, think if it was you. Think if it was me, man. If I lost all this, there wouldn't be no GoFundMe that could replace it. But it'd be nice to know people cared enough to keep me with a roof over my head. You know, I mean, I'm sure he lost way more than what he's asking for, which is just to get back on his feet and keep him and his mom safe. You know, so
now is not the time to be homeless. It really sucks.
No, that's what I'm saying. So,
with this and that going on, let's just say.
So, you know, like I said, throw him a little love, man, and share and care. That's what that's about. You know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jacked. We got the next guest coming out. We had to do a reschedule for too. It's like he had something else come up and he couldn't make his late night appearance, so he switched with somebody else and got the daytime appearance. And, you know, it's like we adapt and overcome here. We do whatever we gotta do.
Well, I have to say that my guest is here, so I do have to sign off. And since there's an excessive heat warning, I don't want to leave her out there. But thank you guys so much. You guys. Thank you. And if for my birthday, you can do one or two things. Go to my store and buy stuff, or donate to the guy's GoFundMe there because he lost his home and his mom is homeless. So that's screwed up. We don't want it in this day and age. Okay.
Thank you. Call me later when you get home or whatever.
All right, I will. All right.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I love her. She's so much fun.
Yes, she is. Absolutely.
So, Matt, if you're out there listening, you could pop in a little early if you want, or we can just talk about some of Pete's stuff and continue to talk about Corey, of course.
Yep. No, that's all good things. So,
I don't want to like overplay it, but I definitely want people to go, you know, help them out if you can.
Yeah, no, so would I. Absolutely, so would I. That's not cool. And like I said before, even if I know some folks financially can't, look, first off, if you give $5-10, whatever, that's cool. Number one. Number two, if you can't, even if you can give money, whatever, share it.
Yeah.
Just share it out there. Get more eyes on. The more eyes on it, the better. Is really the best way to go about it. And that's a beautiful thing. And he's one of ours. You know, he's one of ours. We got to help out. If we can't help each other out, then what are we doing? You know.
I hear you. I got to send out another link.
So, well, I think Mike just got.
You said
backstage?
Matt? You said Matt?
Oh, Matt. Yeah, Matt. Sorry.
Okay. I have to make sure that the right link goes to the other half of that connection.
Right.
Because I'm not sure if the one I sent her last night is the right one or not. So there it is again, Steph, if you're watching. And I'm going to go ahead and bring dude out because I don't want him to suffocate while he's waiting.
There he is. Oh, good. The freeze frame. His thing froze. Delete it. It froze.
It's not froze. He's there.
No, I just messing with him.
What is going on, Pop? Steph she is getting herself into the chat here in just a sec. She's getting all set up.
Mask, dude. I like the mask.
That's right. These are the ones from our Kickstarter.
I like it.
There you go. There's the Kickstarter mask with the dragons. That's exactly the same way that the shirts are going to look for the Kickstarter campaign.
So I'm going to announce them. I'm going to introduce them, and I'm going to do it the way I always do. The lovely Steph Cannon.
Hello. How's it going?
And her he-manly partner, Matt Rolls.
That was the most amazing intro ever. I love it.
There you go. How you guys doing? I ain't talked to you in a couple weeks or a week or
I
so.
know.
You know, how's it going?
Doing good, man. We're just getting everything, still on the backside of, once you get done with the Kickstarter campaign, there's a lot of work to get everything done for the Kickstarter campaign. And with our campaign, we did a ton of stuff. So it wasn't just, hey, let's go get our book printed. It was, let's make sure we have everything squared away with the woodworker. Make sure we have everything squared away with the leather worker. We've gotten updates from all those guys, getting the trading cards finished that we did, trying to get everybody's shirt sizes, while at the same time getting everything done for the issue. And Steph can tell you that our issue, the trade in the campaign, we said it was going to be like around 130 pages with all the extra things we put in. Steph, why don't you tell them where we estimate the page to be?
We're now thinking it's going to be around like 150 pages, which I know that comes as a shock to all of you that we overdid something.
1, 5, 2.
That's right.
2 more.
That's right.
We've been working for that for a while. Pete, will you hook me up with a banner that properly represents who we have out here, please? We have the Tales from Nocturnia. Oh, Pete, you're all like muted, bro. What's up?
Sorry, Instagram, Facebook, or
yeah. What link do you want us to throw out there for you guys?
Why don't you throw up? Facebook Tales from Nocturnia.
Okay, I'm on that right now.
Yep, so /Tales from Nocturnia. Throw that one up there. That's the best one to go to for the time being.
Now they had, was it last night or night before you did the big drawing? It was the night before, right? Yeah.
2 nights ago. Yep.
And they had like 7 different drawings they did for 7 different reasons around the Kickstarter, like certain amount of backers in a certain time or whatever. They had little things and it was a great idea. They had a whole lot of things so that even when the campaign was over, there was still excitement.
Exactly.
That's the way we like to do it.
This is how you do it, people. This is how you do it. Now, I took a little bit of that from you guys. I ain't gonna lie, I stole a little bit of that. And when tomorrow, when Raj is out, I'm going to be signing the first ever cameo of Pops and giving it away to one of the backers from Mojo Rising.
Hey, you know what? This is the way we look at it. We will gladly bequeath unto you the ability to do such a thing, because it wasn't like it was our idea that hey,
it was like, yeah, those guys get it. Let's do something to get more people to back it,
Yeah.
So I don't know if anybody backed it because of that.
You never know.
You never know.
It keeps exciting.
You never know.
Well, one of the things we learned very early on, not just in us doing Kickstarters, but in watching other people do it, is you have to make sure that you always have something in the tank. Because it's very easy to be like, oh, there's so many things we want to be able to show people. I'm going to show them all on day 1. And then you don't realize how long a Kickstarter is. And you get to like day 22 and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't have anything new to do. What am I going to do? So that's why we held out like the woodworking things and the reveal of the Dragon Lord mask and all that to the end. And why we do the drawings, that way there's little bits of fun all the way through instead of this big gigantic burst at the beginning and then just fizzles out.
So I asked my grandson just now, I said, do you recognize that guy? And he said, yeah, that's the guy who wears the scientist hat.
That's right. You are absolutely right, my man. You are absolutely right.
That's a very good memory.
You deserve extra ice cream tonight for that one.
Extra ice cream. Isaac, say hi to Matt.
Hi, Matt.
And that's Steph.
What's up, dude? Is this the hat you're talking about, or
That's
one of them?
hat.
Yes. See that?
That was a different one.
I'll get other ones too, but that's one of them.
He's got a lot of hats.
He's got a lot of cool hats.
He wears a lot of hats, metaphorically and literally.
Yeah. And what they mean by that is he does a lot of different things for the business. Yes. Sometimes you got to be the shipper and the marketer and the writer or whatever. Sometimes you got to wear a lot. They call it wearing a lot of different hats.
Yes.
So, what do you need, bro?
I'm just coming down here to say bye because we're going to school.
You're going where?
To Walmart or something.
Oh, okay. All right, give me love. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Bye,
All
bud.
That's my little character creator that's going to be published next year.
I was gonna say he's gonna be making his own comics pretty soon. He's learning all the tricks of the trade from you.
Well, see, he's been watching a lot of you guys, and like a while back, he drew a character of his own, and he showed it to me, and I showed it to Raj and Manny over at Mojo, and that character is going to be in book 2.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool! How many kids can say that? That's amazing.
I know. I'm really like appreciative for everything those guys over there done for us, man, as a family. It's awesome.
It's interesting that you bring up having young ones around. Steph and I both have kids, and we wanted to make sure especially with Heirs of Isildur, more than Tales from Nocturnia, because Tales from Nocturnia being medieval and having a lot of the things we did, there's decapitations and blood and gore and all that. But with Heirs, 268-page trade, there's not a single curse word in the whole book. There's nothing really gratuitous in the book. There are some adult themes, of course, because it's not a story for a 5-year-old. Right. But we wanted to make that book something where you could have it sitting on the coffee table and not have you be like, oh my gosh, the little one got a hold of it. I hope they don't look at page 110.
Don't open it up.
Oh no. It's something you could actually show them and be okay with them flipping through to get them interested in comics and interested in story writing and whatnot. Without, like I said, something you could still enjoy too, Pops. I mean, but it's not something that you would be like worried about them getting into that content and be like, oh man, I didn't want to have the birds and bees discussion with them at 6.
Yeah.
Well, I do have stuff that I can't put on the walls. Stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I don't doubt it.
That's just the way it is. I mean,
it's comics. It's to be expected. We see a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, but I also you have to keep that next generation engaged. We have to. We're not going to have no fans. When you guys are my age, nobody going to buy nothing. We got to engage, So that's one thing I really try to do is get them all interested. They all draw. They all, they have a short box that's completely full and another stack on the side, of comics of their own, and they understand the collector's rules that go along with taking care of them and making sure they don't get torn up, and it's like they all totally get it. I'm having a blast. You have 4 little minds to meld.
Yeah, one of the things, like you said, about having younger fans and older fans and whatnot, we always like to say we have 1 foot in the steampunk world and 1 foot in the comics world and 1 foot in the metal world, and we always kind of end up growing extra feet because we're going into some other realms, like with medieval fantasy and all that. And we always have to look at what we're producing and say, are we going to satisfy our fan base? Are we going to expand our fan base? And are we going to forget anybody in our fan base? We always want to make sure that we're not saying, oh, we're so busy looking forward and ready to expand this direction that we don't keep in mind. We know we have certain fans. There's some of the things we did in this campaign that we specifically did knowing the kind of fandom that we have out of some of the people in our fan base. We're like, you know what? We know X person may want to buy this, so why don't we go out there and try and create it and see if they want it? And sure enough, they did. And that helps to keep, like you said, it keeps a fan base that's already there engaged while you're expanding into new territory.
And I don't know if everybody's familiar with what I mean. They got CDs, some metal music. Dude's a referee for soccer. Just so dude couldn't be here tomorrow night because he has to go, or was it tonight? You got to go. He has to go officiate a real game.
Yeah.
So he had to like switch his time slot with somebody and come out earlier, but that's dedication. And he has that same kind of dedication with his book, with his music, with everything this guy's doing. If you're not familiar with Matt, what he's doing, and with Steph and what she's doing and what they do as a team, you guys got to get in touch, man, because I fell across this and fell one. I fell in 100%. I got 100% behind it because I see vision. I see future. I don't see somebody's just stuck in something and just wants to stay there.
Well, yeah, and we appreciate that. We always say we want to always be having something unique. When you go to Kickstarter, you are in competition with, and I hate to say competition because, they're all our peers, but you are up against a million other campaigns and a lot of common campaigns. So we want to have something that stands out so that when somebody is scrolling through that isn't familiar with their work goes, oh, this is something really different, new. I don't have anything like this. I get this, I get a comic and I get this. That's why we have our leather worker. That's why we have the masks and the CDs and, all of this other stuff. And we say, that's why we called ourselves In Symmetry Creations. Yeah, even face masks we have now because, of course, can't go. I'm in California. You can't go anywhere without a face mask. So,
well, you brought up about refereeing. Part of the rules of refereeing right now is I literally wore this from the referee room to the actual field today because that's part of the things as a referee. I was like, I'll wear my dang Tales from Nocturnia mask there. Why not? That's why I got it, And
they didn't make you wear a black and white striped one?
Right. And you know what? It may be one thing I get out there and referee and all that, and that's fine and dandy, but we can never forget about the athletic exploits of Steph over here. There's times we'll be texting with our artistic team, and I'm like, Steph will be like, yeah, I just ran 9 miles on a Saturday morning. And I'm like, hey, at least I'm out here on the soccer field making money because I'm running. I'm like, Steph just does it because she wants to go do it. I'm like,
insane.
Steph's goal every year is to run at least 1,000 miles in the year, and she has blown past that. You're going to blow past that this year, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit 1,000. I usually hit 1,000 like right in December, unless I'm training for like a marathon. But I'm gonna hit it. My goal is on Halloween. That's my favorite holiday, and I think I'm going to do it this year. That's the earliest I've ever hit it. Thanks, but not thanks to COVID, because I've got a lot of extra time to run. So,
you said 9 miles, and I just got tired. And then you said
I did this morning.
You said football referee, so I'll just throw that up there, and I'll throw my colors up on my shoulder.
Oh,
here we go.
I see that.
Support my boys. Support my boys. So I had to jump in on that. I'm sorry I disappeared for a second. I had to go almost physically have to hurt a DoorDash driver.
We could talk sport, but we are in a fantasy football league together. I have 2 fantasy football drafts tomorrow. Matt has like 1,000 between today and
I stopped doing that like 7 years ago.
I'm 5 pro and 2 college this year.
Yep.
I won 2 football and 2 baseball leagues in the same calendar year. I'm like, I can never recreate that success. I'm retired.
Getting on a high note, I'm okay with that. Baseball fantasy baseball fantasy is it's a whole other.
And it was both those baseball leagues were daily leagues, so we had to change our roster daily.
Yeah, that's commitment right there. I could not do that with as many games a year, and I know some people in fantasy baseball leagues, and that's a huge commitment. I'm like, damn it, I got to get my roster ready once a week. Football for 16 weeks, so it's like
yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you something you don't know about me, Pop. So not only do I do the college and pro fantasy football, but these leagues are they're dynasty leagues. So you're drafting guys from college and they're going all the way up onto your pro team. Some of the guys were like going to the high school all-star games to find talent to see if they might be pros and all that. But one of the leagues that I'm in is called CFB Dynasty. And if you go to cfbdynasty.com, that's actually the main website for college fantasy football information, like nationally. And the guys in my league actually run that. And I've actually written a few articles for CFB Dynasty. But yeah, the guys in my league, we just had our draft a couple weeks ago. These guys literally are out there doing the depth charts for college football and the cheat sheets and all that. I mean, it's crazy where our little league started from. And now we are, I don't want to say we because I'm not a big part of that website. I'm an ancillary little part. But I do get to write an article from time to time, but that is actually our college to pro league that does that.
It's hard, huh? When you feel like you're part of something and you go out there and you go, we do this and we're doing that, when it's really somebody else is doing it and you just feel it so much that it's we. Okay, like that's the way I was. Okay, with Mojo, I go out and talk about like Mojo's we, because I say we because me and Roz are friends, and he tells me what's going on, and I tell you what's going on, but it's not me. You know what I mean? I'm just character in it, but I feel like part of that family, and I talk like we. Okay, but what I say, is not necessarily representative of Third Empire or what they got going on. It's just I feel that fan being a part of it, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same way with Indie Crowdfund. I jumped on board with that right away because I like the idea. And then they brought me on as somebody to actually represent the company because of the, I guess, emotional passion I had for the idea. But it's just exactly what you're talking about. It's
I don't know. I saw you promoting a lot, Pops, and I always just saw it as you're doing what you do.
Yeah,
you're supporting the indie comics community and doing what you do, and you're in the issue. So
that's what I mean. It's like I just go out there doing that, and then because of doing that, it turned into actually being part of IndieCrowdfund.com. I'm actually part. I can say we now.
Yes.
It merits a we. It merits a we.
That's what I was getting at. It's like you start out, you're like you said, I'm a small ancillary part of it, but I feel it, so it's we. Well, that kind of enthusiasm turned me into actually being part of we. So, there's nothing wrong with that kind of enthusiasm.
And and sometimes in different areas in life, there's a lot easier to be that part of we than it is in others. And I think in comics is probably one where the we is a lot smaller because there's so many different competing thoughts and interests and groups and all that. We really don't want to get into group talk and all that, but like the statement that Steph and I have is that our train is going down our own track. Anybody wants to jump on board and be a fan of ours, all aboard. You can go head down our track with us, but you're not going to see us attach our train to somebody else's engine, or you're not going to see us get onto somebody else's track. If somebody else wants to be on that track, hey, that's awesome, but that's not for us. We're concerned about writing the things that we write. We're concerned about doing the things that we want to do, being the kind of examples we want to be, and supporting our fans and making sure that when our fans come to us, they're going to have a good time. And we're going to let everybody else do their own thing.
Exactly. And that's if everybody follows by that, you'll get a lot more people interacting and networking and everything because everybody's going to like each other.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You just want to be like, can't we all just get along right now? I don't know. It's just...
People put up the barriers and then they wonder why they're over here by themselves. Why nobody's paying attention to them. It's because you blocked people out. Don't block people out.
I learned a long time ago when I managed a computer components distributor many years ago, and I was younger, and I worked with a guy who was also a metalhead who was in a band from the area, but we had wildly, and I mean wildly different opinions on the world. And he and I almost every day for 6 years would have lunch together, and we would talk about the world and talk about life and talk about different things like that. But our basic rule was, we know that we're not going to change the other person's mind. We're just talking and sharing ideas. If that person wants to change their mind based on the information that's been provided, they're going to do that on their own time. So it was kind of a freeing thing where we're like, hey, you know what? You believe in this? Well, I believe in something different. And we would be done. Then we go back to playing video games or doing our work together. And it was never well, I don't like you because you don't believe what I believe. It was just, hey, I'm sharing, I'm getting this knowledge. I'm becoming more intelligent by hearing other opinions and then moving on with my day. And I've tried to employ that since that time. And I wish that a lot more people in the world that we live in would employ that as well, because people are going to have different opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough because we see a lot of times it seems like people are on kind of like a crusade to get somebody to feel exactly the way that they do. And it's just kind of a waste of time and energy, because if I feel strongly about something, I know that somebody isn't going to easily change my mind. Doesn't mean that my mind can't be changed. I'm open to being educated if I'm wrong about something. But if it's a matter of opinion and I'm, an adult, it's probably not going to change that much. So it's a waste of time and energy for somebody to try to work so hard. It's like their personal accomplishment to try to change somebody's mind. If we can all just say, hey, you know what? I don't agree, but you're free to think what you want to think, and I'm free to think what I want to think, as long as we don't act on it violently or illegally or immorally, then I don't really see it's not really hurting anybody. Or it could, if I guess if you say it to somebody, but as long as you're not doing that, then
I'm just like build people up, don't tear people down.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. My life mantra. My life mantra has always been everyone has the right to believe whatever they want to believe, and as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of others, then who am I to judge?
Exactly.
People are going to believe different things. I mean, as silly as it sounds, I think the sports world is the easiest place to look at that. I'm a Dolphin fan. Steph's a 49er fan. Who cares? That's part of the fun is you have different people that believe different things. He's wearing a New York City FC scarf. Being here, I'm a fan of Orlando City FC. I'm a fan of the Villages. Hey, how do you live here? I'm a fan of Orlando of the Villages SC and the in USL 2. I actually work for.
Look, I'm all for supporting USLs because we need more. But anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, but the thing is like if you didn't have fans of these other things, you would lose all the flavor in life. If everybody listened to exactly the same music and read exactly the same book and watched exactly the same shows, it'd be so boring. You need people that have different beliefs.
Yeah.
I definitely know exactly. I know exactly what you're saying because it's people like, well, music is really the thing for me too. Because I see people like, oh my God, you like this? I can't believe. I'm like, I like all music. I'll listen to any. Like when I put my cats, like when I turn off the light so that the cat's in the kitchen, so they can be their thing. I leave on a country station for them because I think the cats like it. But I'm not gonna like. I know that's weird. But they like it. Okay, cool. And then I'll sit there and be like, okay, cool. I still don't know why Luke Bryan has his own channel, but whatever.
Do y'all remember the day of gigantic speakers and huge cabinets?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Have these huge cabinets, right? And I had a cat that would sleep on top of the speaker. And I could walk over that stereo and I could just prime it, right? And turn it on just full volume. And that cat would not flinch.
It's like a little massager.
I'll tell you, I'm
heavy metal, dude.
I'll tell you something really funny. So Steph is a complete 80s music person where she'll dance in the kitchen or 80s music. I've gotten her into a lot of extreme metal and a lot of stuff from all over the world that's really intense. But one thing that I've learned about Steph is that don't you dare put ethnic instruments in her metal music. I love.
Wait. That just makes me sound that sounds bad. That sounds really bad.
Wait, hold on a second. I like a lot of music.
Really
I like a lot of folk metal, and folk metal, FOLK, has got ethnic instruments from around the world in there, like flutes and erhus from Japan and whatnot. And I'll be like, Steph, you got to listen to this song. It's really cool. And she'll be like, dude, you got to get those flutes out of my metal. And I'm no.
It's a little bit of a generalization. It's more that if it sounds like I'm walking through the Ren Fair, and it's medieval times. I'm not really into that type of music. If there's an accordion,
I was listening to. I went down the YouTube rabbit hole last night, and I ended up listening to a bunch of legitimate Slovakian folk music, and I was like, dude, this is great. I'm sending stuff to links. I'm like, you are not going to like this, but I'm sending it to you anyways. I'm listening to.
I'm just putting it out on the record that I love anything that ethnic. There's nothing wrong with anything. Let's just be putting that out there right now, okay? It's just metal and accordions don't mix.
Right. You got to take that money.
I'm a huge Zakk Wylde fan, and there's a song called "Losing Your Mind," and the intro is a banjo, and you instantly go Deliverance. Metal kicks in, and you're like, all right, I can. There's a little in the video. There's a little 80-year-old dude playing the banjo for the intro to this song, and it's just like what you just said. It's like at first you're like, that just does not belong on the Zakk Wylde album.
It's not like the other.
But then after a while, that grows on you, and now it's like I can't think of that song without thinking of the banjo intro. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Now, I actually have a question because I missed part of the conversation. So if this has been asked already, my bad.
It probably hasn't.
Okay, cool. As far as the book goes, what's next? Like, where's Not, and I don't mean like the next Kickstarter or the next issue or something. What's your game plan? What's your long term? What's your long plan? Like down the road for like, if this happens, then I'm going to do this, or I'm going to, do you have something planned out? Or, and I don't want you to give away stuff either. Like, don't give no spoilers. Just do you have like
gonna be on the big screen, bro?
Yeah.
That's what we want to know. Is it gonna be on the big screen?
So Steph and I always will say that we will take our IPs wherever we want to go. We're about building up the IPs and building up the characters and the brands there. So as you see, we have 2 behind us right now. Heirs of Isildur has the 268-page trade. Tales from Nocturnia is going to end up with a just over 150-page trade. Even though this story for Tales from Nocturnia is complete, we still have ways that we're going to continue on with some of the characters and maybe even some side stories of Tales from Nocturnia. That's what some of our plans are. We definitely are going to have a sequel for Heirs of Isildur. We've been working on that in the background for quite a while. As we talked about earlier, we have the metal album for Heirs of Isildur, which actually has a song on it that actually ties Tales from Nocturnia to Heirs. Hopefully our next Kickstarter is going to be the sequel album for that. And we don't want to give away what's going to happen on the sequel album because it's going to be super fun. Still be extreme metal, but it's going to be super fun in the way we present it. That's going to help to tie in both titles. But as you say, long term, if it was on the big screen, or if it was animated, or if it was a video game, or if it was somebody turned it into a video game skins or something like that of our characters, we would do anything as long as it's something that makes sense for our characters and for our IP. We would do anything as long as it makes business sense. Sky's the limit, and that's again why we call ourselves In Symmetry Creations. We don't want to back ourselves into a corner where we are stuck doing, not stuck, but we're feel like we're only in one genre. But yeah, I mean, if Netflix called and wanted a meeting, then we would definitely not turn that down. But yeah, prose, music, screenplays, TV, movies, it's games, role-playing games, it's all on the table. There is nothing that we wouldn't consider. And that doesn't mean that we have actual plans for any of these things as of yet, or we may or may not, but it's just kind of saying, it's there you go. That's what I'm looking for. There's nothing that we wouldn't consider.
I like the idea of a tabletop RPG.
I'm a longtime D&D player, so I would love to do something like that at some point. Yeah. And we just happen to write in genres that work well with that. So you never know. You never know.
Yeah, I like that idea.
That would be pretty cool. And then you can sell dice and stuff. That'd be
yes.
We actually unintentionally have sold dice bags at shows because we had a lot of small merchandise that we sold for the different titles, and we're just like, man, we have so much of these little things. We're just like, we'll just throw them in a little handmade bag, and we'll tie them up, have them on the tables. And the way we had them displayed, people kind of, oh, is this a dice bag? Is this a dice bag? Oh, this is a really cool dice bag. And so we literally started marketing them as Heirs of Isildur dice bags and Tales from Nocturnia dice bags, and maybe one of these days we'll actually put something more role-playing dice based in there. Totally something where I mean, if you saw Pete, if you saw the things we did with our campaign with the woodworking and the leatherworking, nothing is out of the question.
That's fantastic. That's the best way to be, because you're gonna hit somebody somewhere with something.
Yes.
That's good. I like that. That's really cool.
The last thing we want is for somebody to walk up to our booth and go, oh, and just walk away because there wasn't anything that interested them or jumped out to them. If they come up with their family and their kid, then we want to be able to have something where they're not shielding the kid's eyes and veering away from our booth.
I can't imagine that happening to you guys. I can't imagine walking up to your booth and going, unless they're just dead inside.
We did have one weird experience where we did a creators con that we did, a physical one that we actually helped put together, and there were 18 different writers and artists there, and there was this one couple that walked up to every single table and talked to every single creator but us, and the only thing we could think was they thought that we were cosplayers.
Yeah, because we are always dressed up.
We're always in steampunk, and we're like, you see we have all these comics on the table, you see all these books.
It was very weird. We were getting a little bit of a complex because they were we were hearing the conversations they were having with everybody, and they were aspiring writers. And they just would go, they would to every table they saw us and like made a wide berth. And so we're like, but we were in costume, so it makes sense. They could have just thought we were cosplayers or characters or something like that.
Dare them stuff.
Yeah. Steph's massive presence could have intimidated them.
Yeah, it was very intimidating.
I was about to say, I'm a little frightened myself, so.
Yeah, well,
Hey, that's why Steph is 5 feet of fury over there.
That's right.
That's fantastic. Now, because now I'm curious, because I always love finding out what people's con setups look like. So you guys have the books on the tables. What are you guys wearing? Because now I need to know what you guys are wearing when you're all. Yeah.
Gosh, we should probably have a picture somewhere. We're in steampunk, and it has we're full on. I mean, Matt's got the top hats and everything, but we're kind of evolving our look a little bit. I think if you picture steampunk, it's probably sometimes it might be exactly what we're wearing, and a lot of other times it's a little bit different. I quickly realized that I cannot stand at a booth for 8 hours, 3 days in a row in a corset and boots and a skirt. It's just not. I mean, it's true. That's not me at all. I know that there are women out there who are rock stars and can do that, but that is not me. So we had to kind of evolve my costumes so that I would be comfortable and I could bend down underneath the table to pick, get a book or something for somebody and not be like, uncomfortable or can't breathe or anything like that. So as of lately, we've been kind of getting some wild shirts. We've been trying to kind of, our personalities. We want to reflect, what we're wearing to reflect our personalities a little bit. So
we also have a buddy of ours named Thurl Hupp, and he works at Disney, but he's also like a well-known cosplayer. And the guy's got a 3-car garage, and it literally is full of about 2,000 costumes.
Wow.
And Thurl basically believes that anything can be made into steampunk. And he has done some of the most amazing steampunk outfits, and that's kind of inspired us to be like, well, we can go get some ridiculous shirt that looks like the 1980s puked on it. Can we make this, shirt turn into steampunk? And we actually did a show a couple of months ago where we had these big loud shirts on, and we still had the vests and the top hats, and everybody loved it. We went to a sub shop afterwards, still dressed up, and everybody in the sub shop was like, "Dude,
I want that shirt.
Where'd you get that shirt? I would wear that shirt every day." And we're like, "Okay, cool, man. We know that we hit on it with this look, so we're gonna keep trying out stuff."
Literally look like the couch that you had in the 80s. I mean, they are pretty awesome. So we just want to stand out, and if we catch people's attention, then hey, I mean, we've had people that have said, I saw you guys all the way across the cotton floor and had to come over and see you guys because I saw what you were wearing or saw your banners or whatever.
That's a great feeling.
Yeah,
that's an absolute great feeling. I to this day, people still talk like, 'cause my studio has a big red banner as our big logo. And we'll put it up 13 feet in the air. As high up as the con will let us do it. It's going as high up as we possibly can. Whatever the requirements are, we're at that requirement. And when like a buddy of ours is like, I was looking for you guys, and I was like 10 rows down, and I looked up and I saw the red. I was like, oh, there they are.
It's that we try to do the same thing. And when I've looked for booths, that's the ones that have been high up, have something really high up, are the ones that I noticed first. But we try to do the same thing.
Put it up as far high as you can.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, we'll have the books on the table, but we also have some of the grid walls as well, because with the amount of stuff we have, like we've got, we did trading cards for our series. We did a half a dozen foil cards for this one. We have, we did the old school, like the 80s style trading card box. So there's actually trading card box with the trading card packs in there. We have all those on our table. We have the leather gauntlets. We have things, that our leather workers have made for us. When we go back out there the next time, we'll have stuff from the leather worker and the woodworker. We just want people to look at our booth and be able to be like, you know what, I may not be into that, but this thing over here looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
We don't want them to just be able to glance by at one pass and be like, I don't like comics. I'm not I'll tell you, one of the funniest things we had happen was when we had our first show where we released the Heirs of Isildur trade. See, it's got a spine on the side of it.
Yep.
We had people that would come up to the table and they would see our rack of the comics, which had the 11 issues that make up this trade. And they wouldn't even look at the comics, and they'd be like, "Oh, there's a book that's going to display well on my bookshelf. I'll get that."
Yeah, or
And
on
we're
the
like,
coffee table or whatever.
they wouldn't even think twice, wouldn't even give a second look to the comics. But because it was up there in a book form,
right,
totally
You went
changed the
for it.
whole game.
Huge advocates for trades for that reason. There are a lot of people that will say too, "Oh, this is a 3-issue series? I'll just wait for the trade," which I get because I'm getting to that point now. I only have so much space for comics, so sometimes I have to wait for the trade, and I hate to do that, but sometimes it's just easier that way. So we want to make sure that people have that option.
So I'm going to guess that you guys don't get a 6-foot table at a show. It's not just one little table. You guys have a setup.
Well,
we've gotten creative. We have had
No. You have to get creative because sometimes you can only get that 6-foot table, that 4x6 space, and you got to make it work. Yeah, absolutely.
But we've done things where we had one last summer, which this is actually this is kind of funny. Got called down to Tampa Bay Comic-Con to run a couple panels. They had, hey, we got to cover a couple of these things. It was at last minute. So our good buddy David Byrne, one of the co-publishers now at Scout Comics, was like, "Hey man, I'll give you a couple feet at my table since you're coming down and you don't have a table, just so you can sell stuff between the panels." So that day I had 2 feet of table.
I've been that guy.
The next day I was doing a co-signing with Mick Foley from WWE, Mankind, Cactus Jack, and whatnot at our local comic shop.
People may know who he is.
Yeah. So what they did was they had a flow where you would go in this one side, Mick Foley's signing table would be here. You'd have to go through this one-way hallway to get back out of the store. And the guy who owns it, Mike Medeiros, is like, "You can fill up everything back here. I want you to fill up everything back here." So I went from a 2-foot table to an 18-foot continuous display the very next day.
Phenomenal.
And I made them both work.
Well, we also have had so we had a show that canceled kind of very last minute at one point in time, and all of the vendors ended up getting together to do a pop-up show because there were people that were out of town. I had flown to Florida from California, and we ended up finding something that worked, but it was basically at a bar, but it was like a geekery, it was a themed bar. And we literally set up at a restaurant booth. I mean, like a literal booth.
Yeah, like a wooden booth at a restaurant. Like if you went to an ale house or something like that, we had all our stuff set up in the ale house booth.
So we've seen it all.
All right. So we could keep talking about this because I know I mock up my table in my living room and stuff like that. So
Yep.
But Tales of Nocturnia, that's the Facebook that's right there. That's the YouTube right there. That funky looking coded link. That's the YouTube. I promise that's your YouTube. Because we got Mike Wheeler coming in. So I want to thank you guys like 1,000,000%.
Thank you so much
for coming in. Folks, Matt and Steph, Tales of Nocturnia, you got to check it out. But you should also talk to our friend Mike Wheeler here. Before you go, Mike, somebody you want to talk to for a quick second. Pops?
Well, I was just going to say, you might want to listen to this segment.
Yep.
And consider indiecrowdfund.com in the future. Because we're going to talk about it right now with the developer of the site. So
I'm going to step out and give you guys some room.
So how about this? How about this, Pops? I'm going to play Pops for a second. How about that? So Mike Wheeler, why don't you tell us a little bit about indiecrowdfund.com? And why don't you tell us what makes indiecrowdfund.com something that somebody would want to consider over the other crowdfunding sites, bro?
Well, we bring retailers to you, and I think that's really important. In this day and age. Excuse me, I'm driving. I'm going to drop my cam. Anyway, so I mean, we bring retailers to you, and I think that's very important in this day and age, especially since the retailers are kind of hurting right now. It's going to be a transition for some people. I mean, it's going to be a transition in a good way.
So you guys said you just launched. Was it like within the last week or two? You launched like 3 different titles on your platform.
I think there's about 6 on there right now. And if Pops, if you can go ahead and pull up the site and put it on screen share, I think there's something very important for people to see on there. If you go to our campaign, the boobs campaign, and go ahead and share that real quick.
Yeah, let me do this without getting us all kicked out. Okay.
Well, it's censored, so.
No, I mean without you know me and StreamYard, dude.
Oh,
If you
yeah,
guys start
yeah.
around, man, it's like, so let me see if I can get this without blowing it. And where is it? There it is. Nope, there it is. Can you see it? All right, now.
Yep.
Tell me what you want to do because what do you want? What do you want me to show you?
Go to new releases and then go to the boobs campaign.
New releases.
Oh, great. My internet connection dropped.
I can still hear you.
We can still hear you.
Yep.
Okay, good. Yep. Sorry, I'm sitting here waiting for a train, and there's this massive fucking train.
Well, does that say $13,380 freaking dollars?
I'd say the site's pretty proven, wouldn't you say?
That's pretty intense. And you said now I know that
it says you only sold 10 copies, so you're not selling them for.
That's an error.
Okay.
I gotta get with the developers and figure out why it's counting transactions instead of copies.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they put an error in the code or something, but we just sold a retailer pack for 1,300 copies.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. If you're paying attention, just sold 1,300 copies to a retailer.
So it's actually 1,309 is what that number is supposed to say, not 10. I'm sorry, but somehow there was an error in the code. We'll get it sorted out tonight.
And that's the whole thing. They also have a Facebook group called what's it called? Indie Crowdfund
Creator Support, I believe.
Yeah, Creator Support. Okay, so if you have an issue or a suggestion or a question or anything you want to know about
it sucks that you guys can't see the retailer perks sometimes. I mean, I guess that's a pain in the ass because I mean it was a retailer package that sold and the retailer package is kept private. You know what I mean? Because it ensures the integrity of the transaction between the retailer and the creator, so you don't have to give away your price points and stuff like that. But I mean, if I just told you what it was, so I'm sure you can do the math. 1,300 books by 13 grand. I mean, you can do the math.
Yeah, but that's maybe something. Maybe you should just keep transactions up there and do a complete. Let me say.
Well, there are some people that don't want to give away their price points because they don't want fans coming at them from one way and say, why are you giving it to the retailers for like $5 and $6 or $10? And then I got to pay 20, so
that's what I'm saying. You might want to keep that more private and have it transactions instead of copies sold. And then on the front page, maybe the home page of the website, put how many comics have sold on the whole website as a digit counter.
Well,
yeah, that's something we can talk about. Like, definitely bring that up in the group, and we can talk about it.
Somebody can give you crap about why you give it to the retailers for X price. Be like, well, dude, are you going to buy 100 copies? You're going to buy 1,000 copies? Then we'll give it to you for that price too.
Yeah, I mean but still, there are some people that it will cause a problem with. It will.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's
so why it's just best to just keep it out of the public view. You know what I mean? I think. But I mean, again, we can have that discussion. If you guys feel that it doesn't matter, then we'll take the retailer button off completely and we'll just do it this way. It's up to you.
I just think you should do transactions sold on the individual there, just like how many transactions were made, so the number isn't really given away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. That way, you can't go look in and go, oh, retailer just bought 1,000 copies, 30. I guess they're selling them to him for 13.8 or whatever. You know what I mean? 1300. Whatever. It's like you're kind of handing them the number you're trying to hide.
Yeah.
So
and
Mike,
this sold. It was like 600 of the regular cover. Where well, anyway, I don't want to get into all of it, but.
So Mike, we obviously the obvious thing for you, as I would say, as a challenge, is getting market share and getting people to understand you'll be viable besides the other big ones that are out there. What do you think is another thing that is one of the biggest challenges that you guys have had, either getting this thing up or hopefully getting this thing to be the level that you want it to be at?
Getting people to actually use it. I mean, you have people like Niobe or Larry Higgins, he said, all right, well, this is a great idea and all this stuff. And then, and now next thing, he's launching on Kickstarter. And then, John De La Rose, same thing, next thing, he's launching on Kickstarter. It's like, guys, I built this thing for you, for us, for the community. I mean, if we'd all come together and just start using it, it would work, and it's just going to take a little bit of, a little bit of trust and faith in the system, and it's a jump people are going to have to make. And I mean, people are scared of new things. They're scared of new ideas. They want to see it work first. Well, guess what? I just showed you it works first.
Somebody's got to see it work.
Yeah.
So Mike, we were on another live stream a while back, and I think we talked about this then, but I'm not sure. So this is for the comic community. For people like Steph and myself, if you've seen our campaigns, you've got a obviously the comic is the primary, but there are a ton of other things that go along with it. We had a woodworker creating crazy stuff. We had a leather worker creating crazy stuff. We have trading cards. We have all different kinds of stuff like that. Will this platform, in your mind, support that, or do you want it to just be basically the books and that's it?
No, of course. It's going to support all of that, because you can use crowdfunding model. You can use it to do what you've been doing this whole time. There's nothing different. The only thing different is you're adding extra perks and extra tiers for the retailers.
Okay.
That's the only thing that's different, is you're just creating a couple new perks at lower prices with higher quantities that are just books for the retailers.
They don't want all the other stuff. They want your book.
Yeah, they don't need any of that other stuff. That's for your fans. That's for your hardcore fans that love that stuff. All the tchotchkes. You can do exactly what you were doing.
I mean, they want your books, and they want that special cover as a variant, as a 1 in 100. Those are the ones they get to put up on the shelf and charge a little extra for, whatever. That's what retailer wants. They don't care about the tchotchkes.
Oh, of course.
I mean,
yeah. So I mean, it does support all of that stuff. It's exactly what you've been doing. But you create a couple extra perks for the retailers. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you're going to move books. That's how you're going to boost your numbers.
You're going to
absolutely. Well, one of the things that Steph and I said in our segment just a second ago, which really flows into this, is we always want to be looking for ways to expand our fan base without forgetting about the fans that are already there. And so that's kind of what you're talking about. Yeah. You can find a way to expand. If you're a comic creator that is wanting to use your site, you can expand and get into areas that you can't otherwise without losing any of the things you've already been doing. And I think that's a good thing. You're not just taking your fans from here and moving them here. You're taking it and just expanding that fan base out, which is a great idea.
There's a whole group of people out there that don't even get on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. And that's who you're trying to expose your stuff to, because they go to their LCS, they pick up your book. If they like your book, they're going to look you up. And when they look you up, then they'll find out that you have crowdfunding campaigns with all the extra perks and tchotchkes and stuff, and then you'll make more of those sales. You see, all it's doing is exposing your product and your vision and your worlds to a whole group of people who don't even get on Kickstarter and Indiegogo.
Now, for anybody else that's listening that is not familiar with your site, I'm going to ask you two questions, which are very different when it comes to Kickstarter from Indiegogo. Do they get charged as soon as they have the transaction, or is it like Kickstarter where you wait to the end? So that's the first question. Like, can
you say that again? I'm sorry, my connection cut out.
If somebody goes in and pledges, are they going to get billed immediately, or is it like Kickstarter where they get billed at the end of the campaign?
You get to choose. If you already have a book, you can set it to 100% threshold. I mean, to immediately deliver funds, and then they would get billed immediately. If you have to work on your book and it's coming out a little bit later, you can set it to be goal-based, which is 100% threshold. That means it won't fund or charge anyone until after you meet your goal.
Okay, because I know there's people that are going to be that could be watching the thing right now and are considering using it. And these are the kind of questions they're going to ask. Is it, meet that threshold? Is the card going to get billed? All that kind of stuff. So that's definitely valuable information for them to have if there's someone that's considering it.
Right. And you have the option to choose what you want to do. I mean, it's
cool.
complete freedom.
That's cool.
And you see this, they just set up a bare bones campaign here, basically just to show people, you know. But if you look at it, you see you have all the areas that you would set up your regular campaign, your stretch goals, all your variants, all your different covers. And over here on the side you have your regular and blank covers and all your tiers. It's like it's set up for crowdfunding because that's what you guys are used to. The addition, the kill thing is the fact that now you get to put your book on a site where retailers are looking at books to put on their shelves. Okay, we're getting retailers to come look at your books, put them up here.
Well, I think we can see why you guys may have sold that all those thousands of issues, because Pops, if you scroll down to the bottom, I think we see why they were. I think we see why they probably were like they were sold right then. They're like, this looks cool, but you got to scroll down, man. You got to scroll down.
Yeah, because Pops
approved. See why? Because it's Pops approved right there. If it's Pops approved, it's at the top of approval. Boom, you're gonna make millions. People are backing it.
I jumped on this long before there was any thought of me being part of the team. Mike knows that. Mindy knows that. It's like I thought it was something that the community needed back the day they took Mindy's cover down. Okay, that day I made a post and said we need some kind of comic-related crowdfunding. Something that's just for us, something that nobody can say, oh, your book has this in it, you can't be part of us. Right. None of that crap. Okay, we eliminate that crap.
It was my goal to make it to where it wasn't just the same old, same old. Yeah. And if I built a site that was exactly like Indiegogo and Kickstarter, it would be the same old, same old. Why would anyone use it? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. So getting the retailers involved, it seemed to me at the time, was a natural evolution in this process. Because if you want to do this for a living, there is no way you cannot involve the retailers, because that's how people do it for a living. You know what I mean?
Now that's
how it's been done forever.
That's the key right there. For a living, do you want this to be your job? Putting books on the shelves of comic book stores. If you want this to be your job, then make your book available to the retailers and it will become your job.
That's a good pitch.
That's
right
absolutely
there, man.
right.
I mean, and that's really what it's about. If you want to be, whatever, if you want to be a veterinarian, but you want to be a creative, you're going to have to take care of less pigs and cows and stuff if you want to get your book out there. You're going to have to compromise somewhere. And the more books you're selling, the less cows you'll be, taken care of. Because the thing you want to do will become what you're doing.
Well, hey, Pops, we'd love to sit here with you for a little bit longer, but the reason we had to switch is I got to get ready to go referee this soccer game up at University of Florida.
Yeah, we're going to jump off and let Mike have his time with you. And thanks so much for having us on again.
And thanks for staying out and asking a couple questions of Mike, because you guys have actually done Kickstarters and I haven't. Okay, all I can do is like mouthpiece. You guys and any input that you have or anything, feel free to drop it on us, man. We want this to be better for you guys. It's for our community. It's not for lawn chairs, man. It's for our community. So if you have input, hit Mike up, hit me up. If it's something's missing that shouldn't be there, let us know. If there's something you think can make it better, let us know. We want this to be the best it can be for the comic community.
Well, hey, good luck, Mike. I'm sure we'll be on some more live streams again together soon. Good luck with everything that's going on with IndieCrowdfund.com. Cool. I hope that you get more people jumping on there. I'm sure we'll have some more questions for you as well.
Yep. Good luck, Mike. Definitely. Thank you, Pops. And hope you have a great rest of the weekend with CRoM Con.
We will. We had you guys out here, Tales from Nocturnia.
All right. Thanks,
right. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Bye.
See ya.
Peace. Mr. Mike.
What's up, Pops?
How you doing, brother?
Doing good, doing good.
So what else you want me to show off up in here, bro?
Well, I just wanted to kind of talk about that, and you could go over a few of the campaigns that are live if you'd like. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there other than just our stuff, and that's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see people using the platform and being successful.
Somebody hit Melvin. All right, that's what I want to see, you guys. Look, somebody drops a pledge on Melvin for $18. Right on, man. That's what we're talking about, you guys. Just help look. These guys aren't putting like a gigantic goal on them or anything. They just want to print books for you. What's Timothy guy? I think a 500 goal. Come on, he just wants to print books for you. He ain't trying to make a bunch of money out here. We're trying to show you that the site is functional, that you can sell books here, and that you'll be taken care of here better than you are in other places, man. You'll be represented here. Now we got look, come on. Florida man's out here. I know you can still go get it on that other site, but you can get it here too. You know what I'm saying? Alan Johnson's going to be out here later tonight talking about this book, so we'll just go ahead and leave that one alone for now. This one I'm not familiar with. Brawler. Who is this, man? I don't even know who this is. What's up?
I'm not really too familiar with that project either. Like I said, I mean, a lot of these projects that I've seen up here on the site, no one, we haven't really seen much about. I was kind of hoping that, Joe could get started with the Comics Cast stuff and start doing some previews for these guys. That way we could get some exposure for them,
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I do with the Monday night show too, is I bring out people with new active campaigns,
Right.
So, I mean,
so yeah, definitely reach out to them and see if we can get some exposure for these guys so they can get on and talk about their stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely what me. I'm gonna push everybody that's on your site, but I need to know who they are. If you're watching and you hey, let me know who you are so I can promote you. That's what I do.
And join the madness. Join the madness. You have to join the madness and get in there. That way, Pops can help you out.
And that's, I mean, I really like what's going on. I don't know if you noticed or not, but the group just keeps growing.
Yeah. I got Mindy on here too. She can kind of talk with you a little bit more. She's a little bit better with words than I am. I'm not really the talking type.
No, but see, that's just it, Mike. You're like straight to the point. You understand what I mean? It's like you say something and that's how it's laid out, how you've laid it out. And that's easy to communicate with somebody like that. Okay. I know what you're saying. Do you understand? It's like, and I'm not saying that I don't know what Mindy's saying. It's just like you're real direct. And when we're talking about selling something, it's like you and I kind of have that same look. You need to look.
I mean, it's really going to depend on people actually getting off their ass and using the platform. That's really what it's going to come down to. I don't know how else to say it. Mindy wants me to sugarcoat it, but I'm not really good at sugarcoating shit. Like, get off your ass and list the books, and they'll fucking sell.
Hey, Comics Cast, cut that F word.
Oh, sorry. That's just how I talk,
brother. But yeah, see, that kind of passion. That's what I'm talking about. That kind of directness. That works for half the crowd, and what Mindy wants to do, the way Mindy communicates with people, works for the other.
Mindy's like their mother. She'll be like, "Okay, come on, kids, let's go."
But you know what I mean? It's like it's both sides. You guys cover both sides. One of you relates to one.
Everyone against the wall. Everyone against the wall. Line up.
Don't be teasing her now, man. She's got to come out later.
Oh, she's on right now. She can hear you.
You just stuck a Bluetooth in my ear, so I can listen in. Do you see how we're parent? Can you imagine being a child of ours? That's what it's like. Like, okay, children, stop trying to steal the lollipops.
And I'm like, get over here right now.
Well, but you got to have that, especially in marketing. You got to have the guy that grabs you, like the fairway hawker, at the fair, hey, come over here, step right up. Look at this. You got to have that guy, and you got to have the one that's going, you really want to spend a little more money. It'd be really cool if you spent just a little more money. You got to have both sides of that game, man, and you guys got that. But it isn't even about trying to sell it, because the idea should sell itself. We're trying to help everybody. We're trying to put your books on retailer store shelves. There's nothing in comics that somebody can do for you that's better than that.
Yeah, there's really not.
There's nothing they can do for you that's better than putting your books on store shelves. Now, I've heard a whole lot of all these.
Unless it's about not selling the books and more about making as much money as you can.
But see, even then, he's not selling that many books. It's still not selling that many books. I'm talking about selling books. I'm not talking about selling an image. Okay? I'm talking about selling books. I don't care if you got 2,000 backers or 3,000 backers. Are you selling 40,000 books? Isn't that what a print run's supposed to be?
That's what it's supposed to be.
40,000 books. That's what we're trying to do for you.
You and all your buddies that we talk to here on Facebook, how did they first find comics?
Exactly.
They probably went into their comic shop, right? They probably picked up a book. That's how they got to know their favorite books, the stories, and creators. It's the same thing. That's still alive.
That's what we're trying to do. Put your books on the store shelves. Look, 2,000 backers is great. Printing up 3,000 books is awesome.
Dude, look at that. $13,000 with 10 backers. Look at that.
But wouldn't you?
I'll tell you which cheek to kiss.
I'm saying, wouldn't you rather sell a lot of books? Wouldn't you rather sell a lot of books than be the top Kickstarter guy or the top?
Yeah, dude, I don't care about being the top guy. I just want to move books.
Sell a lot of books. We're trying to make it so you sell a lot of books. Not, we're not trying to make you the next $1 million Kickstarter Indiegogo guy. We're trying to get you on the store shelves. We're trying to give you a reason to print 10, 20, 30,000 books this year. Do you want it to be your job or do you want it to be your hobby? That's really what it comes down to. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. You can put your book up here and offer it to retailers. I'm not going to say every retailer is going to look at your book and go, oh, hell yeah, I want that on my shelf, because they're not.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, they're not. But
it's just like a diamond order catalog, man. You know how many check boxes go unchecked whenever the retailer's doing their orders?
Exactly. Okay.
Not every book gets picked up.
Exactly. But you got to put it out here and let them see it. You got to put it up here and let them see it. Just a bare bones campaign. You don't have to have 8 million in stretch goals and all the tchotchkes and all that. Put up a bare bones campaign.
I have 0 tchotchkes.
I mean, let the retailers see it. It's great to have, individual backers like me and stuff, but I'd much rather go to the damn store and pick up your book.
Yeah.
It's really supporting small businesses is what it's doing.
That too.
I want people to understand that running a comic shop is just like any other small business. And these people work really hard, to earn their living. They've got to pay an insane amount of bills. I mean, thousands of dollars a month in rent and labor and extra electricity and extra internet, because those things don't come at the same cost as residential. They're usually twice as high.
Store variants that they're doing.
Supplies, shipping supplies, security systems, there's so much involved. So without these small businesses, I mean, it's kind of like not wanting to support retailers is kind of like wanting to order fast food McDonald's from robots forever and just shut down all the restaurants. It's really important that I think we support small businesses and help America's economy in that way. These guys are really respectable, admirable people who run their shops, real big comic fans. Most of them are the biggest comic fans you'll ever know. They've been doing it for 25 years. They love the books. So there's no reason they shouldn't get involved and be a part of this indie community if they want to be, We should show them some respect there, I think.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I said, even a bare bones campaign, y'all, even a bare bones campaign just to let the retailers know what you got. Hey, if somebody hits you up and wants 50 copies and somebody else hits you up and wants 20 copies, you just sold 70 copies of your book to 2 people. You don't have to package up 70 damn packages. 2 people.
Yeah.
Okay?
No.
Put a bare bones campaign up. Let the retailers see what you got. It's real simple, man. And when people start selling books that way, you're gonna be glad that we did this. You really are. I mean, It's gonna be the next phase, and all it takes is y'all to just give it a little chance. Like I said, a bare bones campaign. You don't have to put up much. You can even take advantage of all the fulfillment partners involved in this. I mean,
Yeah.
he didn't talk about that. Where'd they move
And
that?
we were on Twitter not too long ago, and we were speaking with Brett Booth, and Brett Booth, he asked his fans. He said, hey, there's a new crowdfunding platform up, blah blah blah, and would you guys support me if I went on the platform? And all of his fans, every single one of them, said, dude, I don't care what platform you use.
Exactly.
We'll support you.
Exactly.
So all these people think that they're getting traffic from Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Dude, you're not. I mean, you're not getting any traffic from those places, because why are they going to send traffic to you? I mean, they're not making but 5%.
Look, Kickstarter does not promote comics.
No.
Comics promote Kickstarter. I'm serious. The people using their platform promote them. They don't promote the people using their platform at all. And that's another thing that I'm throwing in here that is missing there is we're going to help market what you're doing. If you put it up here, we're going to help. We're going to try and get it seen by as many people as possible. Put it up here. That's just like you said. Kickstarter is not promoting what you guys do. Yeah, it's a big platform. It has a lot of comics on it, but they're not out there advertising your comic. You pay extra to get your comic on that bar across the top, right? You pay extra for that, for them to promote you.
Yep.
You won't pay extra here to get us to promote you. We'll be glad you put your book on our platform. We will tell the world.
That's right. Well, anyway, Pops, my time is up. I appreciate you having me on, and hopefully.
Where is Mike Baring?
Ooh, I don't know.
I'm going to have to call him. My phone. I'm going to have to call him and say, yo, that smartphone's supposed to be hopping in here right now. That's why he was calling me at the beginning of the show. He wanted to know if he could use his smartphone. Now he's all forgetting he's even supposed to be here. So yeah,
all right, Pops, well, we gotta run, man. Thanks for having us on. I really appreciate it. And I'll be on in about half an hour, I think. Right. So, hopefully.
Cool.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Pops.
Thanks, Pops.
You rock.
Love ya. Talk to you later.
Yo. I'm sorry I had to bail out on that. I had some personal technical difficulties there, everybody. We're going to take this opportunity really quickly to go ahead and post this. And we're going to go talk about our friend Corey, who's having some problems right now. His home and his business, which are one and the same, burned down. So right now, he and his mom are out on the street with nothing going on. So there is a GoFundMe that's going on right now, and there's the link. I know it's a big matrix style link, but you guys can follow it, or it's pinned to the top of the Comics Related Madness group. And there's been some people have posted it in the Comics Cast YouTube too, so you can go to the Comic Cast YouTube and check it out. Again, we've been telling you all day, and we're not going to stop. Corey's one of our own, Corey's one of our own, but regardless, nobody, like Christy said before, this is not a time in the world for somebody to be going through like that. This is definitely a time in the world for all of us to stop and help out as best we can. Now, some folks can't donate financially, and we get that. Totally understand. Totally cool. But you can still, everybody can still share it on their social media and get as many eyes as possible on this, so we can help these guys out as much as we possibly can. And that's all we're at.
I don't mean to be laughing, but I just saw the name that Mike Baron put up for his screen name.
Yeah. I noticed that too, but I didn't want to,
Oh, this is great. Okay, everybody, without further ado, Corey, we got you. We got you all weekend, bro. We're going to keep talking about it. Don't think we're going to forget. Not even a little bit. So without any further ado, I got to bring out the one and only Badger, Nexus, Florida man, off-worlder, And what else you got going? This guy's got his hands in so many pies. I'm afraid to eat one. Mr. Mike Miklos Barchevsky, how you doing, bro?
Good.
Mr. Mike Barron, the Florida man.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be at the pool today, but unfortunately, my puppy Freddie ripped off his dew claw, so I spent all morning at the vet, and I just brought him home.
Man, is he all right?
Yeah, he's fine. He's all doped up.
Then he's just fine.
Yeah, he's just fine.
So how you doing, man? It's good to see you.
Doing good. Doing good.
You, I noticed you put you. Now this is one of the people that put a campaign up on Indie Crowdfund, and I know he's everywhere else, guys. But you can go ahead and back him on our platform too. It's okay. He won't.
Yep. Florida Man is still open, and we're going to start a Kickstarter shortly for the Florida Man graphic novel. If you've gone to the site, you've seen the art, the mind-blowing art by Todd Mulrooney. It is the funniest comic ever written. Some people refer to them as funny books, but really, how many of you have burst out laughing out loud while reading a comic book? I guarantee you will burst out loud laughing when you read Florida Man.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
You'll burst out laughing just in the that promo. That promo.
Yeah, the promo.
And a little shout out to the man who put together that campaign too, Chris Braley. That's, dude. If you've not seen the video for Florida Man,
let me post the link to it, Pops, and you can put it up.
Right here. I'm
All
getting better at this, man. I just get scared because of all the times I've been kicked out messing around. But I think we got it, right?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm just going to go right to playing this video because this is
all right.
Just great. So here you go, y'all.
Hey, man, y'all guys here still? You've seen the stories. Now, writer Mike Barron and artist Todd Mulrooney are bringing the quintessential Florida man, Gary Duba, to life. Gary's just a regular guy living in a trailer with his girlfriend Crystal, but he's got dreams, big dreams. He just invented house suspenders that will secure any home to the ground in rough weather. And now he's going to show them off on Piranha Pool, the TV show where venture capitalists and entrepreneurs pony up if they like your pitch. But when his gal Crystal gains notoriety as an infamous amateur wrestler, she quickly advances to the pro circuit where her greatest challenge is an angry Australian grappler. Follow Gary and Crystal on their extraordinary journey from rags to riches. To rags to riches, to rags to riches. All while dealing with shady lawyers, toilet snakes, wild gators, cheating hearts, feral hogs, and problem shoppers. Back Florida Man today and reserve your very own copy of the Florida Man graphic novel. We're bringing back funny books, y'all.
Best promo I've seen on a Kickstarter or Indiegogo yet. That
100%.
That is it, the quintessential Florida Man. Bring back funny books, y'all. That voice, the story, the narration, the telling you about the story. It's not just a video with some pictures and some music. They got somebody out there throwing that hook at you and pulling you in.
Really,
right?
There's so much material that we plan to be doing Florida Man graphic novels forever.
You're never gonna run as long
I
as
barely scratched the surface in the first one, and every page is packed. I mean, it's not overpacked. It's every page advances the story. There's no padding.
Now you got to remember, y'all. This guy is Badger. This guy is Nexus. He's not new to how you lay out a comic or how to get people's attention. I think the first thing Mike Barron said to me is, "You reach out and you grab him by the throat."
That's my goal in everything I write.
So if you catch that kind of passion from me when I'm trying to get you to like look at something like Indie Crowdfund or Florida Man or something like that, it's because I think that's great advice as a promoter to reach out and grab them by the throat. And I see the other people that are doing good are not afraid to come out here and talk to you and get in your face and sell you something. It's like it's all interconnected. Okay.
Well, you may ask, how do you grab people by the throat? Metaphorically speaking. And the answer is that you give them a compelling story. What is story? It's a dynamic narrative with a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that means that events are constantly in flux. As it says in the video, Gary's up, he's down, he's up, he's down. He's never at peace with the world. If he were at peace with the world and everything was fine and the lawn was mowed and all the bills were paid, we wouldn't have much of a story. So you grab the reader by the throat by giving them a sympathetic character with whom they can identify. A dynamic story that interests them. And in our case, you know what I'm talking about when I say Florida Man. It's going to involve a lot of wildlife. It's going to involve adventures with alligators, ambulance chasers, all sorts of crazy people. It's not. I had to make a lot of decisions when writing this because there's enough Florida Man stories that, if you don't believe me, just take the Florida Man challenge. Go to a search engine, enter your birthday and the words Florida Man, and you'll get 4 or 5 results of stories that were filed on that date. So there are thousands, probably tens of thousands of Florida Man stories. Now, not all of them are suitable for a comic book. Some of them are too disgusting or gross or cruel. We're not interested in those. We are interested in the embarrassing, the salacious, the outrageous, and contradictory, because that's where humor comes from. The highest level of humor comes from absurdity and contradiction. The lowest level of humor comes from puns. But it's not just the story and a sympathetic character. It's also the art, and we have a tremendously dynamic artist in Todd Mulrooney.
Yes,
And it's also the narrative voice.
Todd is actually going to be with us tomorrow.
Good.
Just throwing that out there. That's what I'm supposed to do, you know. Give me a second. But yes, Todd's going to be out here tomorrow night. I'm sure we'll be talking about some more Florida Man. I know you got other stuff going on, Mike.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm about to launch a Badger graphic novel. Hang on here. Where do you want me to post the cover? Facebook or Twitter?
Facebook.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Then I have to go find it.
Yeah. No, I just put it in your PM here.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
And this cover.
Did you want me to show that off?
Yeah, please.
Well,
and this cover is by Geraldo Borges.
Okay, let's see if I can get this and get that one and do it right. So let me see if I can do this right, guys. Hold on. Stop that one. And I'll try to share another screen and we'll see if it gets me the one that it does not show me that one, does it? Let me see.
Do you see it? Do you see it on Facebook?
Oh, I see it, but I mean, I'm trying to pull it up where others can see it.
Right.
I don't know if it's, yeah, it's not going to let me do that.
Yeah.
Shoot me the link. Pop,
Okay.
shoot me the link and I'll see what I can do.
Pete, are we Facebook friends?
I
don't believe that we are. Okay.
But you should be.
Right?
Okay, who am I searching for? Pete?
Oh, I'm sending it. I got it, Mike.
I see it.
Right.
But I already sent you the request anyway, Mike, just so we could have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pops is going to send me the link and then I'll.
Madness should be friends, guys. Everybody in the madness.
We should all be friends.
Yes. It's funny because I have like a little over 1,000 friends on my Facebook page, and they're all comic people, but only about 400 or 500 of them are in the group. I don't get it.
A lot of people don't see your posts, Pops.
This is where the action is, though, in the group. It's not on my page. I don't do much on the page other than share stuff from the group. You'd think everybody figured out that's where I'm at. Come on over to the madness, y'all. That's what I'm saying. You know. So what do you got, Pete?
I did that again. Hold on. I did it twice. Hold on. I can't see anything right now. Hold on.
See, that's
my eyes are shot right now.
I get scared when
There
I get
it is.
to messing
Thanks,
around.
Raj.
Yeah, there it is. That's the
There
one.
it is.
What's up, Raj? That's my brother right there, y'all. That's Mojo. That's the man, Mojo, in the chat. Check it out. So, a new Badger graphic novel.
No, it's not a graphic novel.
Oh.
It's a novel.
Oh, okay. Well, so I got one of those to go next to my Nexus novel. Is that what you're saying?
Eventually.
Cool. Sweet.
Yeah, it's going to blow your mind. There are changes in there that people never thought would happen to the Badger.
Well, I mean, that's how you keep a story fresh.
Yeah. Well, it's going to begin with a big bang and a shock.
Some what's the word I'm looking for? Culture shock, little slap, little that's not who he was.
No, nothing like that. But I don't want to give anything away. But things are going to change, and you'll see it in the first chapter. The first chapter announces the big change, and it has nothing to do with his personality or his marriage. Although I'm trying to think, did I ever do the marriage scene? Did I ever? No, I don't think I did. We may do that one of these days when he gets married to Mavis Davis, MD.
So that's following up on the heels of his last endeavor at a novel, which I got right here. The Nexus novel, Mike Barron. Now, Mike sent me this book. Yes, Mike sent me this book, and it never got here.
Some postman is sitting at home laughing his ass off reading that book.
Well, I'm just like, it's that or, it is somebody snagged it out of the box. You never know. But he sent me another one. He made sure it got to me. He made sure I knew the tracking number. He made sure I could keep track of it all the way here. And then he pretty much every day was like, is it there yet? Is it there yet? Is it there yet?
Well, it was a long time, and I was concerned because a number of people had trouble getting theirs, and I've had to resend a number of books. And I know most of our postal workers are conscientious, hardworking people, but these are hard times, and things do slip through the cracks.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I kept telling Mike, I was like, no, man, it'll get here. Don't worry about it. It'll get here. And finally, he was just like, no, screw it. I'm sending you. But this was supposed to be here before the last con.
Yeah.
Before the last con, a month ago. And it didn't show up in time. And I was like, man, I wanted to show it off because Mike was out there, and I didn't have it to show it off. So I'm going to show it off 3-4 times right now.
All right. Well, listen, guys, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but I'm also working on a Nexus Bigfoot Bill Lone Star crossover.
Bigfoot Bill and Nexus. And
Lone Star.
That's a lot going on. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a big book.
How those three meet. How do you get those three in the same place? That's what I
Well, it was Mike Miller's idea.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It makes sense to Mike Miller.
No, I mean you get somebody like that to try and marry those characters. That makes sense.
I know, but comics are the most forgiving medium there are. You can get away with things in comics that you couldn't in any other medium. And all I have to say is, look at Punisher visits the Archies. Yes. Wasn't that a comic? Punisher and the Archie. Punisher and
right. Yeah, I own that book. It was actually a pretty good book.
Actually, it goes both ways. You have a Punisher meets Archie, and you have an Archie meets a Punisher. There's 2 books.
Yeah.
There's 2 books. I think I have one of them. I don't have them both yet. But, that's those things that we work towards as comic book collectors, is filling in all those little holes. And, yeah, when it comes to Mike Barron, I mean, if you're one of them people that collects everything of the people you like, you're going to spend a lot of money trying to get all your Mike Barron.
Not nearly as much money as you would spend trying to get a complete Chuck Dixon collection.
Yeah, well, we'll bring him on board too, right?
Yeah.
We'll bring him on board too. He's going to figure out the madness. He's going to be part of Indie Crowdfund eventually. You watch. We're going to get all these people to come on in and make that happen.
Oh, well, I'll tell Chuck to go sign up.
Yeah, do that for sure. Because it's just like Mike just said. As soon as people realize that it's actually working and there's some books up to look at, they'll go look. We just need some books up there for people to look at. Doesn't have to be a gigantic campaign with a million extras and stuff. Just put a book up there people can look at. Let's get some books sold. That's what it's about. Books.
Books.
Good books. Lots of good books. What else, Mike? You want to talk about the new one?
Which one?
Offworlder.
Offworlder is a story that I wrote 2 years ago, and Jordi Armengol illustrated, and it's just we've been very frustrated because this is the third time at bat. We're trying to get it financed, and for a number of reasons, it didn't finance. But the reasons had nothing to do with the quality of the book. The quality of the book is outstanding, both writing and art. And those of you who have seen the art know what I'm talking about. Jordi Armengol is a monster. He's a phenomenon. When you see his art for the first time, it has the same impact as the first time you saw Frank Miller or Neil Adams or Steranko or John Byrne. His art is that distinctive and powerful. Let's see. Let's look for that Kickstarter. Here we go. And I just asking folks, if you're interested in comic books for good story or visually, take a look at this. Just take a look at the art. Pops, I'm sending you the link here.
Okay.
Done.
All right.
If you go there,
okay,
you just scroll down the page. Scroll down the page and look at the art.
All right, you got 71 backers, $2,100 of 700 gold, 41 days to go, plenty of time. Let me go ahead and just do this real quick. Oh, tweet.
Yeah, we're just doing this to get the book out there because we're so proud of our work. Nobody's getting rich off this book, obviously.
I just like sharing when I see that little tweet and that little F, it's like I go ahead and share it. So You want to see the middle? You want to see? Okay, here we go. 7th century Scotland, Henry Gunn leads the clan in a ferocious battle with the Viking invaders. You pretty much understand what's going on. Let's see, we got a Gunn and his men are saved by who? A princess?
Yeah, from an Egyptian princess. She was forced to flee Alexandria due to the Muslim invasion when they burned the library at Alexandria. And her seer told her to sail far away to the land of the Picts and the Scots, and she would find there a champion to save the earth from an invading alien force. It seems that the earth has inadvertently become the battleground between two races of aliens. The fairly advanced and benevolent Anansi and the evil Lizarsin. And of course, it's hard to characterize one race as bad or one race as good, but we all know that scorpions exist, and nobody would willingly invite scorpions into their home.
That's a fact. So just throwing this out here, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Last night we did really good. We got 14 new subscribers or something. So
great.
Trying to build that one too. Let's get it up there, guys. Yee. Go ahead, Mike. I'm not interrupting you. I'm just playing. Have fun. Talk.
I did a lot of research for this into Egyptian the civilization and what they valued and how they operated. And a lot of it shows up in the first part of the book, which takes place in Alexandria. And it just gives you a starting point. I mean, it's up to the writer to turn it into entertainment, but I think I found a way to do that. There's some stuff in there about how the Egyptians lived that nobody knew before. And one of the things is that they were very clean, at least the ruling classes. And by the way, Cleopatra was a Greek-born woman.
Mm-hmm.
But the ruling classes were fanatical about their cleanliness. And then they get to Scotland, and Lord Gunn invites them to stay at his castle, and they just find it disgusting. So they have to take measures to clean it up. But I mean, that's just a tiny little part of the story, and it's background, but it's the type of detail that makes it real and makes it fascinating.
It looks like you got enough dialogue, and between the dialogue and the art, you don't have to have a whole lot of narration. And that's one thing I like, when somebody can give me enough picture and dialogue to tell me the story.
Well, the second rule of storytelling is to show, don't tell. And it might seem fairly obvious, but actually it's very difficult to master, and a lot of people never master it. And I'm talking about people who write in comics, and we've all picked up comics which show Sir Isaac Newton sitting under a tree with an apple falling on his head. And the caption says, "An apple falls on Sir Isaac Newton's head." And Sir Isaac Newton says, "An apple has fallen on my head." You know, like that, you're so stupid. We have to explain it to you 12 times. That's not showing, that's telling.
I like this right here. It's like you got a little box to set the stage, and then it takes off, and it's almost all dialogue. You know, it's like a little box to set the stage, and then a lot of dialogue.
Well, not a lot of dialogue.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, this is what I want. I want that what they're saying to each other, and the art, what they're seeing. You know, that's what I want. I don't need all the, like you said, somebody to beat me in the head with it 3 times. You know.
Yeah, that's part of showing, don't telling it, which means that every bit of information that you can transmit visually to the reader to advance the story without explaining, you should. And a good example of this is the TV show Better Call Saul, which often begins with a wordless 5-minute segment that grabs you right away with these startling visuals, and you follow it and you say, well, what's going on here? But by the time that segment ends, you go, aha, I see how this ties into the story, and I'm hooked.
Okay, so I'm going to go back, and I'm going to ask you, where's the grab me by the throat moment?
In Offworlder?
In Offworlder. I mean, is
on the first page.
Okay, cool. The grab you by the throat is right there on the first page. You just got to buy it and open it up.
Right.
And you know, this is what we were talking about. Mike's stories do that. It's like it gives you something right away that's either going to interest you and make you turn pages, or I mean, you're just entirely not into that kind of thing. It's like, because most of what I've seen, what Mike does, brings you in, and you're kind of stuck there, and you got to read it. You know, like,
boys, that's my half hour. I got to sign off because I hear Freddie howling below, and I know he wants something.
You go take care of the dog, man. For sure.
Thank you, Pops.
Hey,
thank you,
as always.
Thank you, Mike.
As always, brothers, great to see you, and it's great to talk to you. Tell Ann I said hi. And,
I will.
Thanks for the book, man.
Mike's always so much fun.
Yeah, I love that dude.
Absolutely so much fun.
I do love that dude.
And the fact that we all have his books.
Yes. Even if you don't know it, somewhere you have Mike Baring.
Exactly.
You have a collection.
Exactly. It's in a long box in your house right now, for sure. And that's really cool.
The first time I interviewed Mike, I went looking afterwards, okay, to see. I went looking for some of his credits, and then went strolling through my collection. Man, I had a whole bunch of Mike Baring. I've told you guys, I don't pay attention to the writers and stuff. I had a whole bunch of Mike Baring. I had no idea that I had that much Mike Baring.
Bananas.
And now we talk to the man. Now we're going to talk to the lady.
I was about to say,
the other half of the Wheeler connection.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I'm trying to configure my cell phone to do this correctly.
I think you're doing fine. We can hear you, so you know.
Okay, good. Whew.
How are you doing?
Yeah, we had a busy day today. We're supposed to be home by now, but things happen, and now we're not yet. So I'm doing this on the fly.
Okay. So what do you want us to do? You want us to pull up your art page? You want to talk about that? You want to talk about Indie Crop? What do you want to do? It's all you.
Yeah. So let's go to. Are you familiar with DeviantArt?
Yes.
Okay, Pete, you got that?
Okay. Let me see if I can send you the link. But that would be a good thing to pull up. That, and then where my prints are for sale. But it is it MindyWheeler.deviantart? Oh no, actually I think it's deviantart.com/Mindy Wheeler. And I will send that link to you too.
So how you doing today other than like being not exactly where you're supposed to be yet? You having a good day? I mean,
I'm doing fine. We've just had a really busy week with the pre-launch of Indie Crowdfund and then making adjustments as we go, changing graphics, talking to people. I've been drawing pages like crazy, so I'm a little bit tired this weekend, but a good tired, you know. It's been a productive week.
I do get that. I mean, you know, I didn't get hardly no sleep last night because all I had to do was think about what if this person doesn't show up? What am I going to do? What if that goes wrong? What if this goes wrong? And it's been pretty smooth, even though we've had to, like, you know, change some things around a little bit. It's all been pretty smooth. I'm pretty happy with it.
I believe I got it.
You got it?
Oh, good. There it is. You got it. You got that's my DeviantArt. I've had that site, that profile for like 15 years.
Yeah, I was about to say I haven't used DeviantArt in a little bit, but I've definitely had it for a long time.
And that is the infamous Vampirilla cover right there. That Vampirilla cover right there is the reason IndieCrowdfund.com exists.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. That's the truth, man. It was, I mean, and it was a misunderstanding. We all got the wrong idea when it went down, but this is what came of it. You know.
Yep. Yeah, you know, it was sometimes things happen for a reason like that. So it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it because I know that what you're doing and what we're trying to sell people is something that's going to be great for them. Is look, I don't get behind that many things. I get behind indie comics because I want to read indie comics. I love indie comics. I love the community, but I don't like go out there and put my face on stuff that I do not 100% believe in. Okay. You look at that website, they put my face down there. That's because they know I pretty much believe in what they're doing. You know, I didn't ask them to put my face on there. I didn't tell them, hey, you should put me on. None of that. They did that. And I completely agree, 100%. Pops approves. That's not a lie.
That's very cool. Well, yeah, I mean, that means a lot. It really does, especially because this whole industry has been really wild for the past like 6 years that I've been in it. There's been a lot of ups and downs, and just to see people like you, Pops, actually really care about it and do something, to stand behind it, and we all want to see it grow into something better. That means a lot, instead of just giving up or saying it's too complicated or getting involved in drama. That's what I'm about too, is I really, really love the medium, and I just want to continue to do that and share that with others. And finally, after finding you, there's a healthy community behind it. So it's turned from like sometimes a really ugly thing to a really good thing. My involvement in comics, but at the end of the day, it's just, for me, it's like, it's all about the art and the stories, and there's no way that I can give it up at this point. I'm so involved in all these stories that I've done. And oh yeah, I've got a book coming out too. Not just the silly one, not just the parody book. But my book, Karma. Yep. I've been working on for a long time. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm planning to release it right around Halloween because it's a Halloween book. So
sweet.
Yeah.
And
very
crowdfund.com, y'all. If you want
that's where it'll be.
You're gonna have to come there.
You'll have
to.
That.
If you want Mindy's book, you're gonna have to come to us, y'all. Sign up. Just go ahead and create your account now because you're gonna want Mindy's book. Just go ahead and create your account now, so when it comes out, you can go ahead and pledge right away. Get your Stripe account set up. Get that out of the way. All that. Listen to me. I'm telling you all the stuff that I need to still go do.
Well, actually, you can buy a book without having to have a Stripe. You have to have a Stripe to get paid as a creator.
Oh,
so
okay.
There's that. But a backer can buy it just like off their debit card too. That's fine.
Cool. There you go. See, I didn't know that. See, there you go. I thought you had to have a Stripe account, but I guess As a creator, if you want to get paid, you got to set up a Stripe account.
Yes, that's important. Yes. But as a backer, you can have it wherever.
Cool. That's great to know. Great to know. Now I just need to go get one of them stupid cards.
Yeah, you do, Pops.
Yeah, I gotta go get a stupid money card. I don't know. I will. Hell, I gotta go get a new ID too. I still have my Arizona ID from the 90s, back when they gave you the 25-year driver's license.
Yeah.
I still have my old one. It still has like 3 years left on it.
Nice.
From
Yeah, I
that-
think we're the only state that does that. Everybody thinks that's so weird, but
From 98 to 2023, my license was good. No test, no nothing for 25 years. So I got 3 more years on that, dude. And I was trying my best to not have to go get a new one until it ran out.
most places you have to renew it like every 4 years, I think, and you got to pay a
Most
fee.
places, yeah, in most places you do, but it's like, anyway, to get beyond that, I'm gonna have to go get an actual ID here where I live, so I can get a money card here where I live. I actually have to come off the grid because of IndieCrowdfund.com. Not for any other reason am I re-entering the grid. Okay.
Oh, I'm honored.
And yes, on Indie Comics Cast on YouTube is where this is being, that channel right there. We want you to subscribe. Please go subscribe to our YouTube channel, because that's the hard grind. We have a nice size group. We have a nice size page. We have a little teeny tiny YouTube. Help us out. Go over there, subscribe, get us some numbers. Mindy. So
I'm
I
gonna
know.
send you a link right now to my store too, where there's all my prints are on that store, popprintandgraphics.com.
Yes.
Free shipping right now.
Oh, that one. There you go.
It's hard to keep everything in one place. With all the art after like 6 years. I came out with a sketchbook back in, I think it was 2016, with like almost everything up until that point. But it's been a while since I've made another one of those. So the best place, the DeviantArt has like all the works in progress and the sketches, but the Pop Print and Graphics has all like the finished pieces that I've made of prints. And so that's a nice place to go for a glossed up, pretty version of everything without the works in progress. There you go. This is 6 years of work.
Man.
Yep.
Now look, we got Spawn, Witchblade, X-23, you got Wonder Woman, you got now I love that one.
Wicked Witch.
Steampunk looking Wicked Witch, man, that's awesome.
Thanks.
Right there.
That was one of the first ones I did when I got into comics in 2015 I did that. And those are just the featured ones. If you go up to the top and then push all, you'll see all of them. There's like 5 pages, I think. 5 or 6 pages. There you go. All prints.
Oh. There it is. Harley and the Kylo and Rey. The Kylo and Rey is awesome right there.
Thank you.
That is awesome.
Her face was very hard.
You got it though, because it's like she's got that angry look. I mean, she wasn't happy with dude at that moment. So you can't.
That's right. Some faces are harder to draw than others, and I remember having to do her face like 3-4 times over to get it right. But Trump, on the other hand, was really pretty easy. See his hair flowing in the wind. That was fun.
As long as you gave him the horns, that's
that was like during the Walking Dead phase, and I was gonna do a piece of all the candidates, like Hillary and like flipped versions where Hillary was winning. I was gonna do like a whole thing, but just ironically, that was the only piece that I ended up doing. And they weren't the only 2 candidates then. So that was just a funny like little piece of irony that I didn't mean to happen happen. But yeah, that's the only political piece. Everything else is just good old comic stuff.
Oh, it's awesome. I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
I mean, look, Venom. Come on, you guys know you like the Venom. That's
I
just,
love Venom. He's one of my favorite characters.
and then Spider-Gwen. Come on, Harley. It's like she's tapping on all the right characters, except for Elektra. Where's my Elektra?
That's a really good point. Elektra's pretty awesome.
Where's my Elektra, Mindy? She's all over my wall, but where's Elektra? Where's yours?
I like the Sinkowitz Electras. I used to kind of try to collect those. They were hard to find though, but yeah, no, I do like Elektra a lot. She's a cool character. Daredevil in itself is a really good series. I love it.
Well, I've been an Elektra fan forever, and I'll admit most of the original art I have is stuff that people have done for me as have done Elektra. I got, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them on the wall, and some stuff back there, and a whole box is just her because she's my girl.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Oh yeah, she's one of my favorites. Always has been. Thor, Elektra, the Surfer. That's my top 3. That was always my top 3 as I was growing up and stuff. And of course that's changed a little bit now. I mean, I do have a couple of indie characters that are my favorites now. Can't imagine who they'd be, but I do have some indie characters that have moved into those top slots because, hey, we have to evolve. I love Thor. Thor's been out over 700 issues plus, and even though what Donnie's doing with the new story is awesome, there's still only so much you can do before you're repeating yourself. And it's time to move beyond that. Give him the throne and let him sit down. They gave him the throne and then they threw him right back out into the mess. It's like, give him a break. Give him a break. Bring somebody else up. Create
it's true.
Characters. And that's what's missing in the big 2. They didn't let our heroes grow old and die and replace them with new heroes. And they kind of should have, I mean, granted, you can't make Thor die. He's immortal, but put him on Odin's throne. Retire Odin, put him on Odin's throne, bring up somebody else to be the protector of Asgard and create a new character.
Yeah.
The story goes.
I always thought it was cool. I mean, because I write too. You guys haven't really seen anything like that from me, and it's been years and years and years since I've been working on Karma. I've been working on writing Karma for like 5 or 6 years, and I used to be a really good writer. All throughout school, English and creative writing was one of my top subjects, even sometimes above art. So I've kind of been tapping into that like old me to bring this story out. But I always thought in a case like that, it was always neat to continue storylines with the characters' offspring, daughters, sons, things like that. So they tried to do that a little bit in comics. I know the Joker's daughter was a comic that came out a few years ago. There's been a couple of them. X-23 was kind of like that, but nothing that I've really like attached to super strong.
A son for Thor too, Ragnarsson or whatever. I mean, he was cool. But
did they?
He never caught on because they didn't take Thor out of the picture.
Oh, no, you're supposed to like make him old and gray. That's what I liked about the Wolverine. There was that one Wolverine story where he got really old.
Old Man Logan. Yep.
Yes, Old Man Logan. I thought that was cool. I like stories like that.
That's how you introduce the next character is you let them grow old. You let them move on. Like I said, they brought Thor's son in, but Thor was still around. He was still out there doing his thing. So his son didn't catch on that well because he was still the guy. He was still the title people bought. You have to eliminate that out of the shelf before you bring the next one up in there. And that's how, you can't, it's it's really hard to segue into the next new character, but you got to create new characters. You have to.
Yeah.
You know?
Otherwise, it's like Harry Potter, year 14. Like, it stops at some point.
You have to. You have to carry it on farther. Now, I'm really kind of looking forward to Karma because I've heard you talk about it a little bit outside of online. You know, we've talked a little bit about it. I'm looking forward to that, and I know that this whole thing is like the indie crowdfunding thing. It's got to kind of be putting your artistic stuff on the back burner a little bit. I'm wondering how you're handling working that and still working your art and still working your project, and is it getting a little overwhelming? Because I know for me this has gotten a little overwhelming.
I mean, it can be at times. Yeah, like I said, I've been kind of burnt out this week for such a busy week doing pages and the website. But, you know, I've always been someone that's worked like 3 jobs at a time ever since I was like 17. And I'm going on 30 now. So I'm kind of used to it. I mean, being a truck driver alone, your expected shift is 14 hours, and that's usually 6 to 7 days a week. So I'm used to working really, really long hours. When we worked with our retail shop that we worked about 15, 16 hours a day. But I mean, it has been like whenever I don't work on Karma for an extended period of time, I get the itch to do it. Like it doesn't go away. And that's what's cool about it is that, like, yeah, it's been 5 or 6 years since I thought up the idea. And then I've been growing it and growing it and growing it. And I've let it grow really organically. Like the way I've written it is that, and I'm taking this straight out of Stephen King. Stephen King was asked a question one time that says, do you write down all your ideas in a notebook? And he said, no, because then I end up trashing the notebook and it becomes a notebook full of terrible ideas. He said, I think of something, and then if I remember it later, I realize that that's the good part. That's the part that sticks. So like over the past 5, 6 years, and I've been in and out of comics, I've had this idea in my head and I've let it grow organically, and I've just stuck with the parts I've remembered, and it's turned into something like totally different than I first imagined it. So every time, and I stick with that strategy, every time I step away from it a little bit, I use that as an opportunity to kind of forget about what I was doing and then remember the best parts. So it's like, I don't know, it's a weird way that I have to manage it creatively, but it's turned out to be really good and really effective. So yeah, I've been busy, but I'm getting back into it this next week, and we'll be launching with it pretty soon.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm excited for everything you guys got going on, and I'm excited for the fact that you included me into it because,
that's pretty cool,
man. You know, it's like I never thought any of this, and it blows me away that I actually get to work with something that's designed to help the industry. You know. And not just out here, you know, hey, everybody share this, share that, but actually working with somebody with a platform that's trying to put indie comics on store shelves. That's a goal, y'all. That's a place to be, you know. So I'm like really glad to be part of that, and really appreciative that you guys included me in that and are giving me a chance to be part of it, you know.
Man, I wouldn't have chosen anybody else, Pops. You're awesome. You're exactly what people need, you know? You sit and you do these CRoM Cons. You're asking me if I've been overwhelmed, but you're sitting here doing these CRoM Cons for 2-3 days in a row for long hours a day. You know, it's the same thing.
Well,
you got the passion for it, and it's gonna happen, you know? And as of today, the whole idea of being on the retailer shelves isn't an idea anymore. We sold copies of our book to a retailer.
Exactly. It's not a what could happen, it's what can happen. It's what is happening. You just got to get out there and take a chance, put your book on the site, and give the retailers a look at it. Like I said, you know, retailers, some are going to like it, some aren't, just like everybody else. They're going to look at what they think the people that come in their store are going to be into. They're going to have choices. Okay, my people, I might have a Florida store. Florida man's going to fit right on the shelf. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna fit right on the shelf. I shouldn't even. That's a no-brainer. You know, Vampires of New Jersey. If you're a retailer in New Jersey, that should be a no-brainer. I'm gonna put these books on my shelf. This is what's happening. It's a new age in the ability to get your book seen by the people who don't use Kickstarter and don't use Indiegogo and don't care about either one. They go to their local comic shop and they walk down the aisles looking at what is right there that they can take off the shelf and take home. They don't have to wait 2 weeks for it to get shipped. They don't have to hope it gets there in good condition, any of that. You want your books on the store shelves. That's where most people buy them.
Yeah, that's how most people get introduced to these characters. I don't care if Facebook exists now. There are still some people that really want to support the shops, support small businesses, and they don't want to do everything digitally. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't want to live in a robotic world. Not yet. I'm not ready for that.
I'm not a fan of digital comics because if the power goes off, I don't own anything.
Oh,
okay. You can pay for all kinds of digital comics and read them whenever you want. And if the power goes off, you don't own anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So I, on the other hand, when the power goes off, I light a freaking candle and I get a book out. And I read.
I do too, actually.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of what books are for. For
pretty much
wind down times, you know. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's always been it has to be in hand, and it's not just because of the way Stan said it, but like I said, I'm a collector, and if the power goes out, what did I collect? If
That's a really good point. I never thought of it in that light.
Website goes down where or whatever, you know, if your hard drive burns, you don't own nothing.
Yep.
If cloud folds tomorrow, everybody who has stuff on cloud don't got nothing. There's no guarantees in the digital world. None. You know, I mean, all it takes is a hurricane and you don't got nothing.
I know all about that. I lost my business in Sandy. So.
Well, I'm not saying that way. I mean, just like the power's out for 2 weeks, right? What are you going to do for 2 weeks? I
had 2 magnums of red wine and a lot of books.
A lot of books.
A lot of books. Actual books. Well, I got sick and tired of playing board games with everybody after day 3, and then day 4, I realized even the dog got sick and tired of being around us. He would go to another room. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna get this magnum of wine and go read a book. So, Mindy, I wanted to bug you for a second because I bugged you on a live stream a couple days ago, if you remember. I was asking all the art supply questions. I'm my buddy Jay likes to call me. I'm art supply hoarder, and I think any artist is an art supply hoarder. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You have all sorts of stuff. Like when the lockdown happened, I'm like, I'm good. I got everything. I'm fine. But I wanted to ask really quick on that because you're developing all these amazing things. And you're making all these great artworks, and you got the books, and you got this, you got the other thing. And I've seen you traditional, digital, you know, all that great stuff. What's your weapon of choice? Like, what have you been using the most these days? What do you find yourself scribbling with the most and things like that? Kind of want to pick you.
That's a really, really good question. Yeah, I could totally get behind that question because I would ask the same question as an artist myself to other people. So it's been a few years since I've taken a stab at sequentials. It's usually I was told when I was breaking into the industry that people start with sequentials and then get covers. Like, you know, they eventually get the covers. I did it backwards, probably against the grain. I started with doing covers and one pieces because from like age 16 to age 21, or maybe even, I think it was about 7 years in total, there was a period where I didn't draw. I used to draw a lot when I was a kid, and I was pretty good at it, and then I just stopped.
Yep.
Life got me.
Yep.
So, yeah, right, it does.
Yep.
And so when I finally met my husband, that was really the turning point where I had some extra spare time to draw. So I started drawing covers, and I would spend like 50 to 60 hours on a piece. That angel piece that's on the pop print and graphics, I spent 60 hours making that perfect because I knew I could do something. I knew I could make art look good enough, but I'm also a perfectionist, and I was polishing up my skills. So sequentials started for me a little later, and into like 2016 and 17 is when I started doing sequentials, and it's hard. It's really hard. Sequentials, comic book art is very tough. Like, it's not for the faint of heart. And I took a lot of advice from Chad Hardin. He's the best known for being one of the Harley Quinn artists. He and I were friends a few years ago, and with my husband, and we used to see each other at shows all the time. And I took a lot of advice from him. I took a lot of advice from other people I would meet at shows, like talk to Mark. Is it Mark Brooks? All kinds of people. Herb Trumpy. I'd sit down and I'd watch him draw, and I kind of tried to figure out what was best for me because I'm more of a painter in my head.
Yeah.
I want to do layers of things. I'm not good at inking. I'm not good at just the straight black and whites. It doesn't like work in my head that way. So the two ways that I figured out for me, and I'm doing both of them actively right now because I'm working on 2 books. I'm working on the boobs book, and that one is done digitally on my Wacom Cintiq. Same tool that Chad Hardin uses to draw Harley Quinn. You're using the pencil, right? And you're actually drawing on the computer. And I've been asked this question a lot recently, so I want to go on my YouTube channel and actually show how I do it. But that's how I do boobs. And everything like there is like there's no roughs anymore. I used to like rough it out and thumbnail it out and then go over and over. But because of the digital world, I can kind of just draw what's on the page and skip that step. It's really easy to just like
it makes it easy. Yeah.
Yeah, and then transparency and your brush settings come in handy for that. That's how you got to work that medium.
Yep.
The other way, Karma is done traditionally. So totally opposite. But actually, if you break it down to the technique, it's the same way in my head. What I draw sticks. And that's because I'm using a toned paper. So it's either brown or gray. And then I do like light pencils. Sorry. And then I take Copics, either in warm or cold colors, and I will layer starting from light going into dark. So like I'll start with a C2, and then I'll go to a C4, and then a C6, and I'll flesh it out. And again, the roughs that I draw stick. I don't have to like go over a thumbnail and take a light box to it and do the inks. What I draw on the page is what's there, like 100% of the time. That took some practice. But because of the 2 techniques where I just like the transparency in the digital mode and then the Copics, it's like I'm painting each time. So that's the answer to that question. And I'm enjoying doing both of them. They're different, but they're actually really similar at the same time.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I couldn't agree with you more. They really are the same but different, and each one has their own things that make each one unique and fun. I know you and I have a similar. First, the major difference is I love to ink. I'll sit and ink all day. I'll dip the nib and I'll ink all day. But like you said, sometimes, I mean, some pieces you want a light box, some pieces you don't. So we talked about this in your live. I don't like erasing the pencils. I like inking over the pencils and just going with it. So just all sorts of different things. But I love picking an artist's brain. And again, I sat and I saw when Mike and you went live. I was like, okay, cool. Let's check this out. I was like, wow. Oh, she's doing that. Oh, I needed, at that point, I was completely like, I went into complete art geek mode. Not like, but, you know, just the how-to of stuff. It's like, I love looking at those things and picking your brain about that. Like, how do you do this and how do you do that? And I think a lot of people, I think we both answered a lot of questions for a lot of people that didn't know how to ask the questions. You know, like, what kind of paper are you using? What's this? What's that? Like, we could have even gotten into the difference between the DC sketch covers and the Marvel sketch covers. How some of them are, you know, a little too smooth or a little too whatever.
Right.
Because that's a pain in the butt too.
It is. Oh man, I recently worked on it was a Catwoman and it was purple.
I have one in my drawer.
Yeah, but it's hard. Beware when you get to work on it. It doesn't like erasers. When you erase it, it grabs. It's really weird.
what I have discovered with the Green Lantern book and the black covers and stuff like that, I've just completely changed the skill set with those and just done acrylic paintings on them.
Oh wow, fun.
I know that she was doing a live stream the other night, and Raj was watching.
Yeah, that was at the Lobo.
Yeah,
that's the same stream we're talking about. Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Yep,
think
and
Raj,
I don't ink ever, so that was like a one-off.
I think
See, I'll
Raj,
ink if it looks like a tattoo, like a you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
A tattoo. That's what I'll ink. I'm happy doing that, and I can do that with like a really cool fish. One time I drew a really, really cool fish. It was like a pirate fish, and I could get the inks in really good. But I just have not figured out how to apply that to the human anatomy very well. So I admire people that can do that.
I'll talk. Maybe I'll do a live one day and we'll talk inking all day long because it's like.
Yeah. It's kind of like I'm pretty sure Raj wants you to do a Mojo cover, Mindy.
I would love that. That would be another one I would ink because it just has to be done. But yeah, so that would be very special. I would love to do that. But I gotta let you guys go. I know it's 4:58. Pete, is it?
Yes.
Pete. Okay, I know your face because you were on the indie crowdfund video.
Yes, that's right. I remember. Mike sent me the message and I was behind. I felt bad. I was so behind in getting it to him, but it's just the last 4 weeks, everything just piled on top of me.
No, you were fine. You were fine. No, we appreciate it. And now I can put your face to your username talking about my stream. So pop on sometime, and soon I'm gonna do a YouTube video where I can kind of show you, because I've been asked that question lately since I'm coming out with these books, and you're welcome to chime in. I'd love to talk inking sometime. And on your channel or wherever. It would be fun.
Fantastic. Well, we'll definitely have a chat and we'll figure stuff out, and then we'll even bring Mike in and talk about indie crowdfund as well.
All right.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Cool. Mindy, thank you so much for coming out. Tell Mike I said thanks. Pete, we get to take a break, boy. If you're hungry,
I need to go. Yeah, that works for me.
Break now. It's perfect.
See you later, Pop. I'm gonna head out.
All right, love you, Mindy. Talk to you later.
I'm gonna pop out. I got their banners all set up for everybody on the side already from all the messages.
All right. You can go ahead and run it, Ding, because I'm going to go ahead and bring out my friend Amanda.
Hello, boys.
How are you doing, lady?
I ain't good.
In a while.
I'm busy. I'm trying to build that AGP empire. You got to remember that, man.
I'm building one over here, too. I understand. And we got to work together to build them both, right?
Yes, we have.
Pete, go ahead, go get you something to eat, man. I'm gonna let Amanda take over. I'm gonna invite her guest out, Mr. Rodney Fike.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
I'm good. I'm real good. I'm gonna take this opportunity to go get me a little quick snack, and I'm gonna let you guys do your show. Amanda, you don't need me. You got this.
I don't know. I've only been
you know her well, don't you?
I am right here for sharing screens and stuff. I'll be right here. I can help you out. Just let me know what you need. You know, I got some banners. Let's see. Which one do you want up? Do you want the Thursday Night Draw, the Hasm, the Art of Rodney Fike, the Hasm Productions, the Amanda?
Let's do
which one do you want?
Let's do Hasm. Let's do Hasm.
Okay. Hasm Productions.
Yes. Thank you.
And just to be on the safe side, we're going to go ahead and do this real quickly and give you the screen for later.
There you go. Okay.
There you go.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to get out your way. I'll just leave that one up there for now. I'll change them periodically because I got 2 or 3 of them here. So 4 or 5.
No problem.
Thank you, producer one. We got you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amanda Gillum. I'm the owner-operator of AGP, which is a gaming podcast and live streaming company. We play video games, we do a lot of podcasts, and we have a lot of fun. And I am here to talk about my friend and sponsor of AGP, the one, the only, Rodney Fike from Hasm Productions.
Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing?
They're going.
Good to be here.
They're going, woo!
Or I should say, good to be back.
Yes.
Yes.
It's back. This is your second or third time on the show.
Third time. Yeah, third time.
So, of course, the first thing we need to do, and Ronnie's going to go with me on this one, is we need to give a big shout out and a huge thank you to everybody that supported the Kickstarter Roadkill Rampage #RKR.
Yes, thank you everybody so much.
Raise the roof. And of course, we just wanted to give you a real quick update on that. So at this point, everything's done. They're just waiting for all the stuff to get shipped in. Once they get it shipped in, they're shipping it out. So very soon, her introduction was so much better than mine.
That's right. Starting to trickle in a little here and a little there. So
because you just got the air fresheners.
yes, right here. Hang on a second. Trip over my table.
One. Oh, time's up. You lose.
Ta-da! Ooh, so it is very pungent. Very
it smells like roadkill. It's perfect. No,
has a very effervescent cherry odor to it. And if you breathe in, you feel like you're washing your hair with cherry suave. There it is. It's Ace on the cover by Mike Watson, the awesome Mike Watson. Did that on his Chat and Draw podcast a few weeks back. Love it. And we loved it so much we put it on an air freshener. So there we go.
So like we said, thank you to everybody for backing that. But guys, Hazard Productions is so much more than just that one Kickstarter and that one comic book. Hazard Production has an amazing plethora of things, including comics for kids and adults. And we're going to focus on some of those other comics. And the first one we want to talk about is the itty bitty, cutie wooty, kitty witty 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 meow meow, pitter patter.
How's that go again? So, Pitter Patter is the story. It's a book about, it's just a couple of buddy cats, Buddy and Dude, couple of house cats, and it's the story of them chronicling. Do you hear this? As if on cue. Sound effects are in the house. We planned that, folks. Only the best. Lucasfilm, thank you for those sound effects.
Surround sound.
No, but it's just the story of our household cats, Buddy and Dude, and it's just based on our cats. Our studio is down in the basement, and my wife Tina works the day job, and I'm down here by myself working in the studio, and all I heard was the running back and forth of the cats, the pitter patter of their feet when they were kittens. And I just got a kick out of it, such a kick out of it. And I was allergic to them. So I didn't let them come down in the studio for the longest time, but the longer I stayed around them, the better I got. And now I'm fine. And that's just kind of how the book was born. It's just such a cute and sweet thing, to the pitter patter of the cats running around and chasing each other. So that's where it came from. And there they are, Buddy and Dude. Buddy is the orange one, and Dude is the gray one.
I love the fact that your cats have a pitter patter, because when my cats jump, it sounds like bombs falling in my house.
Well, we have that too.
Pitter patter just sounds way cuter, and it's a perfect title for a children's title versus boom boom and crash. Now, like you said, and this is one of your newer comics. You've been doing comics for quite some time, and a comic that I know all too well, all so well. Let me pull up my kids. These are my kids. I have 4 out of 5, or 4 out of, what is it? 7. 6 of these comics now. I have 4 out of 6, and I still need the trade paperback. This is Peanut, Pudding, and Jelly. These are my kids. Like, these are my bros.
Me too. Peanut, Pudding, and Jelly is a semi-autobiographical spin about some kids that believe that they're superheroes, but they don't have any costumes. So in issue 1, they go out in the neighborhood and they do chores to earn money to go buy their costumes. And when they get their costumes together, they wait for it to turn dark, because that's when all the crime occurs. and they go out in the neighborhood and they confront all the supervillains in the neighborhood. In issue 2, they confront Cat Scratch and Fever, the local cat burglars, and they thwart them from stealing TVs out of the backs of people's houses. In issue 3, they run into Rattler and the Big CRoM, the neighborhood bullies, and they deal with those guys. And in issue 4, they go back to their 3-story treehouse and meet up with their friends Chocolate Thunder and Suzy Q and discuss whether or not capes are a good idea for superheroes, because bad guys can grab you by the capes and throw you around. So those are the first 4 issues that are compiled into the trade that we have. And then we also have 2 additional issues, issues 5 and 6. Issue 5 is called Apple Bomb Barrage, and it chronicles the story of Cat Scratch and Fever coming back to exact their revenge against the kids for thwarting their TV heists. And they come with stinky eggs, and the kids fight them off with the Apple Bomb Barrage, thus the title of the story. In issue 6, it's called Slope Slop. And it's just a simple little story of when you're done at the end of the day fighting supervillains and you come back to the homestead, what better way to quench your thirst than an icy cold slope slop? It comes in many, many flavors, a wide variety of flavors and colors. So pick that up to find out what colors are available for the kids.
I just want to point out that I'm very interested in this drink, and this is something that you and Tina need to make. So the next time you're at a convention, when they come back, you can sell that drink, because I will buy one.
I've suggested it, but it's been shot down.
No. Squinting Squirrel, you need to make this happen. The end. Amanda said so.
She's upstairs dealing with Fospus kitties.
And of course, what's really great is like people can actually take a look at all the stuff that you're working on at a particular time. The website that you see over on the side, this is Hasm Productions website. They have the homepage where you can preview the gallery. You can shop. So let's take a look at the shop. Let's go into the shop. Let's see what's going on. Can I have the shop today?
Let's go to the shopping store.
And here's some really cool things. Right there. All ages, 4-pack, all 4. You get Slope Slop, Pitter Patter, and right there, that's $30.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
and
the trade. And
speaking of, right now you are working on Pitter Patter issue 2, correct?
Yes, I just got approval for the script from Casey Pierce. She is editing me on Pitter Patter, and I submitted the script once, and then we decided to double the size of issue 2. So I had to add additional pages to the script, and then I added a 6-page backup story. So I actually have 12 pages already penciled. Actually have a page inked, but I can pull those up real quick, and I can show you some samples of the pencils here once we get done with the story there, and you can all check them out real quick. So.
Love to you, Indie Comics Cast. Thank you so much. They said that I have great energy, and that's why everybody loves me. Hearts. If there was emoticons, I'd be putting hearts everywhere. Hearts.
Yes, she is quite the bundle of energy.
Me? Oh, but I can't help it, guys. I'm so introverted, shy, and modesty is my best quality. I can't help it.
It's a wallflower.
So if you really want to check these out, definitely head over to the Hasm store. Check it out. You can, like I said, there's the shop. And one of the things in the shop you're going to notice is this guy all the way down in the corner, Unchained issue 1. It's a re-release with additional content. Now, this one is an adult content comic, and there is some more information coming, but it's still secret. So if you want to learn more, you need to make sure that you're following these guys. So you got to make sure that you're checking them out. They're on social media. They're on Instagram. They're on Facebook. They've got a YouTube channel. They've got a Twitch channel, and it's Hasm Productions. And Rodney also, on top of that, has the art of Rodney Fike on Facebook as well. So you got to make sure that you're following so you know when all this new information is coming out. And on top of that, Rodney, not only are you creating these amazing comics, you just finished a fantastic Kickstarter, but you have 2 things that you do every week. Technically 3 if you want to talk about it being one show that's actually 2. On the weekdays, normally starting around Thursday through the weekend, sometimes on other days, at 11 a.m., you're doing live draws and having fun and chatting up with people as you draw some amazing characters.
Yeah. We can't pin down exact days because I have a part-time driving job and I don't know when I'm going to be working. So we try to shoot for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that. Try to do it on consecutive days, but it changes. But it's always going to be at 11 o'clock. So we will post when we know for sure that we're going to be on the next day at 11. And I just I'm on there for about a half hour to 45 minutes. And I just draw. And then we do the Thursday night throwdown and Friday night draws. And sometimes we'll do a 30-minute sketch off. Sean Forney and I do a 30-minute sketch off. And I will sometimes take some of those and I will ink them in the mornings. As for an example, this is The Mandalorian. We did this as a sketch off. Sean did Boba Fett, and I did The Mandalorian. And the following morning, I inked it on the 11 a.m. show, and then I think a couple of days later, I colored it. Actually, I colored it on a Friday night after our sketch off, because we don't just do sketch offs; we continue working on other stuff as well. So
I'm going to stop you for a second
Okay.
because you just did a very heartwarming tribute to Chadwick Boseman on the last draw off that you guys had.
Yes, we did.
And you guys did Black Panther.
Yes,
and yours is still up for sale. Do you happen to have that with you to show off to everybody?
I should. I don't know why I don't. It's not in the hang on a second. Let me see.
Now, what this is what they did was their sketch off. The proceeds from this sketch off are actually going to Colon Club. You can check out the information from there from colonclub.com. But that is Rodney's Black Panther. Normally, these sell at $75 a piece, but right now what they're doing is they're going to sell this piece for only $50. This $50 is going to go to the Colon Club, which is to help with colon cancer research. So not only will you get a great piece of artwork and something to remember the great Chadwick Boseman with, but you'll be sending your money to an amazing cause. And I want to congratulate both you and Sean and Stephanie and Tina for putting together, I love watching Thursday night and Friday night, the sketch offs. That's wonderful. But seeing the passion and the love that you guys had when you guys did this, I teared up.
Well, it's a cause that's near and dear to Stephanie's heart. And I wasn't aware of this when I suggested this. Stephanie lost her father to colon cancer in 2006. And he battled it for 11 years before he lost his battle. And I was completely unaware of it. I was just blown away, like many people were, with the passing of Chadwick, because nobody knew he was sick. So it crushed me, because I thought of all the little kids that look up to this man and idolize him for representing them on the screen. And to know that he's gone it just really crushed me, because I remember how happy I was for those children in the movie theaters, watching their faces light up when that movie started. And it was just something special. It was something that had such a huge cultural impact on a global scale. And this man touched so many hearts and just positively affected so many lives. That we had to do something to honor him. So that's what we did. And we will, whoever purchases this, we will match that $50 price. Tina and I, Hasm Productions, will match that. So there will be a $100 donation going to the Colon Club. So yeah, that's there.
So yeah, you're going to get a great piece of artwork and your money, and they're going to match it. So that means $100 goes to the Colon Club for colon cancer research. And if you are very interested in that, make sure that you head over to Hasm Productions. They're on Facebook. Send them a message, and Tina will take care of everything else. That's why she's the boss.
That's right.
She's the boss. Oh, you're getting choked up like I am. Okay, good. And
I worked through it. I worked through it.
It was, I mean, it was very heartbreaking. We were actually playing Fortnite, and if any of you guys play video games right now, they're having the Marvel and Fortnite crossover right now, and we just got into Fortnite at that point, and the news broke just as we started live streaming, and I'm just sitting there, and like you see like 5 to 7 minutes of silence as I'm scrolling through Facebook on the side going, what, excuse me? And like it was over, and I'm just like, we gotta play Fortnite with Marvel characters.
Yeah, it was we Sean and I had just got done with the podcast, and I was laying in bed. We were getting ready to go to bed, and I was plugging my phone in, and as everybody does, you go to Facebook one last time to see if you missed anything, and there it was.
Go to Facebook one last time, 3 hours later. Okay, time to go to bed.
Well, yeah, and I immediately messaged Sean and I said, "Hey, have you seen this? Is this fake news?" And he was like, he responded back and he's like, "No, it doesn't look like it. It's breaking on all the other platforms." So I scrolled down and it was popping up everywhere, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I didn't even know he was sick." So yeah, it was terrible, huge loss.
So guys, make sure if that's something that you're interested in, shoot them a message. Hazard Productions, right there's the link at the bottom of the screen. They'll make sure that they see it, and they'll take care of that. And again, it's going to such a great cause. Since we are still talking about Thursday night, Friday night sketch off. Oh, thank you, Comics Cast. That all goes to Rodney and Sean. That all goes to Rodney and Sean. I had that's all of them. But yes, if you head over right now, you want to make sure that you are watching Thursday, Friday night draw, because I saw what's coming up. I know the next characters of the situation. You guys are doing He-Man.
That's right. Apparently, it's a big deal. Hey,
that's not He-Man. That's Spider-Man. That's the wrong character.
I know that dude.
But it was drawn by the right guy.
That's right.
You can go ahead and tell that story. I'll get back up.
Big me. No. Put somebody else up. Put somebody else in. Thank you.
Scared herself.
Look, guys, I'm in my 40s. I'm too old for close-ups like that, yo. Nah.
No HD on me.
No. But you guys are doing the Masters of the Universe. Oh, and guess what? Like guys, if you didn't hear before, following them on Thursday night, Friday night, excuse me, the Thursday night, Friday night draw group over on Facebook, when they set it up, they set up an opportunity for us as the fans of Rodney and Sean and what they do to actually vote on what they're going to draw.
That's right. Just have to go over to the Thursday Night Throwdown, Friday Night Draw fan page on Facebook, join the group, join the page, and you can vote on who we draw. We come up with a list of 5 characters from the He-Man universe, and you guys will be able to vote on them, and the top 2 voters, the top 2 vote getters are the 2 that we will draw.
So I do have to question this though. Are you guys only focusing on the original He-Man, or are you bringing in the full universe? So like people could be like, oh, how about some She-Ra characters, or maybe when they revamped He-Man?
I think we're just going with traditional He-Man, and I think we're doing heroes Thursday night and villains Friday night. I could be wrong. Well, no, because Friday night's 9/11, so we're going to do something as for 9/11. I think we're going to be doing Captain America or something like that.
Wait. Is it really?
Yeah. So we're going to do something patriotic to honor.
I think you guys should do video games personally.
Video games.
Do you not know what September 11th is?
Yes, I do. Do you?
Yes, I do. The
Say it.
greatest host in the entire world was born that day.
Dick Clark?
Can I now take control? I'm just going to remove him.
80.
No, I get it. With it being a Friday night draw, I totally get that. But I can't help but to go, hey, that's me. That's my day. That's all me.
It was your day.
We are here to have fun. Yes, we are. That was great. Congratulations on that. That was hilarious. You know what though? I could actually see doing New York City firefighters or New York City police officers for that. That would be actually kind of cool too.
Well, my suggestion was Ash, Joe Quesada's Ash from Event Comics, because he was a firefighter, and I think that character was inspired by 9/11. So then Sean suggested Captain America, and I thought, ooh, that's even better. So yeah, I'm 90% sure it's Captain America, but I can't say 100%.
Sean says this.
Sean says, "Rock on, brother. Rock on, dude."
Yeah, I don't even know what we're doing for that day yet. Okay, everybody do it. Yeah, there you go.
Horns up.
But yeah, definitely make sure that you're following them on Facebook and I think it's really cool. Hello, Psychic Tiger.
What's up, Psychic Tiger? Thanks for joining.
Yes, I think it's really fantastic because I've watched you grow through all of this. You know, working with Sean and having your.
I'm on a diet. Come on, give me a break.
I'm not. I'm at a sit in front of a computer all day and eat whatever comes across my plate. But I want to talk a little bit about you. Captain America or American heroes like Cap, Fighting America, The Shield, Amanda. I'm just throwing that one in there still.
Yeah, just patriotic characters. So, yeah.
I'm patriotic. I'm American. But I love the fact that I've watched you become more comfortable and growing as you do this. I remember when you first started doing these video things, you're just like, hi, I'm Rodney. I draw.
I draw pretty pictures.
I draw pictures. And so as you've grown and I've, watching all the stuff that you do, I'm so happy and proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Warm fuzzies.
Warm fuzzies. Warm fuzzies. And again, since there are people that are now just joining us, we're going to recap a little bit. Since there's a tiger in the chat, we definitely have to go back and talk a little bit more about Pitter Patter.
Yes, we do.
But I don't hear the sound effects this time. You missed the sound effects. You got to go back to listen for the sound effects because that was hilarious. So let's talk a little bit more about Pitter Patter because I think they are just the cutest little things, Dude and Buddy. So how do these two react with each other?
Well, it's your typical comedy team. There's a straight man and a funny man. Abba, you're a la Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, stuff like that. So it's very inspired by, obviously, our cats, but I grew up on Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry and stuff like that. So when I'm writing this, it's the relationship between Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck or Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd. They're just goofballs. Dude, the little gray guy, he's the more enthusiastic, more naive one, the younger one. And Buddy's the more he's the straight one. He's the straight one. He's a more stoic, But yeah, it's just a lot of fun. The backup story that I wrote for issue 2 is them. Dude is sitting on the bathroom sink and he's washing he's shampooing his hair. So the whole story, he's got this big soap afro with bubbles all over him, and he reaches for the shampoo bottle to add more shampoo to his hair, and he knocks it into the sink, and it goes splunk. So Buddy is in the other room laying on the bed, and he goes, shampoo bottle falling in the sink. So Dude's like, oh, are we playing a game? And Buddy's like, indeed we are. So Buddy reaches out with his foot and knocks the cell phone off the nightstand, and it goes into the garbage can. And it becomes a game of I'm going to make this sound. You guess what it is. And it goes back and forth and back and forth. And the whole time, dude is reacting with the big soap afro. So it's pretty funny.
Bye, Sean. Enjoy the derby. And don't forget to send me my dinner. I'm hungry. Oh my God. I'm listening to this and I'm literally having a flashback of what just happened the other day with my stupid cats.
What happened with your stupid cats?
So Lord Vader, yes, that is the name of my cat, of one of them. He was sitting on top of the bird cage, which is in the dining room, and I was going into the kitchen to grab a pop. And as I was coming back out, meow, 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 meow. And I look at him, and he looks over at the treats. He looks back at me, and he meows. And I go, no, you have food. Eat your food. I walk away. I hear thud. Then I hear thud. I come back out of the office, and he is pawing, trying to get the cat treats. And nope, you can't have those. Then I put him up. He starts meowing again. I go, no, you can't come here. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. You can't have those. So he goes, I hear thud. I hear thud. And then I hear this one. He gets this one to open up the cat treats and they're eating the cat treats.
Teamwork. That's how they operate.
You don't get lovings because you're the mastermind behind cat treats. That's not how this works. Which everybody, hi, this is Fizzgig. She's actually the real owner of everything that I do.
Hi, Fizzgig. What's up, Fizzgiggy?
Mommy's in a chair and she's talking, so now I have to be the center of attention.
Mommy's always in the chair and she's always talking.
She has her own chair. I don't understand. You're going to have to, here, add this into your story. There you go. But no, it's just so funny because one of the things that I love about Pitter Patter is when I read and I'm listening to these two cats and I can almost see your inspiration for them because I have cats on my own. Right. So even though this is for all ages and kind of directed towards younger audience, as an adult, you could totally find the humor in it, especially if you know anything about cats. And that's what I think makes Pitter Patter fantastic and makes you a fantastic writer because you do the same thing with Peanut Pudding and Jelly. Well, yeah,
it's and I said earlier that I'm hugely inspired by the Warner Brothers cartoons, which I grew up on. A lot of those jokes were directed at the adults. I mean, I didn't know what the implications were of most of those jokes when I was a kid. It was just funny. But I remember my stepdad in the background watching Foghorn Leghorn or Pepe Le Pew and just standing there chuckling and, bouncing up and down because he's laughing so hard. And, he was 40 years old and laughing at it. So that's the kind of state of mind that I'm in when I'm writing it. It's just, I'm out to make people laugh and I'm out to make them look like as big a goofballs as I can make them look. So. And I think I do a pretty good job at succeeding at that. So my editor liked it.
1 second. You get down right now. If you jump up on this table and you eat my pizza, you will be a dead dog. Sorry. She pushed the chair up to the table.
Hey, that's a smart cat.
No, that's the dog.
No, that's a smart dog.
So, but yeah, I think it's really cool. And then you branching out with things like Roadkill Rampage, Unchained, and seeing this, you see a different side of you, which both of them are absolutely fantastic comics. And it's just great because when you write your stuff, it really shows off your personality. You're not one-dimensional. You have multiple interests, and you shine when you write your comics with these multiple interests.
Well, thank you. The biggest reward for me was when I started getting feedback from people that we've sent preview copies of Roadkill Rampage out to. And I did a Roadkill Rampage Kickstarter world tour. We did 17 podcasts in 30 days, all promoting the Kickstarter. And everybody that read it that knew of my previous work were like, dude, I had no idea that you could that you had this in you. We're used to the cutesy kitty stuff and coming out with your first attempt at horror like this and hitting a grand slam. This is amazing. And I'm like, really? And so that was really rewarding for me because I feel that it's a good story and I feel that I did a good job. And then when the editor gets it and says, okay, it's a little wordy here and there, but other than that, really like it. It's a really good story. And then people that read it were like, wow, this is really good. I like the look of the book. And Amon Hill is the artist on it, and he did a phenomenal job on it. But everybody loves the story, loves the characters, and that for me is worth its weight in gold because it lets me know that I'm doing something right. Hey, Kevin, what's going on, man? Thanks for stopping by.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I think Comics Cast is right. I think my dog is plotting against me. She just jumped. If you saw the tail, she was on the keyboard.
Uh-oh.
You can't do that. She's gotten so much worse since I quit and turned this into a full-time job. But hey, you like taking experiences and turning them into comics. There you go.
There you go. I'll put it on the list.
So,
Uh-oh.
hi, Pops. Can't hear you, Pops.
Can't hear you.
Pops.
I just wanted to say I've actually read the book because Rodney was nice enough to let me get a sneak peek, and it was awesome. And now I'm one of them people that I try to back everything, and the ones that I don't back, I try to push 3 times as hard because I can't afford to back everything. Now, Rodney's one that I couldn't afford to get, but I went all out with you, bro. I tried to make sure as many people seen your book as I possibly could.
Oh yeah, dude, you did a hell of a job.
Here,
sharing
have the
it,
pizza.
promoting it and everything. So we thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts.
I always got you guys, man. Let me know what you're doing. You know, you get preferential.
Oh yeah, and we will treat you right. You know that.
And yes, you're all right. You just saw me give her the rest of my dinner on a plate, so she leaves me alone.
What kind of pizza you rocking there?
Mushroom and black olives.
From?
Home.
Oh, did you make it?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Since quarantine, I have not had since we went into quarantine in March. I have not had any outside food. I've been strictly cooking from home.
Nice.
Yes, yes, very lucky. So, now with the whole doing your sketching things, you're doing that on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. And it's from 11, and normally it runs for about how long?
About a half hour. About 35 minutes. Today I went a little over. I went about 42 minutes today, but that's the longest. Yeah, usually half hour, 35 minutes.
Okay. And it's just a plethora of stuff. Just you chit-chatting. So
yeah, it's basically the morning warm-up sketch or whatever. Or I'll ink something from the previous night or whatever. Just something to hop on and say hey to everybody and just kind of get into the groove of things. And usually when I'm done with that, I jump into whatever project that I'm working on. And I mean, not that I'm not doing it beforehand, but yeah, it's I like to stay in contact with my fans and like to maintain that open line of communication with folks. So that's we've got a pretty good group of regulars that join us on Thursday nights and Friday nights, and we've started seeing some new faces the last couple of weeks. So that's great. It shows that it's growing. People are starting to get used to us being there on Thursdays and Friday nights.
and Kevin's over here trying to take my job from me.
And the art from the show is available to buy at the end of the show. Yes, it is. Yeah, you can buy it during the course of the show. And if you buy it during the course of the show, you get free U.S. shipping. So yeah, and it's we do a 30-minute sketch off. Sean and I do a 30-minute sketch off. Sean Forney and I, and we pick a theme, and then we have the fans come in, and you have to go to the Thursday Night Throwdown, Friday Night Draw fan page on Facebook and join it, and you can vote. We pick 5 characters from a theme. This week is He-Man. This coming week is going to be He-Man.
He-Man.
Everybody will vote, and the top 5 vote getters the top 2 vote getters are who Sean and I will draw. And we get together and we mud wrestle over who gets to draw who.
I'm voting Sorceress and Tila.
We don't really mud wrestle. I was just trying to be fun.
Oh, if you guys start mud wrestling,
That's a whole nother channel.
Hold on. Let's go.
There we go.
There's somebody out there for everything. I can make the money.
I've been saying for years I need to do a Chunkendale's calendar. Squirrel.
So I got it. Like, do you guys just sit back, talk, and go like, "What did you like as a kid?" Well, I like this. Well, I like this. Well, let's draw that. I mean, is that pretty much the conversation you guys have when you come up with these?
Well, it sometimes. I mean, it's just it happens organically through the conversation. Yeah. I know when Sean and Stephanie and Tina and I were talking about this and coming up with this idea, we came up with a list of themes, and I guess we're going on 3 months now that we've been doing it, and we've burned through that list. So through the course of people commenting in the comments and the organic conversation, we always seem to come up with the next week's theme, and we go from there. I mean, that's how the He-Man thing happened last night. It was completely organic, and Sean, He-Man is Sean's world, so he jumped all over that, and I'm like, cool, I can do He-Man.
Yeah, Sean's not allowed in my office because he's not allowed to have my He-Man figures. Nah, dude, sorry.
I think Sean has his own He-Man figures. Just ask Stephanie.
I'm sure he does. But he's still not allowed to touch mine because you can never have too many.
That's true.
Because remember, you can always get multiples and then you can have your battles.
That's right. Yeah, you have to have ones you keep in the package and ones you take out for battles.
I also like the fact that you guys are finding ways because I've watched your guys' show grow. And the art from the show is available by the show. Yes, with the especially during the sketch off, that is definitely to buy. Sometimes they do work on other commissions and stuff after the 30-minute sketch off. So you want to make sure that you get there between 8 and 8:10 when it starts. That way you can watch the sketch off. Because it's you want to make sure if it's something you like, you get it.
These are both available. These are
75?
Yeah. We have a Baby Yoda that's available.
75?
Yep. And we have the Black Panther.
50.
50, and the money for that is going to Colon Club, and Tina and I, Hasn't Productions, will match that $50. So there will be a $100 donation going to the Colon Club in honor of the passing of Chadwick Boseman from colon cancer. So that's what we did last night. So yeah.
And again, incredible job, guys.
Thank you. All of those images are on the fan page, Thursday Night Throwdown, Friday Night Draw. So go over to Facebook and join that fan page, and you'll see those images. Mandalorian is available. Boba Fett is available. And Baby Yoda is available, but it's not up there because I didn't draw that on the show. I just did that. Actually, you know what I did? I did. So that should be up there.
Shame on you for not putting it up there. That's it.
I will put it up when we get down here. How's that?
That's it. I don't know what I'm gonna do with you.
That's an example of something that I did after the sketch off, because the sketch off's only 30 minutes and we go for about an hour and a half. So that I didn't have anything else I was working on at the time, so I grabbed another. And these are all 6x9 pieces, everybody. They're on a 6x9 piece of Bristol board.
Ah.
Yeah, so suitable for framing. So yeah, I grabbed another sheet of paper and started drawing, and yeah, did that started on Thursday night and finished it on Friday night. So yeah.
Hey, right there, Kevin. He wants the Black Panther. There you go.
Oh, sweet. Excellent. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Like we said, it goes to a great cause. So your $50 plus Hazard Productions is going to match that $50. So $100 is going to the Colon Club for colon cancer research. So thank you.
Yay! All right. And also, folks, Andre Rouse joined us.
Smaller. Make me smaller. Make me smaller.
Andre Rouse joined us last night as well. He did a phenomenal. He's a painter, so he didn't ink it, but it's high detailed pencil. So go check out his as well. It's Andre Rouse, Rausch, and he's on Instagram as well. And he did an additional piece. He actually offered an additional piece that was inked that he did last week. That is available as well. So go check that out. Again, go join the fan page, Thursday night, Friday night draw. And Trevor McIver says, I missed that. Did you say Black Panther was available and how much?
Just went to Kevin.
Kevin just bought it.
Kevin went yoink.
And Terry, if you're interested, I can do you your own. Let me know. And we can talk about it and make that happen.
Oh, somebody distracted him and he missed it. Oh, Terry. Oh,
that's right.
Kevin's actually going to be making a character appearance in issue 2 of RKR. And again, huge shout out to everybody who made that possible. If you're just tuning in, again, we do want to say thank you. And of course, just to give you an update, everything's coming in. They just got the air fresheners in. As soon as everything has been shipped to them, they're shipping out. So, yay!
Mike Watson's rendition of Ace. And then the other side is the logo. And it's very cherry. Woo! That'll make you see stars.
Yeah, we're sort of getting hit in the head with the club, but.
So yeah, thank you everybody for backing it, and Pops for sharing it, and Kevin and everybody else, everything that you did to make it happen. We greatly appreciate it, and everything's starting to trickle in, and we're gonna put everything together and start mailing things out here. So yes, and we are already in production for issue 2. Script is completely done. Amon has the script, and he is working on it. He sent me some character sketches of some of the characters in issue 2, and they're phenomenal. Kevin and I think it's his brother will be appearing in it. They bought they bought the appear in issue 2 features on the Kickstarter, so we will be working them into the book, and that option will also be available for issue 3. So yeah, thank you everybody for your support for that. Very positive feedback from those who were provided with preview copies. Pops being one of them. Pops loved it. So yeah, thank you for that. And
Terry actually, Kevin said Terry is actually a member of his crew, so he is going to sponsor another Black Panther to be done for him.
Oh, okay, great, awesome. Okay.
And Terry's looking forward to getting his variant cover of Roadkill Rampage. And Russell says, Rodney!
What's up, Russ? Russ is in his house.
I swear, I could, if we had it with all of these guys, hi, Russell. I could just sit here and read comments and try to come up with voices for everybody, and that could be a complete podcast. I think I'm going to try that one time. Be like, okay, guys, you come in, you comment, I make voices.
Mine would all sound like cartoon characters. I do that. It drives Tina nuts.
Again, guys, make sure that you're following Hazza Productions. They're everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Hazza Productions is on Facebook. They're also on Twitter. They're also on Instagram. They also have their website, hasm.com. And through Hasm, you can follow them also on their YouTube channel, where you're going to see Ronnie doing a lot of his artwork. Rodney himself is on Facebook through Rodney Fike, or The Art of Rodney Fike if you're actually looking for some of his work. And of course, he also has his Twitch channel, The Art of Rodney Fike, as well, where again, you can watch him do a lot of his little doodling early in the mornings and with his Thursday night. Because the way how you do the Thursday night, Friday night draw is all of your channels show off the Thursday night draw, and then Sean shows off all of the Friday night draws, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yay! So make sure that you're following them, make sure that you're hanging out, and also make sure that you follow their fan group, the Thursday night, Friday night draw fan group, because this is where you're going to be able to help create with them, because you get to vote on what they're going to draw next out of what they have all these little lists, and they pick a bunch of characters, and you get to help pick. And then you get to go and you get to bid on this stuff live during the show. And the sketches are always $75. And it's just a lot of fun. Well, hold on.
The pencils are 35.
The pencils
If
are
you would
35.
like it inked, it's an additional 20, so that's 55. And
Okay.
if you would like it colored, it's another 20, so that makes it 75. So
Okay.
a completed piece like so, it would be $75.
But
And
just
then-
the pencils is 35.
Right. And then there's the Mandalorian, which is still available.
$75.
There's Boba Fett that is still available. And there is Baby Yoda that is still available. We do a lot of Star Wars.
And I was just informed that Hasm is actually featured on the nsclivetv.com. So you can also check out their
Yes.
stuff over there.
Yes.
Hey, cool.
Yeah, they're up actually on our banner now for Thursday night and Friday night. Stephanie worked in the logo there, and they're on there as well. So yes, that's awesome. Kevin's doing a great job helping us build our presence and getting the love out there for everybody. So yes, that's awesome.
Kevin's like, if you're doing the voice thing, he's totally Southern. Now y'all gotta get me that there Black Panther now.
Now Yin's talking Southern Kentucky. Yin's talking Baton Rouge.
Well, look.
Hey, and everybody,
Ronnie is awesome.
Russell is going to be here at 9:00. So, and talking all things Russell. So come back and join him. Russell's an awesome guy. Been on his podcast. Amanda's been on his podcast.
No, Amanda had him on her podcast.
Oh, you had him on your podcast. There you go.
Different.
That's right. That's right. And he is you're very welcome, Kevin. Russell is a machine and a sweet guy. So give him some love as well, definitely. Hey, and I wanted to show some pencils from issue 2 of Pitter Patter real quick.
Yes, do it. Because I only have pens to show. Ronnie.
Okay. So, hey, those are pretty pens. So this
not an artist.
This is probably going to end up being a promo piece. Because it was going to be the banner artwork, but I screwed it up. It's not proportionately sized, so we're going to use it for a promo piece or something, pin up or something. So there's that.
I just really want that cat tower in my house.
Right? This is page 2. First 2 pages are inked.
Aww.
And then let's see, we got I love this page. The camera is inside the refrigerator, looking out as they're talking and eating. So they're talking about the outside world.
How are you with a Belfast Northern Irish accent? Not.
Let's see, Belfast, Northern Ireland. Let's see, like dogs? Oh no, that's that's a Guy Ritchie movie. So anyway, those are some of the pencils for issue 2. I got to put some backgrounds in that one, but yeah. Okay, so
It's so cute, and I just see my cats. I really do. I see my cats everywhere when I read that comic. It's a lot of fun. And again, remember, guys, you want to get these comics, make sure that you head over to hasm.com. There you're going to find issue 1 of Pitter Patter. There you can find the trade paperback of all the first 4 issues of Peanut Pudding and Jelly. They have 6 issues of that comic out. There's other comics coming out, and that's where you're also going to be able to find even more news about stuff that's coming out with Hasm.
yes, and there's a blog on there as well. And I currently am talking about the back in the 90s, and I chronicle my time in the 90s doing my black and white superhero book, The Superior 7, with my friends from high school. So there are currently 2 blog installments there, so go read those. I have the third one's done, but Tina hasn't posted it yet. So yeah, go check that out. It's a lot of fun. We jump in the Wayback Machine and talk about how inexperienced and young and dumb we were.
And now it's just, they're still dumb. They're just not young anymore.
Now we're old and dumb. So.
But Superior 7, man, that has a fan base. That has a following.
Yeah, it's funny because on the podcasts, I would mention it, and people were like, "That's you? I remember that book." So actually, Chris Henry and Dion Knuckles, who are the other two that created Superior 7 with me, we are going to be doing a Superior 7 podcast. Now that the Kickstarter is over, we're going to put that together. Don't know when yet. Coming up here, probably in a month or so. And we're just going to talk about Superior 7 and back in the 90s doing comics. So.
Hi to Amanda.
I have a shirt. I have the T-shirt. Hi, puppy.
Hi to Amanda. She's over there, dude.
Hi, puppy.
She's over there.
Who's your good puppy? Who's your good puppy? I want puppy.
He's a beast. He's not a puppy.
That is, look, they're puppies.
He's a beast.
That's a beautiful dog. What's his name?
This is Zeus.
Zeus.
The moose.
Zeus the moose.
Yeah.
Do you have an Apollo?
No, we have a Rocky and a Luna.
And Lena. Nice.
Luna.
Okay.
Luna Lovegood is our pit lab mix. Rocky is our little coyote-looking husky. Zeus is our wolf-looking husky. And all of them are rescue dogs, and none of them have any idea what personal space is.
What is personal space?
Exactly. He knows. Oh, he's wearing a black shirt. Oh, I'm going to get up here and just fur him. And that's what he just did. He furred me.
She ever that way or no? Where are you? I have a white dog, and yeah, I know that.
Yeah, he just totally furred me.
Here she is.
Well, and you can hear the rest of them now.
This is Shigo.
What's up, Shigo?
Well, hi.
She's 17. Well, she'll be 17 in October.
Wow.
So yeah, you can see she's blind. She's blind.
So you guys go ahead and do all your lead outs. I obviously have somebody at the door or something. And I have to do, you know how Facebook kicks you off after 8 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just going to go ahead and do a break here and start a new feed right at the end of your thing. So go ahead, say all your outs, and then I'll come down and close it out. And, thanks much.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Good to see you again. Talk to you again.
We get to close the show, Rodney. It's ours.
I also wanted to mention that I just reached out to another creator today about working with them as well. So not only am I working on stuff with Hasm, but I'm also looking for additional work to work with other folks as well. So yeah, I am.
You come work with me. You got a PS4?
No, I don't game. I ain't got time for games. I got to draw and write. So yeah, and then I believe I am doing a piece of artwork for Russell as well for his second issue.
Nice.
Yeah, I reached out to somebody today, and they were open to it. So we will be discussing the details of that in a couple of days, and we'll go from there. So yeah, I'm looking to work with other people to spread my name out there. So yeah,
he
if it's not out there enough,
he wants to spread himself everywhere, guys. So we're gonna do the closing, because if I don't get my stuff in, the squinty squirrel is gonna snap my little neck. So first, of course, because this highlight was for Hazard Productions. Again, Hazard Productions, they're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're on Twitter, they're on YouTube. Find them, follow them on YouTube, subscribe, ring the bell for notifications. It gives a thumbs up on every video because it really helps them. And leave comments. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to answer questions on their comments as well as leaving comments on any of the stuff that they post on Facebook or any of the other social media. Hazam! Also, if you want to learn more about Rodney himself, he's on Facebook, he's on Twitter, and he also has a Twitch page. And go watch him on Twitch. Have the conversation. Twitch is all about building a community. And why do I know all this so much? Because I am Amanda Gillum. I am the owner-operator of AGP. I am a Twitch streamer. I am an affiliate of Twitch, and that's how I enjoy my days. And with AGP, what we do is we play video games, we podcast, just kind of like what you're seeing here. We help with people with things like that. We're also a promotion company. So, if you're looking to find somebody to help you at a really low cost, we can help you with promotions as well. And with that, you get to watch us have Let's Plays. We have conversations and all that fun stuff. And that's at Twitch TV, Amanda Gillen Presents. And we're also on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and we have a YouTube channel. So I'm going to say it again. Ring that bell for notifications, subscribe, and give a thumbs up to all the videos. It really helps the channel so you know when the best content is coming out. And for Twitch, right now, Twitch, follow, subscribe. And when subscribing, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe absolutely free by linking your Amazon Prime account to the Twitch channel. And there is a thing going on right now called September. So any 1 month a new subscriber will get 20% off. 3 month reoccurring, you'll get 25% off of each of those months. And for the 6 months, you will get 30% off. And being a subscriber of AGP on the Twitch channel means you don't have to watch any of the ads. You get free emotes and you get free badges exclusively from AGP. Ta-da!
Whew. Now you can breathe.
I don't say that a lot, guys. Trust me. Only after every video.
That was awesome. Thanks you guys so much for coming out. Love having you out. You guys are welcome every time. You know that.
Absolutely.
I think
Thank
we
you so
actually have a more professional setup for next time. I think there'll be a Google document for the sign up that will be coming out, sometime during the week. We'll get it out there for next month.
Excellent.
Myself won't be there. Pete's going to be doing next month. Amanda, you might talk to Pete about like a little co-host action there.
I will see what I could do. I've got a lot coming up. We've got Jay Lyston who's coming to the show. We have actor Kyle Hester coming to the show. We've got the Marvel Fortnite crossover going on right now, and a lot of updates on some games that we're going to have to highlight.
Well, you know how we do it. We do it the first weekend of every month, and there's always a spot for you guys. You're always welcome.
And of course, there might possibly be, because I did the Gym City Comic Con, there might possibly be an AGP show coming.
Cool. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Pops, thank you so much for everything that you do for promoting everybody. You are a rock star in our world. And we appreciate you and we love you.
Love you.
You guys have a great night.
You too. Thank you, sir.
And with that,
bye, everybody.
I'm going to go ahead and sign off of this one. Everybody who's following on Indie Comics Cast or in the Comics Cast Facebook page or in Comic Related Madness, please just stay tuned for a minute while I set up a new stream because I don't want Facebook to kick us off in the middle of a guest.
After these messages, he'll be right back.
There you go. There you go. Just give me a minute to set it up. I'll be right out here. I'll be out here with a friend of Nicholas Elias, and this is a very impromptu setup. I haven't met him. I don't know him. We're gonna meet right after this short break. So, peace.
Peace.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.